Well, hello everybody, and welcome to another video. What might be the last video in this 1.0 playlist, not entirely sure. Someone there in the live chat just said, can we move on from this? I want to get to Heavensward. No, I've got a plan. I'm going to do the whole plan. You know, I wouldn't just randomly stop it because someone just suddenly asked out of nowhere. Yeah, we'll be doing this. Also, you know, Heavensward will be a little bit after... even once this is done, I want to do PoE next, so we'll see when Heavensward actually runs, but it won't be anytime soon. But yeah, hello everybody. This could be the end of the 1.0 series. I'm not entirely sure how how long this will take, but today what we're going to be doing is the 2.0 Binding Coils of Bahamut story. So throughout this playthrough, we've covered everything. We've done Delivery Moogles, we've done Hildebrand, we've done the base game, we've done all the plots in the post patches, point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, and we've done the Alliance Raid storyline. There is one more storyline though. One more, and it's the just regular raids. So this is like the hardcore end game. It's the last thing that I'm showing off here. There are two ways in which we can do this. We can do it synced, in which we, you know, experience the mechanics as a full challenge, or we can do it unsynced, in which case we will experience the story, but not necessarily the fights. So, just like with the... well, no, hold on. Do we have any comparisons? Okay, so this is the first raid content that I'm covering here. Basically, the way that this works is just a couple of weeks after 2.0. So, we're way back with 2.0's launch now. Just a couple of weeks after. Before even 2.1. And they started extending the story. Immediately, almost, they did the first raid series. So, the Binding Coil... So, if you remember the... So, here, I've taken us to the inn. Let's just quickly remind ourselves. So, obviously in 1.0, the Unending Journey was here. And I feel like I remember the Unending Journey being here. Oh no, maybe that's just because that's the Uldar Unending Journey. For us, it's here though, because we're in Gridania. Because Tremor likes to be in Gridania, obviously. So if I go to the final cutscene of the base game, right, the ultimate weapon, you got the cutscenes you toggle here. By the way, it's so nice to be back in 2.0 with all the add-ons and the better rendering and everything. Oh my god, it really is so much prettier. It's unbelievable. Anyway, I'm going to click the last cutscene here. So this is the post-credit scene, I think. I haven't actually verified that, but let's watch this and see. No. This is the Ascians talking about Zodiac. And I've clicked skip, but apparently it's thrown us this text on screen anyway. See, I don't have to live with the fear now that random things are going to crash the game. Yeah, hello to everybody in the chat. Yeah, it is the plan. You know, I've been planning this out for a while. I wouldn't randomly stop it. Let's go to 21 here now. Yeah, PoE 2, exactly. That is the plan. And maybe tomorrow. So here we go. So this is the end of the credits. And... what is it? And we're obviously at Silvertear Lake right now.
What was that? That roar. It can't be. Did you hear that?
There was a mysterious roar, remember?
Where is it coming from?
Thancred's all injured.
Dread tidings, chaos and carnage! It is an abomination! A primal has awakened!
And we hear what clearly is a big roar, a dragon roar. And you look into the distance to the ruins of Dalamud. So remember that cutscene? So that was the end of 2.0. Like 2 weeks later, that story continued. That's what we'll be playing here. It's called the Binding Coil of Bahamut. It's an epilogue to the 1.0 stuff. I just did 3 videos on in this playlist. And it'll be the final stuff that we're covering as the game goes along here. So, what I want to do now is let's go grab the quest from Urianger. And let's see what we've got. Now, as far as 1.0 is concerned as well, if you watched the previous video, we did a bunch of like story cutscenes and sort of ran through the whole game. I messed up, though. I do have tickets, by the way, we're going to the Waking Sands. I do have tickets, but I'm not going to use them because I want to see the new graphics, environment updates. So I saw on Reddit, by the way, that there was like a comparison post of a lot of different areas of A Realm Reborn after the graphics updates. And to be honest, guys, the graphics update they just did, the 7.11, that remember a couple of episodes ago I was a bit sad. I was like, oh man, I just did the whole game and now all of a sudden they do the update. I'm not actually that impressed by a lot of the 7.1 graphics improvements. Like within, you know, the FF subreddit and stuff, you know, people are big fans of the game, they're going to defend it and so on. I really don't think it's that good. You actually lose a lot with 7.1, particularly on long distance like views. You used to be able to see a lot more of the crystals in the back or just any kind of terrain really far away. A lot of that's culled out now. You don't get the long distance views. Unquestionably, some assets do look better. But, you know, a lot of the changes, it's just like lighting changes. It's just like, oh, this screenshot was taken at a different time of day. Or, you know, with the weather or whatever. Or, you know, the day-night cycle. Not that impressed, really. There are a couple of places that I am impressed, like very few. And by that, I mean like 3, literally. Most of it, I'm sort of fine with. It just looks slightly different, maybe. Slightly softer. Not necessarily that much better. It's not like there's really that many new assets. Anyway, one of the very few places I genuinely do think looks better is this area here. And, well, we've shown this off a lot. If you watch my coverage of the Delivery Moogles or Hildebrand, we were in this area a lot. But this whole path here, and something about the textures on the paths, the bumpiness, the parallax and all that, it does look really good. So, this area here, and also the one out, you know, there's a similar place to this in Limsa, when you've got like a path around the flooded water on the left and the right. I think it's out looking near towards the Wanderer's Palace. That also looks better. But like the ground coverage here and all of the, you know, all the plants and things, this is much improved. It really is. So yeah, I wanted to walk here naturally as we were on our way. What did I interrupt myself saying before this whole spiel? We have to go to Urianger to get the quest. Oh yeah, okay. So in 1.0, we were watching the cutscenes in the last part. And what I was doing was I was throwing videos up on screen that I had downloaded, and you know, there were like 21 videos to watch through, and we watched through them. I accidentally skipped one, and that was a bit of a fear as we were going along, right? I skipped one. I skipped like number 18 or something, and it's really good. So you might notice through that whole 1.0 story there, we never actually had a moment where someone said what Dalamud is, and the fact that it has a Primal in the middle of it. Like, the lighting here is awesome as well. Look at this goddamn place. This looks so good, man. Yeah, we lose the fancy world map in 2.0. Of course we do. But I'll tell you what, it is nice to be back here. And it does feel very, very good. I don't remember that arch having that big adorning, that big red emblem thing there. So, yeah, we skipped a cutscene. It's a big Gaius cutscene. It's like 6 minutes long, which is on the longer side. You know, a lot of them were only 2 minutes or whatever. So I want to show that to you as well. So, real quick here. Because I feel terrible that I missed that one cutscene. We're going to watch this scene here now. It's called Don't Hate the Messenger. And this will get us into the mood for what exactly is going on with Dalamud, which of course now has crashed down and the world has been rebuilt. But yeah, let's close these, open this, and let's watch. And this is the first time I'm really watching this. I've skimmed through to verify this is the right thing. I say this is one cutscene. This is more like a bunch of cutscenes stitched together. It's just in the one video file. But yeah, so let me mute FF14 there. Sorry guys, here we go. So let's listen. So this was around, if you remember, there was a little disjointed bit. So Gaius visits us. He says, you, I remember you. This was like his penultimate appearance in the show, the game. He says, tell me, do you think it fate that brings you here? Some threads woven by your weaver whore? Or was it no more than the meddling of Master Garland? Ugh, it matters not. And he points his gunblade at us. So this actually looks like it's near Camp Bronze Lake to me, by the way. Hard to tell with 1.0 quite often. He says, go, take what you have scrounged like a rat and run to him. He is the only hope left to you. So this is basically the scene where we first realise that Gaius doesn't like Nael's plan. He says, do not think this is a mercy. See, he's not going to kill us. He's going to consent to us trying to stop Nael. He says, Dalamud will annihilate the Primals and claim dominion over all of Eorzea. It is inevitable as your futile resistance. All you can hope to do is decide the manner of this realm's demise. This is the mercy I offer. A choice, an end by the red moon, Or an end by the Guardian Might. By Guardian Might. That's a great shot, isn't it, there as well, with Dalamud posed in the background. I will not deny that the Primals have proven a great nuisance. They have delayed our advance. It was to break the stalemate between us that Nael van Darnus sought to bring down Dalamud. See, they couldn't conquer Eorzea because the Primals have been around messing with them. The impact of the Red Moon would destroy the Primals in an instant. Little wonder that his radiance embraced the scheme. But Dalamud is no mere rock, despite what Van Darnus would have us believe. And you can see it's not just a rock up there. He says it is a great red sin, exiled to the skies by ancient Alag. What a description. There it has long festered, becoming something far more vile than we ever supposed. I see proof of this in Van Darnus. His manner is altered. He's anxious, uneasy. He deceives his radiance. So, i.e., Gaius has realised that the moon has been tempering people. Like Sid's dad. Of those in your realm, only the son of Midas, speaking of which, only the son of Midas sees the red moon for what it is, i.e. Sid. His radiance will reach the same conclusion in time. And in fact he does, right? The Emperor does ultimately agree that this is a bad idea. Yet by then it will be too late. The shadow of Dalamud will already be dark upon these lands. Oppose Van Darnus and Meteor if you wish. It is the only hope you have of sparing Eorzea from complete obliteration. This is interesting, by the way. Gaius, do you guys see how it... This is kind of like the Red Moon. It's going to destroy Eorzea, but not necessarily Garlemald. Not necessarily Doma and the Far East and stuff. It's more of a localized thing. I mean, when I think of a calamity, I think of big... You know, I think the whole world getting messed up. But is it possible that calamities don't affect the entire world? So he says, look, oppose them if you like. And then I'll come conquer you later. It's quite a lot of Gaius scenes, I now realise. And it makes 2.0, and when you finally beat him, feel pretty good. 2.0 plays a lot better if you've seen all this stuff, I think. Because, specifically with the Empire, the introduction to the Empire characters is handled very poorly. I guess Nero was not in 1.0, by the way, as well. I haven't seen him yet. Unless it's in one of the side quests or the Hildebrand stuff. Anyway, so yeah, the next cutscene we move along here. We find Carney Senna. And Papalimo and Ida are speaking. On behalf of Gridania, I offer you my humble and heartfelt thanks for answering this summons. All here present now know that the Empire's Meteor project to be the scourge spoken of in prophecy that will usher in the 7th Umbral Era. It's funny, by the way, how this place is being used so often for scenes, again, just as it is in 2.0 and as the game goes forwards. None among us can weather the coming storm alone. The alliance of old must be remade. United we stand, divided we fall. Ah, so we get a little bit more with Urianger and Thancred in the scene here as well. And I guess a little bit more on the creation of the alliance. It is the way of the blossom that in time it must wilt. Yet so long as root and branch remain, such petals shall spread in radiance again. So too shall the Eorzean alliance flower once more. Speaking of flowers, so much flowery language from so many of these characters. There's more straight speakers, I think, recently. Oh, John with the 5 gifted memberships. John, can I just say thank you so much for this, man? The longer this project's gone on, you know, it's really nice. Thank you very, very, very much for that. I really, really appreciate that. I appreciate that you're still supporting and being so enthusiastic. It's awesome of you. Thank you. Carney says, mayhap it is the fate of some or all to fall, as do the flowers in winter's chill. But if this is to be our end, then make it be such an end as it would honour our beginnings. Oh my god, we got a little bit Lord of the Ringsy there. Got it's basically straight out of King Theoden there. Isn't that while they're in the keep at Helm's Deep before they ride out on the horses? And Sid says, "What's all this talk of endings? I don't remember agreeing to attend a funeral." Oh my god, guys, look. Ishtola in 2.0 has green eyes, doesn't she? She doesn't have blue eyes. Did they change the colour of her eyes between 1 and 2.0? Look at that. I like all this 1.0 coverage. I've just been relentlessly asking questions and prompting chat to explain things, but it's so difficult for anyone to remember. Hello, Sid. Shaven Sid. Weird Sid. Oh my god, is this his theme? I came to see the birth of a three-nation army, he says. It is his theme! Holy fuck, this was in 1.0. And Melvib says, this lass lacks a spine I hoped she'd have. I came to find a way for me and mine to fight, not die. Oh wow, is this like their first meeting, Melvib and Carney? I guess so, right? If Carney's been living out in the wilds for years. And Robon says the Admiral speaks it true. She has a way with words. Would that she could bottle them, she could pay for her own war. Oh my god, knowing that there's a Garlean spy in these scenes is amazing, with Ivy standing there. I command the great vessel that is Limsa Laminsa, and I will not give one ilm to that which bars her way, be it storm, pirate, or otherwise. Yeah, this does fill in a bit of a gap, doesn't it? Whether the fleet be one ship or three, I will stay the course. Oh my god, guys, I just had a sip of my coffee, right? I ate way too much food yesterday. I ate so much food, it's unreal. So I've been feeling terrible about myself. So I haven't eaten today, and oh my god! And so it's nearly 6 in the evening. I just drank this coffee. You know when you've got a really empty stomach and you drink something really hot or really cold, and you just feel it really fill you up and warm you up. Oh my god, that's the best feeling ever. I just got that like really strongly. Whether the fleet be one ship or three, I will stay the course. I speak the same for the south, says Rabon. All I know is I've never shied from a fight. In victory, there is glory to be had and wealth to be won. His cutscene, where he was fighting in the arena, was so cool. It's interesting as well. In 2.0, they don't really allude to the nations as like, oh, we're from the south. We're, you know, like we heard that with Limsa and a lot with Thunland here. I don't really think that they've done that much since, right? But what of you, Padgel? Look, and him referring to her as a Padgel as well. Swear you on those horns of yours that you will not wilt in the heat of battle? It's kind of like everyone against her, really, in a weird way. I like how the upside-down cow is still there, by the way. I will not. I hate that I'm pausing here and ruining the music. But we had no choice, guys. I realise it is much that I ask, yet I must ask it nonetheless. Will you unite with us? The courage of Cassia has convinced me, aye. Many in Limsa oppose the alliance, but I have done what must be done. The winds in our sails are the winds of change, for better or worse. It's funny, all the main characters are here, but they're barely speaking. Like, Ishtola's being a warrior of light here, she's just nodding. The merchants seek to invest in the future. To that end, they will lend their wealth to the alliance. And Rabon is much more money-minded in 1.0, I feel. Sid says, about time we had some good news. 12 bless you both. A seed has been planted here, and in the care of our three nations, it shall surely quicken. I look forward to the day that our efforts bear fruit. And Ida is laughing away there. You know what's really amazing, right? So there's some big story coming up with Ida. I'll just leave it there. It's funny, when I first played this game, 1.0, I started it in Uldar, so I never really met Ida and Papalimo much. They're not in the story very much, really. And then in the post-patches, I was kind of glazing over it and going very quickly. Then I had my year break and played Heaven's Ward, right, afterwards. And she's not in Heaven's Ward until right near the end of Heaven's Ward. Minor spoiler for what happens after the cave-in and everything at the bloody banquet, okay? But, so basically, I barely met her in the early game, barely paid attention to her in the post-game, had a year break, played a whole expansion without her, and then there's a big story for her. But Ida and Papalimo both, I had this weird... When I got to that storyline, I had the very, very strong impression that they were barely in the game. Like, I barely remembered them. Like, they just were like nothing characters to me. And yet here, look at this playlist we've just made, right? This and the 2.0 playlist. I feel like they've been in loads of scenes. both through 2.0 and 1.0. It's just that thing of, you know, like, actually pay attention to post patches, do the Gridania story, do the 1.0 stuff. Like, they're in it a lot. And it's so weird for me to realise now that I feel very connected to these characters from this early story, but my initial experience playing through this game, I had almost zero connection to them. Should the Alliance prove more a hindrance than help, we will have words again. I just love that bit in the song there. I would expect nothing less. For now, let us combine our strengths and send Dalamud back to its seat in the heavens. Nods, then Stormblood pushes them on you like they've been your best friends forever. I mean, they kind of have, right? But you... I mean, this is what I love, man. I love seeing how it all got laid out like this. Melwib says, I would expect nothing less. For now, let us combine our strengths and send Dalamud back to its seat in the heavens. I read that already. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Well, that was a new line there. Amazing how quick it goes in one ear out the other, didn't it? It is done! Now we strike back. The elementals, they rejoice. The forest has heard us. See there, she's communicating with the elementals, but there's no, like, little white things around. I always thought of them as more of a, you know, like, not a corporeal entity in one place, but, you know, they are the place. I don't know. It's like the trees here, through the leaves, and the magic descends into the roots. It's like the earth itself. Anyway, I bring urgent news. The scouts at Mordona send word that a great shaft of light was seen emanating from the midst of Castrum Novum. They say it shone towards the heavens. So this is the Castrum Novum cutscene stuff, which was also a trial, if you remember. No, the transmitter. So you go off and you do that. And this was the other bit. And Rabon says, calm yourselves. If it has begun, we must do all we can to stop it. Do you remember in the last part there was a moment they referred to this, but we hadn't had any cutscenes? Well, here you go. It was for this that we bound ourselves to one another. Podley, we must act! We must act now! There's so many shots of the other characters, none of them say anything. I just went on that big rant about how they're big characters, but they still don't say much, right? Well, there you go. So that's that was that cutscene, and then just to completely verify here, did I skip this one as well? I'm not sure I remember this. Yeah, we skipped this as well. How did I do that? How did I accomplish that? Funny, that looked like there was going to be dialogue there, but there wasn't. By the way, guys, does my mic sound any different today? And if it does, in what way? AWP, you are my most watched streamer on YouTube, according to the YouTube recap. That's awesome, yeah. Some people have been posting on Discord, like, their stats, and people are in like 0.2% and stuff. Thank you, that's amazing. That really makes me very, very happy. That's really, really cool. Obviously, I've had more going out this year, but they've been kind of fringe series, so people who have been along for the ride for these, thank you. That's awesome. Yes, this does have Stormblood vibes, I agree. So here's the transmitter. guess there we just did the gameplay. Oh, his nail. That the thrashing of mere beasts could interrupt Dalamud's descent. By your hand, the lunar transmitter lies shattered and Dalamud floats aloft, bereft of guidance. I see, so they were using this. It would seem I've sorely underestimated you. Bad animals wherever they're most dangerous when cornered. This was how they were bringing it down, I guess. The realm has seen 6 cycles of death and rebirth. Aha, look, 6 cycles. Yet man refuses to learn from his mistakes. Ever does he find a way to defile the sanctity of creation, so the cycle must persist. The sanctity of creation. But no more, for I shall halt the turning of this wheel for darkness. He has willed that it be so, and so it must be. Who is he? Bahamut? Dalamud's coming shall cleanse this the realm of its foul taint. Only the wicked would refuse his gift of purity. Must be right. This is just tempered babbling. Only the wicked would seek to prevent his return. Your sins shall not go unpunished. 1,000 deaths take you and yours. Ah, yes, the song of life resounds. Its joyous strains herald the coming of a new world, a world free of man's creeping corruption. My master, guiding light of my life, I have faith that thou wouldst not forsake thy loyal servant. Is the word Bahamut going to come up? I'll tell you guys, this story we're about to play about Dalamud and how it was constructed and how it works is really cool. No more have I need of towers drenched in the slaver of beasts. So he doesn't even need it anymore. I willingly give myself unto thee, my flesh, that thou mightst return us once more. So then he goes up to the Riven Road, and he himself is the transmitter, I guess? The crimson light shall suffuse you, cleansing the filth of your flesh and bone, aye, and of your very existence. When that time comes, you shall know bliss as your mortal mind can ill comprehend. Jesus. He's very wordy, isn't he? But the time for talk is past. So they have referred to Nael as a he a couple of times here, but they've never had voice acting. They've only ever been in an armor. So I think what happens with 2.0 is they like the idea and said that it was a girl the whole time. So they just kind of hand wave those couple of times the word he appears, and it's revealed it was a woman, I think. Now, do I make mine ascent to the realm on high, there to meet with Dalamud? The realm on high being the Riven Road. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy they worked on this, and 10 years later concluded some of it without any plot issues, yeah. In the name of House Darnus, I shall bring wisdom of ancient Alag to bear, and make ready a feast in honor of the divine. Bear witness as the curtains rise upon new creation. My god, there's so much waffle in his dialogue. So much waffle. Just unending waffle. Alright, there you have it. Okay, that's the missing chunk. And you, foolish adventurer, you will die. That's the missing chunk that we never grabbed from the story before. So, let's get back in game now. We should be able to hear it as well. There we go. Oh, I get actual nice warm feelings of nostalgia there, hearing the The Rising Stones Waking Sand music. This might be it, guys. This might be the last time we go to the Waking Sands here. Oh, it does look good, doesn't it? Oh, it's good to be back. We had all the Godspawn stuff, and all the 1.0 stuff, and Tremor's back. Do you know what? I feel like I'm slightly losing my grip on what my skills were using. It's only been a couple of weeks. But there it is. Alright, so remember, that's not the same Casham, is it? Casham Novum? No, that's Casham Marum. Oh man, I feel good coming back here. So we want to speak to Urianger here, who's been living in the Waking Sands. Technically should be missing and all that, right? Technically we shouldn't be here, but they've left it open so that players like me, who have missed certain quests, can go back and do them. The only quests he offers now for me are the extremes, which we have done and covered. We just did them on Macon, if you remember. That's so funny. I just left-clicked him twice to speak to him, because that was the bind in 1.0. No, we want to do right-click, and I have to manually do the lock-on now as well. Is the camera better? It is better. I think it's because they mess with the FOV as well in 1.0, and they don't tweak the FOV on the lock-on in this one. Okay, so what we're going to do is this here, Primal Awakening. Remember, we hear a dragon roar over at Silvertear Lake. 2 weeks after the release of 2.0, we get this quest, Primal Awakening. Urianger would speak with me regarding the unidentified Primal. This storyline is going to have 2 Primals in it. I do like... I've only ever played this the once, and I only have vague memories of it. Oh, wait, did I do it twice? I can't remember. When the Cenary Moon, Dalamud, did wane, there sounded a blood-curdling roar. A new Primal had roused. The portents gave us to believe, one whose identity yet lieth beyond our ken. By thy hand, 3 Primals have since been vanquished. At this point in the timeline, it's before... You know, this is before even 2.1, right? So all we've killed is Garuda, Ifrit, Titan. 3 Primals have since been vanquished. As each returned to the Aether, 'twas observed that tremors foreshadowing this 4th grew in strength and frequency both. The being doth quicken, and in time it shall become a scourge upon the land. Even as we pondered a course of action, a benevolent soul did arise, one who would forestall this threat. Though she be tender in years, she is true of heart and steadfast of resolve. Really? So some benevolent soul is going to try and deal with this issue? Who could that be? She would solicit thine aid, if thou art willing to proffer it. Lest thou wonder, this maiden is of our order. Thus did the antecedent straightways consent that thou shouldst assist her, however thou mayest. As soon as thou art able, hie thee to Wineport, where thy petitioner doth await thee even now. Thou shalt for a certainty find her visage strikingly familiar. So a new character is coming to the story here. They'll look similar to someone we already know? Who on earth could that be? Well, let's go have a look. Off to... Wineport's a weird place to start off. This is also where Flamin came into the story after a long absence. Yeah, so... Bahamut, by the way. So you saw there in 1.0 you didn't actually fight Bahamut. Bahamut is fucking massive. Bahamut is actually Elder Dragon scale. When I was looking to make the thumbnail for this video today, I was like googling around for a good picture of Bahamut. I couldn't find one in the end, so I just took a screen cap from the CGI cutscene and tried to sharpen it. It's not very good, to be honest. But I did find a fan art. I'm not going to use a fan art in my stuff, you know. In my thumbnail without their permission or whatever. But someone did a fan art where they... You know how in Guild Wars 2 you've got Primordus's head and people looked at it and you can extrapolate the full size like that Shaman did that amazing thing about it? People have done that for Bahamut in this game. And so there's a fan art of Bahamut flying over the Costa del Sol. And it's just epic. It just takes the entire horizon. You got to remember, this is a Primal encaptured by a moon. A fucking moon. It's big. It's very cool. It's very Elder Dragon-y. And I love this idea that it's an Elder Primal. It's not just a Primal, it's an Elder one. The only other thing described as an Elder Primal is Odin, who is just a sword, which is very cool as well. But here we go. So look, we come over here. Who is this? Do you know what? 2.0 ain't bad, is it? I just have this weird impression in my mind that it's all flat hills everywhere, but it's so not. Very nice. Let's see here. So, look at this. It's Alisaie, of course. So, finally... I mean, when did we last see Alisaie? Right at the start of 2.0? And I think this is mad as well, and this is so cool. I just did that whole talk about Papalimo and Ida. Alisaie, for me, as well, was a similar thing, where she appeared for a couple of seconds in 2.0. And if you skip the Bahamut storyline, which you may well do, if you skip it, you're not going to see her again for ages. And it's like, it's the same thing. It's like, what the hell, man? Like, it's just crazy. I remember there's that scene with Alphino and Alisaie in the crowd, as you're in the crowds, I should say, as you're listening to everyone speak. And I remember I got to like mid Stormblood or something, and I was like, holy shit, I can't believe this is the same character. Anyway, looks just like Alphino here, but I think the fringe is going left or something. I don't know. I think the earrings on the other ear. They do wear different outfits and stuff over time, and they'll be more distinct from one another. But let me just say, guys, this is one of the main members of the cast of the game. This is a big character. It's been a while, adventurer. As I recall, my brother Alphino took the liberty of introducing us when we first met, and last we met. But for the sake of proprietary, Alisaie Levieux, I thank you for coming. I've heard much and more of your exploits. By your hand, the Black Wolf is slain, and his ultimate weapon destroyed. You're possessed of great strength and courage. That much is plain. I shall have need of one such as you if I'm to see my mission through to its conclusion. So you might be wondering to yourself, what kind of character does she have? So we nod at her. She says, as you may be aware, the violence of Dalamud's fall changed not only the face of the realm, but also the base of the realm. Specifically, it played havoc with etheric currents, creating vast confluences of aether below the surface. Among other phenomena, this led to the formation of subterranean caverns at key points of stress. One such cavern lies beneath Castrum Oxidans and extends to only God knows where. Despite appearances, Castrum Oxidans is as much a research facility as it is a fortress. Gaius van Baelsar chose the site for no other reason than to probe the caverns without interference. As you went about vanquishing the returned primals, I observed a repeating wave pattern in the aether, corresponding exactly to the dates on which you were reported to have felled Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda. Upon closer examination, it's become clear that these unique waveforms emanated from deep beneath the aforementioned stronghold. Crucially, I recorded the same pattern during recent celebrations, and have since been given to understand that this phenomena bears a disquietingly similar one to one observed shortly prior to the calamity. Uh-oh. And as the sun sets as she speaks about this scary stuff. 5 years ago, my grandfather invoked the power of the 12, that he might contain Bahamut. Alas, his efforts failed, and he vanished, together with his foe. I would know the truth of what happened that day, of grandfather's fate, and of the metamorphosis that swept across the land. Now, this is great, right? 2.0 launched, and it kind of hand-waved so much of the transition from 1.0 to ARR, and they're like, no, we got you. We'll explain this in the raid story. And it's big main story stuff, you know. And remember, 2.0 basically is just aping World of Warcraft in so many fucking ways. And WoW does big main stuff in its raids, and well, here we are again. In casting light upon these mysteries, we will find a way to cure what ails this world. It is my belief that the answers I seek lie hidden within the depths of the cavern. I would have you accompany me on an expedition to find them, Tremor. And Tremor's thinking, is this really relevant to me? And he's thinking, what was my name before? Was it Podley something? Podmore? If truth be told, I'm not wont to rely upon others, and have thus far handled matters alone. Yeah, she's much more of a lone wolf. Yeah, I'm not blind to my limitations. Unescorted, I can't hope to succeed in this endeavour. I swore that I'd find a way to restore peace to Eorzea. If you desire the self-same, then aid me, as you aided my brother and the Scions. I resent that somewhat. I did everything. I'm in your debt. You're a man of action, and I sense that we'll accomplish much together. But let us not waste any more time. As I mentioned, Castrum Oxidans straddles the cavern I wish to explore. If I'm to have a hope of reaching it alive, I'll need you to infiltrate the stronghold first and locate a path into the depths. Once you have done so, pray report your success to Storm Private Jabroka. You may consider her my assistant here in Wineport. I have every faith that you will not fail me. 12, speed you on your way, Tremor. So this is the first raid they ever did. The format is slightly different to the later ones. The format usually for a raid is you get the first one very shortly after launch, and what it is it's 4 encounters. You do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it goes away. That you have like 2.1, and then there'll be like 0.2, and it will come back. It basically leapfrogs with the Alliance raids. It goes Crystal Tower, Coils, Crystal Tower, Coils, Crystal Tower, Coils. And it's usually in batches of 4. But for this first one, it's a bit different. And first of all, we're not going to do this all in... Like, you unlock them all 4 at once instead of doing them in sequence. And some of them are like weird jumping puzzly things. They're not just fights. They're like actual like mini dungeons. It is a bit different. Oh, okay, we're going all the way over there. This is also really hard. So in the future, what they do... I'm not going to fly, I'm going to walk. Like, for example, the crystals here. Since the 7.1 patch, these all look a lot softer. They probably look better. These crystals looked a bit ugly and weird, I think, to be honest. They looked very dated, so I understand why they've changed them. I guess that it's more about them being emissive than anything else at this point now. But yeah, so this is also a lot harder. They never had like an idea of difficulty. So you know how the trials, you have a trial and then you have an extreme? Ultimately with raids in this game, you have a raid and then a savage. And savage is the really, really hard one. And they don't... The base one isn't too bad. But they never really had a concept of a savage for this originally. So these are like really tough. They're kind of almost... They're like between extreme and savage. So, just another way to phrase that. This is going to be harder than the extremes we were doing. Now, in the last video, I was saying to you guys... Oh my god, this is very loud, isn't it? Let's turn that down a bit. In the last video, I was saying to you guys... it's really weird to be playing and actually fighting again here. Oh god, is my thing's still not running? My turbo thing's still not running. It's been ages since the patch. Oh god, I didn't realise that. Well, my gameplay will be a bit shoddy here, probably. Oh Jesus, I've completely talked myself off of what I was going to say. So basically, this is really hard. So, oh yeah, so in the last video, I said that it would be fine. We just won't min-eye level. We'll just sync it. I think it's going to be too hard for that, even. So, I think we're going to be unsyncing this, guys. There's a lot of fights. There's a lot to do. And they are challenging. If you want to see me do it synced, I did it already on the Twitch run. Just go to WoodenPotatoes 2, find the playlist, and it's there. Okay, so where's Jabroka? We're in the Castrum. This is funny, actually. I don't remember ever really coming to Castrum Oxidants. So the gate's locked. Is there a bit of a story about us getting through that gate? So I'll play with you guys. Whoever's here, we can do it together. Obviously, Tremor's only about level 50, so I'm not going to be too power crept for it. But, you know, unsynced, we might have to be a little bit careful. What I'd like to do, guys, is do it unsynced, but in a way that we don't totally one-shot the boss. That might be quite nice. Because if we try to do it, like, completely synced and stuff, this is going to become, like, ages and ages and ages. And one of the fights in particular, Twintania, was brutal and took so fucking long last time. It's unreal. So, yeah. So, this person says, I've been expecting you, Tremor. By your coming, I take it you've successfully located the cavern entrance. Yeah, I saw there was a gate and a way down. So, that's where it's to be found. Marvellous. Oh, but allow me to properly introduce myself. Jabroka is my name, and it's my honour to serve Lady Alisaie. Though, for reasons of convenience or presence, I also serve the Maelstrom. This uniform accords me certain privileges, you see. In particular, ready access to the Maelstrom's regional scouting reports. They provide a wealth of local knowledge, including information on secret passages. But enough about me. I shall notify Lady Alisaie of your discovery, that she may prepare for the expedition. Though I don't doubt your abilities, none can say what dangers lurk beneath the Castrum. For my lady's sake, as well as your own, please spare neither preparation nor caution. Pray choose your companions well. That's a bit of a weird moment, really, there. Why don't we just enter it from the Castrum? Right, so the Binding Coil of Bahamut now accessible. Normally, I'll repeat myself, normally you would do the first, then the second, then the third, then the fourth. For this, there's 5, and you get them all at once. But the idea is that you do them in order. So now that I have it unlocked, what I'll do is I'll open the party finder. And we now have the raids section available. And indeed as well, I think, oh yeah, and eventually we'll be able to do these daily as well. Yeah, so since these are weird with the difficulty, they're like a bit too tough. These actually you can't even matchmake onto. They won't roll on the dailies. They're kind of very rare, weird content. The only time I ended up ever running these, like, regularly is when like, they do that Moogle Stone event, and, like, sometimes one of these comes up for the Moogle Stones, and you can farm them. But, yeah, so I'm going to do them in order here. Turn 1, I'm going to type Spud. and I'm going to recruit members. And we'll play this on Archer, I guess. And any of you guys can join. I don't know whether we'll get a full team. We don't necessarily even need a full team because we're going to do it unsynced. But yeah, the more the merrier. And we'll just see how this goes. But yeah, so raids are available now. Oh, raids were available anyway because of the Alliance raids, I guess. But here, so check this out. The Binding Coil of Bahamut. Oh, my item level is not high enough, apparently. Let's equip recommended gear. Now it is. Situated upon Vilbrand. So, yeah, so there's random entrances all over the place. So this is... We're not on Vilbrand at the moment. I guess there's an entrance... Oh, no, we are on Vilbrand. Never mind. Oh, this is just like the main... Are there teleporters down there? I don't know. Situated upon Vilbrand, Castrum Oxidens is more akin to a research facility than a fortress. Even before its first pillar was driven into the ground, Legatus Gaius van Belsar had ordered his people to probe the fragment of Dalamud, which fell at that precise location. The impact resulted in the creation of vast caverns, pervaded by corrupted crystals. Though unknown dangers lie in wait within, you must brave them all if you're to learn the truth of the calamity. So, yeah, there you go. So it's the same format. It's 2 tanks, 2 healers, 4 DPS. And it's kind of got a weird dungeony vibe, almost. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up here. I'm going to say unsynced, unrestricted party. I'm going to confirm it. And then we'll go in. So we have a healer, a tank, and 2 DPS. So let's just see how this goes, shall we? And again, as this goes along, anyone's welcome to join. Wait, why didn't that work? There we go. You know, and the party can fill up, hopefully, as we go through. Because we've got these 5, and then the next patch is another 4, and then the next patch is another 4. So in total, there's 13 of these to do. They're fairly short, generally speaking. I don't know what level we all are. I mean, this is the thing where unsynced players, I think, can one-shot the boss. Well, let's try to avoid it if we can. But if we can't, you know, it is what it is. Imperial Exploratory Site 2237 Yalms. Oh yeah, you get deeper and deeper down. It's like the Via Infinito or something. The music in here is really cool and really weird, and you don't often hear elsewhere in the game. I love this stuff. Yeah, so hello team. It's good to see you all. So look at this elevator. This is kind of reused from Praetorium, I guess. A lot of these places I don't remember, and it's kind of always fascinating for me when I come back to this place. This one in particular I have done semi-recently, because Fashion Report asked me to come here and kill some stuff. This is your lowest level class. Okay, so we got level 56, level 67, level 50, and a level 70. We might have a reasonably balanced boss fight here then, actually. So here's Alisaie. The scars left by the calamity, she says. I can scarce breathe for the surfeit of the aether. Tell me, have you ever seen corrupted crystals such as these? Such crystals manifested across the realm when the course of the great river of aether was irrevocably altered 5 years ago. Behold one of the objects that caused that alteration, a fragment of the lesser moon, Dalamud. Ancient Alag created Dalamud, or Meteor to use the Garlean name, to serve as a celestial prison for Bahamut. Its fall inflicted grievous wounds upon the land, wounds that have yet to heal, as is evident from the corrupted crystals. Oh man, yeah, the music. So yeah, the Allegan, this is the first one of these we've seen, right? These like Allegan computer sphere things. You get one as like an ally later in the story, if I remember. Amazing! Dalamud's internal defenses are still function in spite of everything. A testament to the ingenuity of the Allegans. The Garleans seek to appropriate their advanced technology, I'm certain of it. Yeah, because they were lords of Magitech before any of us. We're about to come face to face with the secrets that have long lain buried within the sands of time. Great dangers may lie beyond, but we have come too far to turn back. The truth of the calamity is within reach. There's a lot for this story to go into, honestly. I wonder how quickly they get into it. They must hit the ground running, surely. So yeah, this first one is, I think you fight a few different random mobs here. So this is the ADS. I guess these are like door bosses or whatever they call them. Like, they'll teach you like a few random... Oh, I've got to remember how to play this goddamn thing. Like a few different mechanics. Oh god, I'm paralyzed. Well, that was it. Oh god, that's on 1, not tilde. Okay. Well, that's an interrupt if I can get it. Nope. Not quite. Repelling cannons. Oh, that felt pretty good, to be honest, guys. Have we managed to find a way to be, like, super balanced in the pacing of these fights? Which would be so cool. I mean, maybe I speak too soon. But yeah, look at this. Look at these places, man. I love this. I think You-Know-Who shows up in T1 and later in T4 to 5. Yeah, there is a bit of a thing, like, a bit of a tremor thing. You know, in X2, in the Via Infinito, you keep seeing, like, a ghost, and it keeps going deeper and deeper. That's tremor. The actual tremor. A similar thing happens here, I think. And as you get deeper, it keeps giving you that pop-up of how many Yalms below the surface you are. It's very cool. God's preserve. You look at this huge cavern. Dark... Oh, and there's wings. Oh, yeah, this is badass. Dark wings that would engulf the very heavens. These could only belong to Bahamut, the Primal who laid Eorzea to waste 5 years ago. At Cartano, my grandfather sought to imprison Bahamut anew by invoking the power of the 12. Alas, the Dreadworm proved too powerful, and he soon broke free of his confines. So remember in the CGI cutscene, there's that moment, all the, like, etheric spears or whatever surround Bahamut and, like, try to, like, do something to him, but they break? Yet, instead of resuming the destruction he'd begun, Bahamut vanished. Whitherto no one knew until this day. Like, there's so much happening in that cutscene that is perfectly accurate. But I do not understand, if Bahamut's truly a Primal, how is it that he retains his physical form? Yeah, when we defeat the other Primals, they go away, guys. Right? They need prayer and Aether. Alisaie says, did grandfather defeat him? Or is there some other explanation? You'll notice they're doing lots of cutscenes within the fight, the instances here as well. They stopped doing this in the later wings too. We must press on if we are to learn the truth. I guess turn 1 is like they're just kind of giving us a recap on what's going on. Speaking of a ghost, what was that, guys? Did you see something, Alisaie? What was that? Ooh. Okay, so further in we go. I think we get an actual boss here. I love that we got a perfectly balanced party here, guys. This is fucking awesome. Dark Matter Mantis. Yeah, and like trash mobs and stuff. You see how this kind of feels dungeony, right, almost? I love how the music, like, ramps up when you're in the fight. When I was looking into audio modding this game, it's actually really complicated setting up the audio files and having things set up properly because of this dynamic, you know, tweaking of the music as combat starts and goes away. Like, you have to do quite a lot. I learned a lot of weird things about Audacity and features that I've never used before, just in the implementation of this stuff. But this is so cool. The dun, 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 and it's like, I don't know, a different instrument or something. Ah, AoEs. Will I try PoE 2 early access? I will, yeah. What makes you ask that if you don't know the answer to that question? I am going to try it. Depending on how this goes today. So I started today's video here saying I don't know whether this is the end. I don't know whether we should try and do this all in one today, or we should split it across 2, which is what we did for the Crystal Tower. It just depends how we feel. Once we're going to see how it goes. I don't know how long the fights will take. I don't know how long it's kind of up in the air. So either I'll spend 2 days on this, or we're going to finish it here today. We're going to get the whole story right here in this video. It just depends on the pace of this. Anyway, once this is done, I'm going straight over to PoE, which releases tomorrow, by the way. So it'd be nice to get this done in one day, because, you know, we could play PoE on release day. However, PoE on release might be laggy, and I'm not going to compromise this series. I'm not going to rush this out and, you know, disappoint people who are watching for Final Fantasy. I don't want to disappoint anyone. I really don't. So I'm going to give this the time it needs. But yeah, it will. So basically, to put a point on that, either tomorrow or the day after. And I'm really excited about it. It should be cool. Do you know what it is? It's playing playing FF14, and playing Guild Wars 2. Both games where the buildcraft is totally unappetizing to me now. I mean, this game doesn't even have buildcraft, let's be honest. There's no buildcraft in 14. It's not a thing. It's all, you know, you can pick a class and stuff, but it's all very defined. What you build, what gear you give it. There's no choice selection at any level, really. And even the order you press the buttons, it's all defined for you already. And they get a brilliant game out of it, and, you know, they get really cool boss fights, and it pays off in a brilliant way, right? There's massive victories from that. But this is not a buildcraft game. It's just not. And Guild Wars, for its own reasons, the buildcraft sucks to me now. But, so I've got this is the majority of what I'm playing at the moment, and I think it's just given me this epic itch to play a buildcraft RPG. So PoE 2, you know, it's coming out at the perfect time. Like, I watched that promotional video for that, and it just looked so exciting, guys. I think I'm going to play a witch and turn it into a blood mage. Or I might play... Do they have, like, an elementally thing, don't they? Right, there we go. So, mapping the realm. You never know, though. As I go along, I might... It all depends. I mean, I'm not going to lock myself into anything. I'm going to play along and get advice from you guys in chat and... you know, just play and see what we think, and I'll pick whatever ascendancy sounds fun. I think it'll be really cool. 14 is well balanced thanks to the lack of customization, but you do sometimes miss it. Yeah, but I just think you look for it in other games. That's what I think. I wouldn't ever argue actually that they shoehorn buildcraft into 14. I think it would be a bad idea, honestly. And it's an easy thing to say, to suppose. But to actually do is a whole other world, you know. Whip back. So he has like a cone behind him. Holy shit, did you see that? So this thing's called the Cordicus. I think our level 70 player cast one spell there and fucking nuked it. Did you see that? That's amazing. Okay, so now he's split into two. There's an alliance raid with two snakes. I think you're supposed to pull them apart, because they buff one another, and you're supposed to have two tanks, right? Oh shit, what's going on with the platforms? Don't stand on the platforms that are breaking, I guess. It's funny, I've got videos of doing these synced, but I have no memory of it. None. I don't remember this fight. That was cool. Stormweaver seems crazy OP with the skill you get from the Ascendancy. See, I haven't looked that deeply into that stuff. Stormweaver, is that one of the Ascendancies? Right, yeah, so loot, you get these. These are Aether Stones. Basically, you don't want to collect any of these. Pass on them as quickly as possible, because people are going to, you know, leave, and then they'll get saddled in your inventory. Maybe there's something to collect? I don't know, guys. You'll stick to just healing? Just, you can control the pace. I mean, really, it's fine. It's like with dancing, you know? You lead, I'll follow. Whatever you think has given us a good demonstration of the mechanics, I'll take it. Guys, can I just say, if anyone else wants to play with me, or us, I should say, throw me a whisper in-game. Because otherwise, I'll just go through each turn. So, in the later raids, the storylines get very long, because between each thing, you get a bunch of storyline. Like if you remember my coverage 3 years ago, you know, like when we did the Omega stuff and when we did, I mean, you know, whatever the storylines were, you know, there was a lot of stuff. Here we just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the storyline's kind of integrated into the middle of them. But yeah. All right, so next area at the depth of 912. So hold on, the first one, it didn't tell us the depth. But we're now at 912. We find our path blocked by Dalamud's internal defenses. Born of advanced Allagan science, these spherical constructs are still fully functional, even after eras in existence, and will seek to annihilate all intruders or be destroyed in an attempt. That's very Horizon Zero Dawn to me. Someone's running here. Is that because they want an invite? No, no, no. That's very Horizon Zero Dawn to me. You know, so much tech, it still works. And they kind of talk about it a little bit, but mostly handwave it. Horizon's crazy. They, you know, like, the end of the world in Horizon is in, like, the 2060s. And they have really advanced technology. Like, I don't imagine in 30-ish years we're going to have the kind of shit that Horizon thinks we'd have, you know. Where there's huge industries of asteroid mining and holographic stuff and all this kind of like, genuinely crazy tech that they have. Who knows, though? 30 years? Stuff can happen, I guess. Yeah, and anyone can join. This isn't going to be hard. This is going to be a tour of this stuff. Only turn 5. Yeah, there is a fight, actually, that's really hard, even unsynced on this. It's a really cool fight as well. I'm not double weaving here because I'm not even single weaving apparently sometimes. I hate that in this game I have to do that. I have to really spam the button to get it to trigger. That's why I like the turbo thing from the reaction add-on. Can we get that? We did. I hate all the little clicky noises as well. So yeah, this one here, I think this is the one that people farm for Mogstones. Pretty sure it is. This is basically kill a bunch of these spheres. So this door opens over here. And a couple of years ago, I spammed the hell out of this. This is how I got all my mount speed. I farmed Mogstones for this, and you could trade them for mount speed. And this was how I did it, how I got all the stars on Macon. And I got really good at this as well. Like, I knew what every skill it was that they would use, interrupt the right skill. I knew how to drag them into the right corner to, like, get out of it as quickly as possible. I think the farms for this were, like, something like 5 minutes was a good time. Like, you end up fighting, like, multiple in a second. One of these doors opens. I think it's this one over here, actually, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe you get a choice of where to go. Oh, this is the one that I used to go down. I don't know. I don't know where that goes over there. Looks like it's your choice, guys. I'll follow the tank. I'll pelote in him. Or what was it called? Swift Song? That should be called Swift Song again. So you can see we got the purple line there, like we're walking into a boss room. Even though it's not like a big boss. Yeah, repelling cannons, that's like an arm's length moment. You want to arm's length that thing. And I'll try to get as many interjects as I can here. So cool being range DPS, right? Just run around doing whatever you want. Go wherever you like. Yeah, so I don't know too much about what the original 2.0 experience was like raiding this. If anyone at any point has any thoughts about that, let me know. I do know that the combat used to be a lot more like 1.0 at this point when it came out. When people were originally doing this, they still had TP to deal with. They still had like elemental, you know, attributes to deal with. A lot of that stuff was still in the game. I also happen to know that like these potent poisoning potions that I've got, these, everyone would use these to squeeze out extra damage. And one of the classes, I don't know which one it was, but they had like a thing that extended the dot, and it worked on the poison. So everyone would use a potent poisoning potion to stack a shit ton on there, and then one of the classes could make it longer. Again, this was when there was a bit more buildcraft in FF14. Aside from that, I really don't know much about what it used to be like to play this. You know, like, holding aggro was a much more complicated thing. We saw in 1.0 that monks... Did that interject not go through? We saw in 1.0 that monks had, like, a taunt. I think stance dancing and stuff was much more important. It's all just simplified way, way, way down now. And most of it's been applauded by the community, those simplifications. Was it Summoner when it was a dot class? It could have been. I don't know which one it was. But I know that the potent poisoning potion is still good to this day. It genuinely is. And whenever you look it up, if you read a bit about it, how to craft it, whatever on Reddit, people will drop that trivia all the time about how it was a big raiding thing back in the day. When I played this 2 years ago with you guys, and we were doing this synced, the only fight I remember being really hard was Twintania. We spent ages on it, and I didn't particularly enjoy making that video, to be honest. I don't remember it in a positive way. Because the thing is with me, I'm so antisocial, right? Like, I'm happy to type to people. I'm social as far as typing's concerned, but I don't really like getting in Discord and stuff. I've never really streamed, like, voice comms on Discord or whatever. I mean, with the Godspawn patch, we did that in Spud. Last weekend, it was a lot of fun. We played the new raid all together, and that was very cool. But, like, streaming, I've never streamed, you know, with a bunch of random strangers in the Discord and stuff. So we were fighting Twitania, but we were, like, progging it in chat. And it was really hard. It was much harder than I expected. It's not that I'm against experiences like that. I just don't think it was a good video to watch. Especially as a VOD. It didn't have, like, chapter timestamps to improve it and stuff. Like, I feel really good about this series because, I mean, Corey, honestly, massive shout out to Corey, who's been helping with all these timestamps. I think that, I don't know, people probably look at it and they see, like, really long, you know, it's how many hours playing through this whole thing? It's so long if you want to watch this as a project. But the truth is, you can just click any video you like and just skip around with the chapters. I think it's cool. So, you know, I'm not totally against progging Twintania and stuff again. Anyway, the project I did 2 years ago, we just quit. We did the first wing synced and all the other ones unsynced. I'm pretty sure that's how it went. Which is a shame in some ways, because the fights towards the end, oh my god. Right, in turn 3. You guys are going to see them right here. The cinematics are just so cool. So yeah, this guy, I don't know, just avoid the AoEs, I guess. I think there's a weird, like, blue telegraph or something in this, which tells you you're being targeted by something. I think there's, like, a bouncing bomb mechanic or something where, like, people have to pass it to each other. Isn't that right? You get, like, a debuff and you've got to, like, stand next to someone to give it to someone else before it blows up. And you're basically playing, like, hot potato. Right? That's totally a thing. Anyway, check it out. This guy has haste. He's got damage up. I don't know where he's got all these buffs from. And there we go. Down he goes. It was something like 6 hours in Twintania. Was it, Kazdim? Were you there on that day? See, I don't remember how long it was, but it was really long. It was really, really, really long. And it was like, it was a video much like this, where, you know, we were playing the whole story and doing the whole thing. And I wasn't expecting that massive time sink coming out of nowhere. And it just felt a bit ugly in that way. I think last time we split this over 3 episodes, to be honest. Well, there you go. So that's turn 2 done. And we go deeper down, and I guess the idea, guys, is you hit the terminal, and it's actually teleporting you lower down. I think that's the idea. But what actually happens is we leave in order to proc the next one. So I'm just going to throw us straight into turn 3 now. Again, if people want to join, you're more than welcome to. Just throw me a whisper. At the depth of 1,233. So we were at, what, 700 before? 900. At 1,233, our party comes upon the fragment of Dalamud the Guardians had sought. Its true identity is the Ragnarok, a colossal starship which fell away from the Lesser Moon moments before Bahamut burst free of his prison over the Cartano Flats. To reach your destination, you must venture through this relic of ancient Alag. Stay ever on your guard, for every shadow may conceal dangers. That's cool. The Ragnarok's the name of the airship in 8. So are those sword things, are they starships? Is that the idea? And in Dawn Trail, is there a city built on one? Is that the thing? I don't know what I guess we'll see as we play along. Oh, we guys removed the yeah, Allagan Rot, that's it. Yeah, we removed it with one of the ADS nodes we killed. Allagan Rot makes the boss super fun, and when you're doing T2 synced, you give the boss haste if you decide to remove it. I see. So in that farm, we were just killing it quick by leaving the Allagan Rot on, I guess, right? The Ragnarok. This is cool, right? Are we getting a video of the Godspawn raid? I'm really iffy on it. I was basically recording it, but just not feeling it at all. And look, if I'm not enjoying myself while I'm making it, I always feel like it's just shit to watch. I don't know. I might do it. I keep waking up thinking, oh, I'll do it today, and then putting it off, and then oh, I'll do it, and now I feel like we're leaving the window of where a first impressions on the raid would even be interesting. The thing is, I know I'll do the CMs later, so when we do the CMs... This is very cool. These jump pads are very Cloister of Trials-y, aren't they? This place is amazing, by the way. There's a thing later where you go beneath the Crystal Tower, and it feels a lot like this. Oh my god, here we go. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not too interested in that raid video. I still have the footage, but I'm not sure how much worth it really is. Like a patch review might be cool, but I'm just not doing stuff like that. I've put a lot of work in this week to other stuff that's just ended up not happening. But you'll see some of it when PoE starts. Oh, wow. Okay, there was a lot of lag there with that teleportation. Teleport. You do like the newer raid? I see, I think I'm just disappointed. Oh, we're tethered to this guy. Oh, it's cover. Oh, that's cool. I don't know. It's just... I think what puts me off of it, one is the gameplay's not great on my end. Oh, do I have to stand on that? There's two directions it can go, right? Oh my god. Oh. Whoa. I thought we were going to go up and then we ended up going down. Oh, that, okay, hold on. How does this work? Do we have to get the timing right with where the arrow is pointing? Or do you stand on the blue bit and it... Yeah, okay. Standing on the blue bits changes the direction of the arrow. No? Maybe? Yes? Oh god, we almost threw that guy in the wrong direction. Yeah, the gameplay's not great, but also the content, it's just... It's... There's only really one fight, guys. It's Decima, and that's it. And of the other two fights, I don't even really know the mechanics that well. So, because we just beat them so quick, and they're so... milk. So, I don't know. If the content had impressed me more, I think I would have had more enthusiasm to just throw it out quickly. So we hit this terminal, and it disables this barrier. Look how deep we're going. I love this place. So yeah, I think we stand on the blue. Maybe. I don't know. And down we go. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I had fun on the day. It was lots of fun playing on Discord with you guys. It was very cool, and I'd love to do more of it. It was cool. There's a lot of stuff that I'm just not feeling as far as Guild Wars 2 content's concerned anymore. I'm just not. Look, we could get in a huge discussion as to why that is and what that is. But, you know, the truth is just the love's not there for a lot of things. And I'm very confident I know the reasons why for a lot of it, but yeah. I feel like we should turn the music up here a bit, by the way, because again, it's cool in here and it's very quiet. Or rather, the out of combat is quiet, and when it goes in combat, it's very loud again suddenly. Yeah, exactly. It's not anyone's fault. It's not anyone's fault that I played with. Or it's just like Febe. It's a fight designed for the LCM and tuned way down in normal mode, so you can ignore the mechanics. Yeah. It feels like a strike mission. Two of the bosses, both Greer and Ura, they just feel like really minor strike missions. Jesus, we go so deep down on this. How low have we gone? It would be cool if there was a bit on the UI that was showing like how many Yalms down you were, and it kept dropping as we went. This is mad. You go so low in this turn. There's another silent terminal here. So we're inside a crashed airship here, right? When they say airship, it's like we're in a big hollowed out Zeppelin, right? Like they really mean airship. There is a dungeon later in the game, I swear, guys, that's a lot like this. Oh my god, here we go. Look, there's still so much more to go. Dark matter slugs, by the way. I'm a sucker for dark matter. It's always so Final Fantasy to me. Dark matter seems really boring in this game, but, you know, I come from 10, where dark matter was like the end game crafting mat, and it was so difficult to get. It was such a pain in the ass. But it was cool, you know, for that reason. There's actually a really cool thing in 10 as well, which is that you can't easily farm dark matter from any, like, renewable enemy, like a random encounter or whatever. But there is one mob you can bribe to get dark matter from, but the only place it exists is after the point of no return. It's in that weird fever vision of Zanarkand where you run into the crystals. There's like basically a giant worm monster there, like a dark matter worm. And only in there can you bribe dark matter off of them. Like, the devs really knew what they were doing with the loot tables in that. Such a cool game. Such a cool game. That's another project I really want to do. I mentioned this a few episodes ago, guys. But that fan remake of 10. The 10 remake where they have like, so there's like a gameplay thing. I think, what is it, P Birdman's mod that's been out for a few years, but someone else made one that's really good. It like totally changes the combat and the mechanics. It just makes the game harder and more engaging, and not reliant on grind to like bypass fights. It just looks awesome. And, you know, playing that, but with, you know, some other tweaks, oh, it'd be so cool. I've had the itch to play that for ages, but we're so chock-a-block with other stuff. And I've kind of got this thing where I feel a bit iffy about redoing games that I've already done. You know, we should be moving forward, right? And it's like, we already did do a 10 playthrough, but oh my god, another one? I really want to play it. Just that detail of that Whacker's first overdrive in it is the auric reels, so you actually use auric reels. Just seems so cool. And it encourages you to look at so many more mechanics, and like the items you get are very limited, so what you customize onto what gear is like really important. And so it's got like that slightly roguelike-y feel to it. Which way do we want to go here? Left, I guess? Let's go left. I really want to play that. Plus I just missed the game and I love the game, and I haven't done a playthrough of it for a while now. I did do a playthrough semi-recently, maybe 2-3 years ago I did a playthrough. Basically, I was showing Kerry it. She wasn't that impressed. Because at the end of the day, it is a very convoluted game. And a lot of the like specifics of the story are like, they don't quite line up, or it feels a bit retconny or a bit broken. It's really, which is kind of what's beautiful about it. It's there for your interpretation. Some of the finer points of like making a final Aeon, and, you know, in what control is Jecht's Sin and all that. Like, it's deliberately left a bit vague in some ways, the Uyev and stuff, and it's kind of annoying. The Final Fantasy X subreddit is cool to indulge in the game a bit, but there's two things that really aggravate me about that community. One, it's people speaking very precisely and dogmatically. Oh, there's not even a boss at the end of this one. You just climb down. It's people speaking very precisely and dogmatically about facts about the story that are not facts. They're not. They talk like they declare truths about the story that are not truths. They're left to your interpretation, and that aggravates me. And another thing that aggravates me about the subreddit is 90% of the posts that make their way to my front page is people talking about the Chocobo minigame. You know, to get Tidus's Sun Sigil, you've got to do you've got to get a time of 0, avoiding the birds but getting the balloons, that minigame. It's just people talking about that relentlessly for years and years and years. It just doesn't stop. Most posts on that get any kind of traction is someone taking a screenshot of that and saying, I did it! That's it. And it's a bit tedious after a while, you know. I mean, it's not a big deal, but... Alright, that was turn 4. Sorry, turn 3. We got really deep down on the Ragnarok there. I'm not sure what mechanics there were really to look at there. But yeah, so just to talk about Binding Coil turn 3 a little bit. We get 5 releases, for 5 turns for this first release. But this one's kind of just people call it a jumping puzzle. It's not even that, really. But it's an explorative one without a boss. So they did 5, but 4 really, right? So it's just a bit weird and a bit non-standard. Anyway, we're at a depth of 1,524 now Employing the Ragnarok's drive cylinder as a makeshift lift, our party proceeds towards the main bridge. Yet we must work for every Yalm we gain, for Dalamud's internal defenses will not allow us to pass unmolested. I love that word, unmolested, when it's used in a raw form like that. But again, it's like taint, right? Like, I feel like people... these are words that people sort of pearl clutch and shy away from now due to other associations. Alright, where are we now then? And by the way, you'll probably get a real kick out of all this Allagan like technology and infrastructure and stuff everywhere. It ends up getting used quite a lot later in the game, but here, remember, it's very new and novel. Taint unmolested, oh god, yeah, let's use them together. There's a silent terminal over here. There is a thing we'll play in a second that is like much more of the maze. By the way, I'm surprised how little story there is here. I thought Alisaie would speak to us in each of these. But no, it's like bit of story, do all the content, and then a bit of story, I guess. Which, there's so much for them to explain, though. I guess it's all in turn 3, it's all in the second and third release. The warm taint. Oh, God. So this is an elevator, I guess. An elevator wing. Clockwork bugs, if you've watched my 12 Let's Play. Oh god, I do sound a bit like a Final Fantasy channel here, don't I? If you've watched my 12 Let's Play, you'll remember these things. The first boss is you're breaking out of Balfenheim. The big boss, and there's loads of these. They're called mimics in that game, though. But it's basically the exact same model. Or the same skeleton, let's say, at least. Let's get armies pay on up. You know what my favourite thing about playing this class is? AoE. AoE is really fun on this. The feeling of throwing wide volleys in and just dotting a shit ton of rain of deaths, it's cool. And I hope when we get to like level 60, 70 and stuff and we get a bunch of new skills and new class quests, they make the AoE continue to feel fun. And you know what's amazing to me, guys? We've done quite a lot of episodes now. We've spent like a good amount. I mean, this project started what? At the end of August? Here we are. It's December now. And we still only have 2 skill bars. But we're right at the end. I mean, the gameplay you're watching here, once we get into Heaven's Ward, it'll be 3 skill bars forevermore. So enjoy the 2.0 UI. This is about as clean as it will get. As I seaweed salad shift around. So we get this Clockwork Dreadnought recognized as well. Even from the Pixel games, they do Clockwork Dreadnoughts like this. Oh, you know what? That Allagan Rot, I probably could have cleansed with the Wondrous Paeon as well, right? What's this moon effect? Collective Unconscious. Oh my god, I've never really even looked at these. Wheel of Fortune? What is that? Is that Astro stuff? Must be, right? We have an Astro. That looks so cool as a... In fact, the UI icons look not bad there. They all look very consistent and stuff. They didn't update those in a recent patch, did they? Dun, 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 dun. Well, I don't think we're losing anything here. I'm perfectly happy to do this unsynced. This is about how it would feel with 8 people and just slightly slower. Fun fact, raiders often use this arena to practice positioning in ultimates. Do they? Oh, because it's a standard size circle or whatever and easy to get into? That's some cool trivia. Oh my god, wait, you can translate Yalms into kilometers? So 1,542 Yalms is 1.4 kilometers. You remember wrapping presents, the 6th playthrough? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that was over the... That was actually. I started that in December, didn't I? I did. That was going over December and then stopped in like mid-January, I think. That was over Christmas. See, that to me, that's mad that that's 2 years ago. That may as well have been this summer to me, in my mind. That really doesn't feel like it was long ago at all. A yarm is exactly a yard. Oh, I see. Is it really? Oh. Well, of course you can convert it then. All right, here we go, guys. This is the end of the first release. This is turn 5. Having overcome the seemingly endless... And this is a good boss. Overcome the seemingly endless waves of hostile constructs, you and your stalwart companions continue the descent into an unknown abyss. At the depth of 1,910 Yalms, you are assailed by a winged terror, an ancient dragon brought to heel by the Alligans and made to do their bidding. The trials grow ever more arduous, but you are resolved to press on for the sake of the truth. So you might think, Bahamut? No, it's not Bahamut. Bahamut is a dragon, though. And you might think, well, he's just a primal. Does it matter that he's a dragon? It does matter that he's a dragon. Bahamut has a really badass story, a really sad story, a really fucking just epic story. And it is a part of the dragon story, okay? So, Bahamut, well, I won't say too much, but, you know, when we're thinking about dragons as we move into Heavensward and Nidhogg and all this stuff, it is all related, and other dragons are a part of this story. You've showcased all 4 tanks? Oh, nice! I didn't even notice that. So this is the trial that, when I was doing this on the Twitch run, it suddenly was like, okay, 6 hours to do this one. It was rough, man. This is a well-known, difficult fight. And in fact, one of the... You know, I've been given my affiliate link... not affiliate link. New player recruitment code out, and I can get mounts. You can get this boss as a mount, I think, right? Alisaie says this is going rather more smoothly than I expected. It is indeed convenient to have a hero on hand. Are you going to be nicer than Alphino? Are you going to call me your minion or whatever it is? Your lackey? Gods, that the cavern should open up again, even at this depth. You know, I was reading earlier about the Amazon rainforest, right? There's a post going on at the moment. Did you guys know that the Amazon River has no bridges across it? No permanent bridges. No hard bridges. If you're going to cross it, it has to be by boat, you know, ferry, plane, whatever. And there's like a little, you know, little video explaining why. And one of the main reasons is because the banks of the Amazon River fluctuate massively, like by an order of kilometers and kilometers and like huge, just fucking vast distances that it swells. So to build a bridge, you'd have to account for all of that. But even if you do, now here's a weird thing that I heard about on QI years and years and years ago. The Amazon River has another river beneath it. Like there's an underground river, like way below the depths, and it's even bigger than the Amazon. It flows a lot slower, but there's just like this epic river underneath the Amazon. So even if you tried to build a bridge at the extent of the banks, when you drill down into the ground to try and lay some foundations or whatever, there's even more water and just the ground is completely unstable. It would just be like this ridiculous engineering challenge, and most of it's a sparsely populated place anyway. Or you can just have ferries just go across, which is really cool. Anyway, this idea of like these big underground caverns and big underground rivers. I mean, I don't even really know how that works, right? How is any of the land stable at all? How doesn't just it all fall into the... I don't know how it works, but that's what this big, another massive chasm beneath makes me think of. I think there's supposed to be another river in the sky above it too. Not a river in the traditional sense, but like the humidity is really, really high, and like there's just epic amounts of water vapor traveling across. It's just, you know, the rainforest is, you know, just... And there's another fact as well that like there's so much fresh water that comes out of it. It's like 4 times more water by volume than any other river on the planet. You know, it's across an entire continent, basically. There's so much fresh water that gets dumped into the ocean when it actually gets out to the sea. The sea all around there has way lower salinity than like anywhere else in the ocean. Like there's less salt there because it's just this epic river for like really far away. And I love the idea of like an ecosystem there of like creatures that evolved for this very precise balance of salt. Anyway, yeah. Ha! This resembles a finger! Sorry, guys. Yeah, we're clearly standing on Bahamut's hand right now. Which is so cool for an arena, right? This is the boss arena on one of his talons or whatever. And so it should! This is Bahamut's hand! Ooh, and we get some epic music here. As with the wings, it seems to be frozen. And for that, I count my blessings. But again, I find myself wondering, how is it able to retain physical form? I'd assumed that Bahamut's reversion to Aether was the cause of the widespread changes to the realm. But if he is still here, then that theory no longer holds. I like that idea, yeah. The Primal comes down, the body dissipates and becomes Aether, and all of a sudden all the crystals are corrupted. That makes sense, but his body hasn't dissipated. He's still here. So what is going on here, guys? What was it then that brought about the realm's sudden regeneration? There's still so much we do not know about Cartano. Yeah, and to be honest, I forget the finer details about this. I'm actually really enjoying myself right now because having just played 1.0 and having just played 2.0 and now this as well, I'll have the best grasp on the opening to this game's story than I've ever had. Like, I'll remember it all a year from now, it will become vague in my mind again, and I'll, will have forgotten finer details. But I'm about to be at a point where I really know the story, and I'm really, really happy with that. To, fully get it. Because it's such a convoluted opening. I mean, look at the episode 1 I did, right? Back in October. I haven't the slightest... Oh, sorry, we didn't start this in August. We started it in October, didn't we? I haven't the slightest inkling how deep these caverns run, but we must continue. Let's keep going. As long as we have supplies and provisions to get down there. Sorry about the huge weight there, guys. But yeah, I think you go onto the hand and the fights... Yeah, see, look, you get a boss arena. Except it's a purple ring that goes all the way around. Now, this is kind of weird. You don't see this much, I don't think. But we're going to get attacked by a lesser dragon on the hand of Bahamut. And it's not got a very amazing design, if I remember. This is the final boss of the first raid stuff they ever did, so this thing's hard. Here you go. This is Twitania. Is it Twintania or Twitania? Twintania. So let's just get in there and see how we do. This was really hard. And I'll tell you what was so difficult about it. I don't remember the ads. Holy shit, it's big, isn't it? Let's move the camera up so we can see. There you go. Oh, not that. It has a mechanic called dive bombs. I'm sure we'll see it in a minute. It'll probably kill me, to be honest. Those things are called the Scourge of Mericidia, by the way. Mericidia is the native land of the dragons. I don't think we know too much about it right now. It's to the south. It's another continent. So far, there's no expansions that have ever gone there, and I'm really excited to see them. It has this mechanic called dive bombs, where, it might be doing it to me here, with this triangle. No, that was just a fireball. I just got one shot. Basically, what it does is it flies in the air and bounces up and down on top of your team like a yo-yo. And you have to, I think it's starting now. You have to bait it. Oh, no. What's this green thing? Yeah, this is it. Yeah, it does knockbacks. And you need to, bait its position very precisely. Or you get one shot. And this is what we were struggling on. The whole team had to learn to stand together, bait the green, and then, step away. But where it was, snapshotting and stuff, it was just so hard. It was really precise positioning, and it was really janky as well. It wasn't even, fun. You know, this game, I'm telling you, has really good boss fights, even with the crazy snapshotting and stuff. They make fun mechanics. They have, actual puzzle solving. This was just, brutally painful. Extremely precise positioning asked of the entire team. And it was just, it was so hard. I don't even know, to be honest, on Ravana, Oceanic Ping, I don't even know if this would really be possible. I don't know what's going on here. Do we stand in these? I really don't know if it would be possible with the added lag. Neuralink. Oh, he's still doing it. Look, dive bombs. It's still happening. And one of us just died there. Oh, see, but see, it missed, right? That's the thing. You've got to, I don't remember how you solved this, but it was fucking brutal. There, see, I got hit and knocked into the ring on the edge, even though, really, I should have avoided that. That was me getting snapshotted badly. So I think for us doing it here, our tanky players that are a higher level can just stand in the middle, and they might be able to save us and res us. It didn't help that EU servers were located in Canada at the time of release. Oh my god, yeah, that sounds brutal. Yeah, so imagine all of that, but also with the original mechanics and difficulty and so on. I don't know when dive bombing stops. Oh my god, look at all these damage and regen effects we have. Mitigation effects. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, we've been given shake it off so we all have a little bit of a barrier on us. So yeah, that might be really interesting to watch, genuinely. After this video, or maybe if you're watching this as a VOD, maybe pause it, go check out my other channel, and you'll see, the clear run. You could just skip the 6 hours to the one where we kill it. It was really hard. Did we kill it? I hope we did. I don't think we quit in misery. That would suck if we did 6 hours and then we never managed to beat it. You know, I have fond memories in as much as, you know, that's a day. Any day that you remember is a good day, right? You know, I don't know how old you guys are or whatever, but when you reflect on a year and 200 out of the 365 days are just invisible to you, you know. That's a day that's not invisible. I remember that day. Well, there you go. The binds that tie. Yeah, thank you, Banjo. Other channel is WP2. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, well, I mentioned it earlier today, but yeah, it's good to have it in writing. There you go. The binding coil of Bahamut complete. So, what have we learned here? We had a brief glimpse of a strange character looking at us. We've learned that Bahamut is still underground. Don't forget, this all began with a roar, so, But he seems dead. So what was it that roared? Who knows? Well, I think the exit is over here, right? Yeah. So we continue along all the old Allagan machines. And actually, before I leave, what happens if we go all the way along this? Yeah. You don't know if you agree with that? There are some memories you'd rather not remember. I don't know. With enough time and enough perspective, it's a life lived, isn't it? I'll tell you a memory I'd like to forget. I'd like to forget ever watching Lost, so I can watch it all again and be disappointed. Well, we're not outside. Where the hell are we? Good job, Tremor. I miss you and your stretching. Let's get him to stretch, shall we? For old time's sake. Oh no, that's him nodding. I don't know. I could manually stretch. One of these is him. What the hell? Where are we? The silent terminal. It's very creepy and quiet here. When the main bridge, it says. Activate the lift. We have a bunch of story. Yeah, there should be there's loads of story. This is a long, long story. There's a lot that they get into. So, Alisaie, what do you think? Me with Arcane, I wish I could forget it all and watch it all over again. To be honest, right, my power of recall is getting so bad. I watched Season 1 of Arcane when it came out, what, like 3 years ago or something? Around the time we would have been doing this project, I guess. I watched Arcane, and I liked it. I thought some bits were a bit dry and a bit slow, and it felt like the writing was a bit shoddy in some bits. It had pacing issues. Specifically, a lot of the Heimerdinger stuff felt a bit, you know. But obviously, it was so stylish and beautiful and incredible. And I loved the show. Obviously, Season 2 just came out, so I've been watching it very slowly, and it's amazing. It is so good. Basically, I've been watching it while working out, and I've watched episode 1 and 2 now over the past couple of days, and wow, it's so good. But I've forgotten like so much of it. So you say you wish you could forget Arcane to watch again. I'm living that, genuinely. I'm rewatching it now and I'm like, oh, I don't remember this. I don't remember this. I don't remember this. Like, I only have the loosest of memories of my first time through. All I had was an impression of knowing I liked it. So, you know, it's good. The early onset dementia is, you know, is helping me out there a little bit. This contraption, is it used to control the saturation of aether? I suppose there's only one way to find out. Let's turn this up here. The dragon you vanquished earlier. Doubtless you noticed the peculiar contraption around its neck. Yeah, it seemed to have like an Allagan thing around its neck. It was likely a receptor of some description, used to enslave the creature. Ancient Allag possessed the means to control dragons, it would seem. The Ishgardians would kill for this knowledge, though to be sure, it could easily be used to bear against them. That's true, yeah, the Ishgardians would love this, right? I don't think we'll ever see any Ishgardians messing with Allagan stuff, though. That won't happen. An army of dragons could turn the tide of any battle, as the Garleans once learned to their sorrow. Over at Silvertear Lake, right? I would not be the least bit surprised if they now sought to exploit this power. Whatever their plans, this serves as another reminder of the might of the Allagans. One cannot help but wonder how so advanced a civilization came to fall. And so you'll notice here there were 2 stories going on, all about the Alligans here in 2.0. The Alliance Raid stuff was about the Alligans, and this is set largely about the Alligans as well, to a degree. Dalamud was one story, the Crystal Tower was the other story, and they both were being used to, you know, as we learned on the Crystal Tower already, it was about providing energy. Unlimited, infinite energy. That's what the Alligans had. They had this Primal trapped in a moon that delivered energy to the tower. And it was only when that all got, like, fucked up due to the void interfering that it created an earthquake and buried the tower. And ended their reign. Gods be good! Oh my god, I remember this. This is fucking epic, isn't it? Look at this. It's his head, guys. This is Bahamut's head! And there are machines doing things to it. So he is dead. Sort of. But he still exists. I mean, his head's been ripped off. And that enormous crystal, it pulsates as if it were a heart. Then the primal that had awakened was Bahamut all this time? No, no, no! This cannot be true! This would mean that grandfather died for naught! I remember this having a real impression on me first time I played this. Look at this fucking thing. Tremor, what do you think? Confound it, we do not know enough to strike at it now. We must withdraw. Who? Who is that? No. It can't be! Ah! Grandfather, is it truly you? He says something in the distance, but we don't get to hear. Louis Soir? It's funny how we do this coming out of 1.0. It feels so natural to see him, right? But if we hadn't done it coming out of 2.0, it would feel even more crazy to see him, because it's like, holy shit. No, don't leave me again. Please. Grandfather. All of this makes me so interested in their dad, by the way. It's such a cool story that they wrote, you know, that they like skip the middle generation. I hope I meet that guy in Endwalker and there's a lot of cool story about it. I'm so interested in that character. I know we heard a bit about it in one of the short stories. I know, we can do no more for now. I think this was when you first joined on the first playthrough? You didn't know any of the characters? Wow, man. That's crazy. I mean, my Twitch run was a bumpy intro. Because it just starts... It doesn't even start at the actual beginning of Heavensward. It starts like 2 quests in. And it's just me being a cynic about the game for ages. Ah, this is a cool place. He is a major Endwalker character. That's cool. I mean, I assume if we go to Charlie in an Endwalker, then he must be there, or at least an impression of him. Huh? But this looks like... Oh god, the Garleans still interfering. How do we come to be in Northern Thanalan, of all places? Oh, but such details matter little. Oh yeah, she's got red in her hair, obviously, as well. Grandfather's alive, Tremor! Bahamut did not defeat him! But why won't he return to us? I don't understand. This expedition has yielded more questions than it did answers. At any rate, we would both be better for a rest. Let us return to the Waking Sands and reflect upon what we've seen. Thanks, Tremor. Without you, none of this would have been possible. So there you go, guys. That's 1 out of 3. And that took us about an hour to do. I know that we're an hour 40 minutes in. All the audio in those cutscenes was so quiet. I know that it took us, you know, the episode's a bit longer. But to be honest, about an hour, that's fine. I think we can do all 3 in one episode, assuming they're all of roughly equivalent length. Right, let's pray return to the Waking Sands then, if I don't actually have a quest. I guess I don't. Off to Vesper Bay. Sort of like Blue and Gary in Pokemon. We know Oak and Gary, but we don't meet his dad. I guess, yeah, actually, I guess. I mean, that shows very weird about its continuity in the first place, so I wouldn't really... I feel like there's not the same emphasis as there is in this one. What is it with the character dads I want to see? Well, so much is made of... I mean, nothing is made of Alisaie and Alphanos, really. But Midas, they talk a lot about Midas. Hey, look, Alisaie's at the Waking Sands. I like the idea that I could just freeze the storyline here. And that would be it now. She'd just be here forever. I'm pleased to see you again. I've already shared the fruits of our expedition with Urianger. Let us together ponder their implications. Alisaie's pledge. Full glad am I for thy safe return. Lady Alisaie hath apprised me of thy many experiences. As thou wilt doubtless be aware, Master Louisoix was my lady's grandsire. Gravely concerned was I for her safety, but 'twould seem I need not have been so. With all my heart I do thank thee for watching over her. But come, thou must speak with Mistress Alisaie upon that which transpired within the Binding Coil. I like that when we play 1.0, we got an impression that Urianger and Louisoix did know each other reasonably well. May it serve to bring us closer to the truth of the calamity. What do you guys think? What's this all about? Because I don't really remember why we see Louisoix down here. Shall we begin then? Urianger... Oh, I kind of do. Urianger, I understand you have a report of your own to share with us? So I think we're now on 2.2, right? 2.1 had us go to Nero and start the Crystal Tower stuff. And 2.2 did this. 2.3 continued the Crystal Tower, and 2.4 finished this one. Aye, my lady. Even as thou didst emerge from the depths, an etheric disturbance betokening primal activity was observed. In Mordona it was marked first. By comparison of time and magnitude, we have since deduced its origin, the Carno Flats. Strange, she says. There have been no reports of primal activity in that region. It could only have been Bahamut. Could it? This would certainly explain how we came to be in northern Thanalan. Somehow the cavern took us all the way from Vilbrand to the heart of Aldernord. It would seem so, my lady. It's all but certain then, after Bahamut disappeared 5 years ago, he hid himself deep beneath Carno, and has since lain dormant, regenerating. Aye, my lady, taken together with thine own account of Bahamut's continued presence, the land's slowness to heal and the disorder of the etheric currents do point to one conclusion. Bahamut stirreth. If left unchecked, the Primal shall drink of Eorzea's life force, till he doth awaken to rain ruin upon the land. Rest assured, I do not mean to give him up, Tremor. Bahamut may still be alive, but so too does Grandfather. For the past 5 years, he's been keeping vigil over his nemesis. He's been making certain that the Primal does not escape. Master Louisoix doth yet live? I durst not hope. And thou art certain 'twas no more manifestation of... And thou art certain 'twas no mere manifestation of thine all too sorely felt grief? I know how desperate this may sound, Urianger, but I saw him with my own 2 eyes, as did Tremor. But he vanished deeper into the labyrinth before we had the chance to speak. 2 more like fragments of Dalamud pierced the earth when the lesser moon fell. One we have seen. If we can but find the other 2, I am certain that we will find Grandfather as well. If thou believest, my lady, then I too shall have faith. If it please you, I shall notify the Grand Companies of this development. All Eorzea must stand united if we're to avert a repeat of the calamity. That won't be necessary, Urianger. Being the great conciliator that he is, Alphino will seek to unite Eorzea of his own accord. If rumours are true, that endeavour is already well underway. Oh, the Crystal Braves. Alisaie has been keeping an eye on him. And let's remember as well, by the way, Alisaie is at the very start of 2.0, disappears, but at the very end of 2.55, the reason we get the wagon out of Uldar is because of her. She, from afar, sorts it out for you. So you don't see her, but you get a sense that she's around, even if you skip this story. So let us leave the diplomacy to the diplomat while we continue our investigation. I swear to you, no matter what it takes, I'll find my grandfather and uncover the whole truth of the calamity. Tremor, You have heard me swear to do these things, but without your strength I cannot do good on my word. The danger day is not past. For the sake of all who abide here, I pray that you will be our sword in the darkness. There we go. Oh, that's some cool trivia. FATE is an acronym of Full Active Time Events. Well, there you go. That's very Final Fantasy to create a convoluted initialism for something that doesn't need one. But okay. Alright, cool. So, what? I don't have a quest. Do I have it unlocked already? No. Urianger? Another turn in the coil. Here we are. A crystal-choked abyss lieth beneath the Cartano Flats, the unholy cradle of an elder primal, and by thy hand were truths great and terrible wrested from those once celestial depths. The once celestial depths, that's a great description, isn't it? Because obviously it was in space. Yet, as is oft the case, an answer doth breed a profusion of questions, and the unknown doth beckon with an irresistible allure. Never have the mysteries of the Red Moon lain so neatly within our grasp. Lady Alisaie hath sent word of her coming. 'Tis time once more to brave the precipice and leap, unflinching, into the jagged wound that doth gape beneath the land. Okay. Mine apologies. I trust I've not kept you waiting over long. Oh, hello, Alisaie. I guess this is the start of the patch. Tremor, I'm delighted and reassured to have you at my side once more. I would not waste your time with trivialities. Let us proceed directly to the discussion of that which we have learned, and that which we hope to learn anon. Initially, it was evidence of a new primal that led us to delve into the cavern beneath the castrum, and to explore the subterranean scars left in the fall of Dalamud. As you all well recall, what we found was a vast, largely intact fragment of the fallen satellite, and within the depths of that structure, we discovered not the new primal that we'd expected, but the broken form of Bahamut himself. Yet even this great revelation would soon be overshadowed by the appearance of my own dear grandfather. Urianger says, I've since shared our sundry findings with Rambros, preeminent scholar of the Sons of St. Koinuk. There you go, he's in the Crystal Tower story. And he, in turn, did kindly furnish me with his theory considering the Elder Primal's Allagan prison. Urianger says, 'twould seem that Dalamud was constructed to gather unto itself the rays of the sun, and thence channel this radiant bounty unto the Crystal Tower. I love how the two storylines are overlapping here. The Ancients saw great potential in Bahamut's capacity to manipulate energies of otherwise unmanageable magnitude. 'Twas for this reason that they did bind him within the Red Moon to serve as his living core. So, here's what I guess they're getting at, guys, because it is convoluted. Primals eat aether and like magic and power and stuff, I guess. If you get a really fucking massive primal, like Bahamut, you can trap it and force it to manipulate energies to your favor. So basically, how the Allagans got infinite energy is they forced Bahamut in its prison to tap the energies of the sun. The energy of the sun goes into Bahamut, gets redirected to the Crystal Tower, and pumped out to the people of the world. And it's brilliant, except for the fact that you have to imprison a primal to do it. Do you remember the sight that greeted us at the culmination of our journey? The colossal devices that surrounded and seemed to cradle the incomplete form of Bahamut? From the information provided us from the Sons of St. Koinuk, we've learned that these contraptions were termed intermittent hulks, and that each bore the designation Ragnarok class. The purpose of these hulks is believed to be twofold. First, they're meant to act as binding coils, rendering Bahamut incapable of escape. There you go, binding coil. So, by the way, I guess all of this is to say that the sun itself is an infinite wellspring of energy. I don't know if they ever really go into the lore of the sun. They sometimes refer to the world as a star, and they refer to the world as Hydaelyn. I've always kind of wondered if one of the forms of Hydaelyn is the sun. Hydaelyn is... I think I'm going all over the place, though. Let's not get into aetherology here. First, they're meant to act as binding coils, keeping him from escaping. And second, they're meant to feed him. Perversely, the same energy which prevents him from moving also serves to sustain his corporeal manifestation. So there you go, see? So, normally a big primal would drain energy from the land, right? a really big Primal can drain it from the sun. So you don't need to feed Bahamut crystals. He just keeps drinking from the sun. He's that big. And that's why they put it in space as well, I guess. Oh my god. It all works, right? It's very clever. It's the idea of what the Allegans did is clever, and the idea of what the writers did thinking this up is also cool. Bahamut is permitted neither to die nor truly live. He's merely allowed to be. For century upon century was the elder Primal thus imprisoned, bound about in fetters so subtle in their working, and yet so adamant, that though his cell be destroyed, Bahamut lieth yet at the mercy of his long-departed captors. The thing is, he's not accessing the sun anymore, is he? So it has long been held that the Primals require prayer. So here's the other thing. This is energy. What about prayer? And they have a cool story here as well. It's been long held that the Primals require the prayers of their faithful followers to exist, yet none alive worship Bahamut. Yeah, we're not tempered or anything, right? Could it be then that the Allegans found a way to simulate prayer? It seems the only logical explanation. I would postulate, therefore, that the regenerative mechanisms in question also supply something akin to the power of prayer. So that's Alisaie's guess, is she right? Consequently, if all of the intermittent hulks were to be rendered inactive, Bahamut should dissolve into the aether. So we're going to hit the hulks. It won't just release him though, will it? Upon the evidence of thy previous foray, we've determined that the Elder Primal is sustained by 3 such binding coils. Thus did we commence to scour the realm, and found in the Twelveswood an as yet unexplored fragment of the moon, bearing a most familiar etheric signature. So we're going to the next coil now, guys. And after conducting a preliminary investigation, we believe we've discovered the point from which the Northern Shroud fragment and the second of the hulks can be entered. As Eos is sword in the darkness, I would have you once more lead the charge, and I'll of course be there at your side. Once you've made your preparations, head to Full Guard Float. The fallen fragment's not far from the citizen. I'll meet you at the rendezvous point. I will break those fetters, for they bind my grandfather as surely as they bind Bahamut. Really, Alisaie? But that doesn't make any sense. What's the Louis Soir connection, guys? More details on this to come in Endwalker. Really? Yeah, I can't remember if they leave a mystery to this, or there's like little bits that aren't explained. Does Endwalker go into this stuff? Oh. You're still confused about the sun and star thing? Oh, that's what Endwalker goes into details on. See, yeah, and I assume Endwalker has a lot about Hydaelyn. just to be clear. I heard some whispers, by the way. They weren't people trying to get in the party, were they? No, I guess not. So, Nael. Tremor, I've been expecting you. I've been accorded the rank of Lieutenant within the Order of the Twin Adder, that I may better assist Lady Alisaie with her endeavours here in the Twelveswoods. Such authority has allowed me to act without interference from the local soldiery, and to conduct a preliminary investigation of the Alder Springs fragment. From what we've seen of the exterior, the structure shares many common features with the one you explored in Noscea, and likely plays host to a similar complement of guardians. But I fear words alone will do little to prepare you for what lies ahead. Pray seek out my comrade to the south and west. He is charged with observing all that occurs in the vicinity of the fragment, and will be well placed to show you the thing, if nothing less. Okay. Speak with the sharp-eyed serpent privates. Off we go. Rainy and Gridania. We get the nice chocobo music, though. Oh my god, that's the fragment there, by the way. Now that looks cool. I wonder if they added that to the map with this patch. I doubt it, right? I mean, they might have. Endwalker goes into a lot of stuff on the celestial bodies. I want to believe in this idea that it all gets beautifully wrapped up. I don't know whether that's true, but I want to believe. What business brings you to this broken land? Unless you fancy being ground to a bloody pulp under the granite fist of a wandering golem, I suggest you bugger... Hey, thank you very much for becoming a member, Marmill. Or Marmilly. Thank you very much. Welcome. Oh, my apologies, sir. Lady Alisaie did send word of your impending arrival, but it would seem I've grown rather too accustomed to shooing away curious sellswords and reckless explorers. Behold, if you will, one of the fallen shards of the Red Moon, Dalamud. Our initial survey uncovered no evidence of the Empire's presence, which, while fortunate in itself, meant that the approach to the fragment had yet to be cleared. After much effort, however, we've succeeded in carving out a semblance of a path which should grant you access to the entrance. And that, I'm afraid, is where our progress ended. The interior? Well, assuming that the architecture of this hulk resembles the first, the master controls you seek will be located at the bottommost layer, past all the ingenious and deadly defences of which the ancient Allagans seemed so indecently fond. If you would know more, I'm afraid there's nothing for it but to brave the depths of the fragment yourself. Lady Alisaie will soon be arriving, so pray do not tarry on your way back to the post. The road ahead promises peril aplenty. May the 12 watch over you. Yeah, I guess it was a blessing that the Empire got there first, since... But hey, we didn't have to dig through. That's good. It just occurred to me there. Tremor was having a conversation with that guy, and they were just glossing over the fact that I was just nodding. And it which is what 2.0 does a lot of. And it reminded me that the Path Companion's not here. And then that made me think, when was the last moment we saw the Path Companion? He seemed to have like a real story, right? And then he just wasn't in any of the final stuff. There wasn't a moment where we were with our Path Companion. I mean, I guess it because they removed the feature, right? That's weird. It's like they just eliminated a character from the story. Because he wasn't in the later stuff around the Riven Road. Master Dubois, I trust the private's explanation was worth the journey? Yeah, thank you. You've shown me the entrance. Simply securing an approach to the fragment's entrance proved a monumental task. I dare not think what defeating its inner defences will entail. If there's aught I might do to aid you. Ah, Lady Alice. Oh, my apologies. Master Alphino. Has there been a change of plan? Oh, it's Alphino. Hey, dude. Urianger informed me of the impending expedition. I merely came... shall we do the Alphinaud voice?
I merely came to exchange a few words with my fellow scion before he disappeared into the depths of the second coil.
I don't think I did the pinch nose for him, actually, did I? Tremor, though I would strenuously deny if she were present, my sister's admiration and affection for our grandsire exceeds even my own. Upon the matter of his legacy, however, Alisaie is wont to go above and beyond the call of duty. In our grandfather's absence, she has made the salvation of Eorzea her personal crusade. 'Twas that which prompted her to brave the perils of the first coil. Yet the fact that she risks her life in this manner is not the greatest of my concerns. No, it's her subsequent fixation on my grandfather's shade that worries me most. The quest to rid the world of Bahamut must not become a quest to save a man long dead. My sister must needs have a better reason to fight. A time will come when the fate of the realm rests upon her shoulders, and when it does, we must be strong in our resolve, and certain of the stakes for which we risk it all. There's a wide difference between fighting for the good of Eorzea and fighting for the love of a man who died for the good of Eorzea. Alisaie must choose her own path. She can't rely on grandfather to choose it for her, for he is gone. And even if he wasn't gone, he shouldn't do that. I'm glad that it is with you whom she makes this journey. If Alisaie is to discover a deeper purpose, then we're better to find one at the side of Eorzea's greatest champion. It was there that I found mine, after all. Oh, look, he's been really nice here. But it's past time I was gone. Fair fortune. It's interesting to think that these two talk to one another. But we never really see them in a scene together. When's the first time they share a scene, I wonder? Is it in this story? Ah, Lieutenant... Well, since the original scenes. I'd appreciate you making no mention of my presence here to my sister. Oh, okay, I'm sure. Certainly, Master Alphinaud. I'll keep your secret. Lady Alisaie is due to arrive at any moment. I shall abide in confident expectation of your triumphant return. Yeah, and there's no Alisaie voice acting here either. Okay, we're into it now, guys. This is patch 2. The halfway point begins, and now there's only 4 turns, as you can see. Your foray into the caverns beneath Castrum Oxydens has led us to an unexpected revelation. The incomplete form of Bahamut, harbinger of the calamity, slumbers deep beneath the earth. Though seemingly a prisoner, the Elder Primal is gradually being regenerated by the massive Ragnarok class intermittent hulks that surround the unmoving entity. Alisaie reasons that if Bahamut's full restoration is to be prevented, then all 3 coils sustaining and repairing the dreadful being must be deactivated. Filled with a new determination, you assemble a group of courageous comrades and set your sights on the fragment of Dalamud found in the North Shroud. Oh god, I just clicked join there. I hope we're all still set up and everybody's here and we're all good. Alright, let's do it. Didn't even really think about that. Oh, it looks like someone might be AFK, actually. Yeah, 3 out of 4. Oh, no, we're all good. Amazing, guys. Thank you so much, guys. It's early in ARR when they argue about Crystal Braves in the Quicksands. Early in ARR, but the Crystal Blades are later in ARR. What is going on here? Dalamud's Shadow. Oh, we're just outside. We're not even in there in the first turn this time. Oh, I remember this place. This place is cool. This, again, is like a little mini dungeon thing. It's funny, this guy's cutscene's so much longer. There's that thing, obviously, in this game where you can get through cutscenes quicker if you go onto Japanese. Your loading screens are effectively quicker. I'll tell you, I've been playing... Can I just say, guys, I haven't really drawn any attention to this, but since Godspawn came out... Holy shit, whoa, what happened there? Oh, the ground appeared. Nice. Since Godspawn came out, I've been playing a lot of Guild Wars. Like a lot of Guild Wars. Anyway, I'm using the fast loading screen add-on with it, and it's so good. It's a bit weird to learn exactly how it works, but oh my god, really good. How strange. Why could we not see all this before? I suppose it's only to be expected that corrupted crystals should accompany a disturbance of this magnitude. After all, the fragment likely pierced the ground to a depth of many hundreds of yalms. The swirling aether leaked from the wound must warp the very air, creating a veil that hides these formations from view. Well, it's not as if we expected this to be straightforward. Let's tread on, shall we? It is imperative we win through to the depths of this structure and disable the mechanism that powers Bahamut's regeneration. Of course, if we should chance to encounter my grandfather upon the way, I shall not let him go again, not while there is hope that he may yet be saved. But mayhap we should put such thoughts from our minds until after we've successfully gained entrance. That opening up ahead appears to be a suitable point of ingress. This is cool. I love everyone's like glams and stuff. I noticed you post a lot of stuff about to Blue Sky about Guild Wars 2. Yeah, because I don't know what to tweet about a lot of the time. I'm in a weird thing where usually I'll just drop a message in Discord, but now I'm thinking what I should do is I should drop the message on Blue Sky and then link to the tweets in Discord. I mean, it's weird though. To really get value out of Blue Sky or get an audience or whatever, I need to like tag as well. I need to have an observation, put a fucking tag on it, you know, like a hashtag, so that then people can see, oh, this is an account that tweets about this or whatever, and then put it in Discord. You know, there's a joke in the American Office about a social media conglomeration thing called WOOF that someone makes, and I genuinely, what I need is WOOF. I want to be able to get a screenshot or a little video or something and just post it at once, and it'll Blue Sky it out, it'll put it in the Discord, it'll put it as a YouTube community post, you know, it'll put it in the Spud, you know, Steam group. And there you go. It's just weird, you know, I just want to talk to people and be nerdy and, like, you know, have genuine enthusiasm. I don't want to feel like I'm constantly hustling to get eyeballs, you know, which is what this job is. So, yeah. But anyway, yeah, so I don't really know what to talk about a lot of the time. But I know that people like Guild Wars 2 generally that follow me, so I do, if I have an observation about Guild Wars or something, I'll put a little thing up about it, because I'd like to tweet more. I really, joining Blue Sky, like last week or whenever it was, it really was a weird moment for me. I mentioned it on like one of the Godspawn episodes. It really reminded me of like, holy fuck, I used to use a lot of this, and I've just stopped. You know how as you go through life, just there's some things you do, and then there's some things you don't do, and they just drift in and out. It was a real moment for me where I was like, my god, I'm not doing this anymore. Like, it's just slowly fallen away and away and away. Oh, is that the wrong direction? Yeah, it was. The tank knows where to go. This is cool, by the way. We get a nice big sense of Gridania here. Look how fucking large this whole place is. Oh, there we go. Here's the boss, I think. So, you know, I'll do a bit more. I'll tweet about PoE and stuff as we go. What I haven't resorted to doing on Blue Sky yet is just posting my content. You know, like this video today, I could have done a Blue Sky post and said, hey guys, finishing 1.0. I haven't been doing that. I probably should. But then again, very few people follow me there. It's very quiet. It's a quiet platform for now. I mean, I know it's getting big and millions are joining it. But, you know. So I can't imagine that actually gets me much exposure doing that. People who are finding me are probably used to watching my YouTube channel right now. Or they're in the Discord. Holy shit, this is scary. Okay, a tether. I'm going to try and break it. Oh, Rafflesia, by the way. This is totally a boss in the other games. An Ochu boss. And here it is again. By the way, the healer saying, oh, I've dropped my gear to level 50. You don't have to do that. It's going to take a long time for us to beat this. So you don't have to make the bosses take even longer. I mean, if it's more enjoyable for you because you get to press more buttons now without one-shotting it, fair enough. But, you know, I'd rather these not be too hard. I'd rather this be smooth and we get the story, right? You haven't touched Guild Wars 2 since Ender Dragons. You'd like to get back to it? Well, here's my experience with Guild Wars 2. Icebrood Saga... Okay, it was firing on all cylinders. It was excellent through Season 4. I personally was a bit burned out with the content creation then. I really went all out through Heart of Thorns Season 3 and then the POF press. And it was a lot. And I was a bit burned out during Season 4, just a bit, but the game was still excellent. And then there were the layoffs, and things fell apart at the end of Season 4, and there was an expansion. And when you compare that to this game, look at this. What do I do with this? How do I break this Thorn Whip? I'm dead. When you compare it to this game, you know, it was Stormblood versus POF, and they're pretty much bar for bar as good as one another, but then it's Shadowbringers versus nothing, right? So you have the Icebrood Saga, and I was burnt out a bit in Season 4, and then the Icebrood Saga it wasn't hitting it. It really wasn't. And then the Icebrood Saga ended really badly. It actually started okay, but it ended in just the worst way. And I think a lot of people became lapsed players at that point. And Icebrood Saga is when I stopped caring so much about achievements as well. Like the Champions patch was really brutal. Yeah, we're going to just get wrecked. If you want to put your better gear on, that would be nice. I thought the balance was really good earlier. I don't know what the Thorns mechanic is. So yeah, Icebrood Saga kind of just it killed a lot of my enthusiasm for the story, and the achievement side of it as well. So EOD, I've been kind of like not really playing too much. EOD had a really bad period after release, and then Mini X packs, and the first Mini X pack didn't feel too good. But I have to say, guys, I've been playing a lot of Guild Wars 2 recently, and a huge amount of it is catching up on Secrets of the Obscure achievements and stuff, and like getting back into achievements. And it's huge. I know that Naos was like a whole year, right? And people had a year to be in Naos, so it wasn't that much, right, for a whole year. But for me now, these past couple of weeks, I've been playing through, catching back up on my Naos achievements, and it's taken me forever, and it's really shown me there was a lot. Naos is probably the one map with the most content in the entire game. Naos has so much, if you're doing all the achievements. Naos just goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. It's really huge. And I mean that in a pleasant way. Like, I've actually really enjoyed it. And I'll be looking into Secrets of the Obscure as well. Alright, you're back to 70. That's awesome. Thank you. I'll be looking into the Secrets of the Obscure stuff like Amnitas and Skywatch. I've been having a blast. I really have. I feel like I'm really getting into Guild Wars again at the moment. And it's not that it's not that I haven't been playing Guild Wars. It's just that I've only been in World versus World or PvP or raiding, right? Like, the first half of this year, I played a fuck ton of Guild Wars, but it's been entirely doing Ceres, right? Like, just I've been Ceres. I was doing Ceres right up until Janthir Wilds came out. Oh shit, I just got one shot. I don't know what the mechanics are here. This is interesting. EOD was pretty hype. EOD was okay. It did do very well with some things. Like, I do think that meta event at the end there is really good. You know, it's Guild Wars' Endwalker, right? So it was obviously going to do well in some ways. But I can't get over how certain stories which deserved so much more time didn't get the time. You know, that game didn't need to merge Su 1 with the origin of the Elder Dragon story, with the Void story. That all could have been spread out and done as its own thing. It's just that sense of rushing which is the same thing that was happening at the end of the Icebreed Saga that I just don't understand. And I still can't get over that. There were certain things as well about like how they handled Minister Lee and stuff that I also think was just really... It's just not storytelling that I need to at all. And then finally, the stuff about Su 1 as well, like the whole, oh, she's just our misunderstood mummy trying to play happy families, we should love her kind of thing. I really detest a lot of the writing decisions at EOD. So it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows for me, that expansion. It really wasn't. Let alone the Giala stuff afterwards. So I've been iffy about their story writing for a while. The start of the Icebreed Saga was golden to me. It was really good. It didn't feel good that it was that instead of an expansion. And it will always have that hanging over its head. But in terms of like tone and stuff, it was really good. And I can't wait for those characters to step up to the plate more. And let's try and limit break here. Well done, guys. There was a thing there where people were getting teleported away. I don't know what that was. I guess you get bind and you go into like some kind of like thorny room or something. I'm not sure. And then Secrets of the Obscure was okay, but again, very short, very contracted. And Janthe Wilds has been okay and been really cool with its integration into Guild Wars 1 and stuff. But again, there's some dodginess with the writing, maybe. It depends how they go. It's the same as the goddamn Pather thing, isn't it? I.e. what their ultimate plans are with the Isgaran character and the wizards in general. Alright, good stuff though. Nice. So we've done that. 3 to go. The Ritualist lore changes in EOD pissed you off. Really? The Ritualist lore changes? I don't even know what you're talking about. What was that? After battling your way through to the base of the Colossal... Anyway, this whole conversation is... Honestly, I got really into it. I got into AP and... A big part of it is just because that new Tempest build is so busted and it's really fun running around in the open world, pressing one overload button and a shout and everything dies in a massive radius around you. I don't actually agree with the balancing at all. I think that the Ellie balancing recently has been terrible. The balance the past 3 years I think has really not been very good. But, and Ellie's a poster child of just getting buffed. But, for better or worse, despite the logical side of my brain not enjoying it, the primitive monkey side of my brain is. And, yeah. After battling your way through the base of the Colossal Fragment, your party enters the structure through an opening. The sight that greets you is of an endless procession of azure-lit passages, within which can be glimpsed the grotesque silhouettes of chimerical monstrosities. You think level 70 will be needed going on? Yeah, I think some of these get quite hard. The final boss that we'll be doing, or the last couple of bosses, even when you're unsynced, you have to play the mechanic correctly, or you're screwed, basically. Okay, so is this the turn that's kind of like an open sort of adventure-y thing? Let's see. Guild Wars 2 is a perfect accompaniment to a game like FF14, where you're bored of one, you can pick up the other. Yeah, it's just, there's a part of me that hates that, you know, like... A part of me loves it, right? But I want Guild Wars to reach for the stars and people to not... I mean, no, I'm talking nonsense here. Who's this? That armor, it looked like Nael, didn't it? What the hell? That armor, no, it couldn't be. Be on your guard, Tremor, though it defies all reason that he should live. I know of only one who wears such armor. That's funny, because Alisaie wasn't even here in 1.0. This is totally Nael, isn't it? He! Oh, they're using he, by the way. He whom the Empire raised as high as the Black Wolf himself. The Legatus of the 7th Legion! I speak of the madman who brought the Meteor Project to fruition. We face the White Raven, Nael Vandanus, harbinger of the 7th Umbral Era. Is he going to speak to us? Question mark, question mark, question mark. So he says, Nael Vandanus? Ah, that was the name of the fool who perished upon the eve of this promised age of glory. Oh, this is cool. I understand what they mean now with this. It should not be uttered within these hallowed halls. out of his love for his loyal servant, the one true deity named me Nael Deus Darnus. Nael Deus Darnus. Now the whole Van thing, right, like, or Zos or whatever, those titles are like from the Empire, and they actually they show you where your standing is in society or something, I guess. Is Deus an actual thing then? The one true deity, Bahamut. He speaks of Bahamut. Of course, he was tempered, yeah. O Lord Bahamut, thy name is as sweet water to parched lips. How my heart swells at thy sacred touch. Why was thy capitalized there? Is that how that works? Is a proper noun? No, of course it's not. I don't know. This blessed sanctum is the domain of my God and his beloved children. Seek to defile its glory, and you will answer to me. They did it with his as well. Oh. How is this possible? From what Alphino has told me, Nael was slain on the eve of the calamity. He was. We saw it. Whatever the truth of this matter, we must be on our guard. There can be no reasoning with the worshippers of a Primal. So obviously this is a problem for the Louis Soir thing, because if Nael has been brought back, but different, surely that means that Louis Soir is back, but different. Oh my god, how do we get there? Oh, that's leave duty. Okay. That makes sense. Oh. So I love it. So yeah, there are like these labyrinthine kind of passageways in some of these turns. Is this the no, this one's just like a... Oh, I think this one is like an elevator that leads to a boss. Are you going to go for story completionist coverage of PoE? Or more focus on the gameplay Buildcraft side? I mean, everything, man. I mean, I'm going to play it like I want to play it, which is I will log in and I will read the story and I will try to get into it as much as possible and I'll do side quests and stuff. It's not like me, really, to just play a bit of a game, right? I like to get into the fucking thing, so... This whole completion... I don't want to embrace this, oh, I'm a completionist guy too much. Because I feel like it's a terrible idea for this job. Because you spend too long on one game, too long this, too long that. Look at how cool this is. But I can tell you this: I'm going to play I'm going to play PoE 2 as a fan, blind, because I want to do a bit of an experiment of this kind of thing. I want to see whether people will watch me doing that blind content in games like that, and whether I feel proud of what comes out of the other end. So I'm going to play it with you guys, and I'm just going to do it how I want to do it, which will be I'll be paying attention to the story, and I'll try and get everything I can out of it, as long as I'm enthusiastic about it. What usually happens with Path of Exile for me in the first game is I try to read it all and I try to be into it, but then I find it really boring and I end up stopping. Hopefully that doesn't happen with PoE 2, I don't know, but I will always give it a shot at the start. I will always, you know, if an artist out there has made something, if someone's made it, if someone's, you know, made a quest, written a story, whatever, I'll play it and I'll see it, you know. But I'm equally excited. I'm mostly excited about the Buildcraft stuff for now, and just leveling and just playing an RPG, you know, and just fucking getting in there. So as long as the game is fun and the stuff is fun, I'll keep doing it, you know. What I will say as well is, with what I find quite often is when I'm making videos, I get into things a bit more. So you never know. Being able to bounce off of you guys in chat and, you know, actually talk and speculate about it, I might get far more into it than I ever got into PoE 1. Hopefully the story's better. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that captured me is their big live stream about it. They have that CGI cutscene. Seriously, you guys should watch. If you want to be interested in that game or excited about that game, watch the CGI trailer that they have out. It's like a king and a ghost, and he can't kill the ghost, but he can, like, imprison it. It's cool. It is cool. And I really like the look of it. So, PoE 1 is the first time in a game where I've entirely tuned out the story. I relate to you a lot there, Farwind. I honestly, yes, I know exactly what you mean and how you feel, because that was the same for me. Like, I try, but it's just so grim and so drab, and it's just walls of texts and I know 14 here is walls of text to a degree, but at least they have good cutscenes and camera angles and stuff. This thing looks cool. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I could vaguely recall PoE's story. There's a god called Innocent and another god called something, and you're fighting big demon things, and you go inside a big monster at some point, and you're like, yeah. I don't know. I could tell you the opening pitch that you're in exile in a new land. And it's rainy and muddy and dirty, and there's a bit with like a mermaid. Oh shit, what are these cones? Circle blade. That was a cool telegraph. Yeah, all the telegraphs and stuff in this are completely inconsistent as well. You know how 7.1 just updated the Hall of the Novice? In which... Oh god, I've got aggro apparently. I don't know why. Cursed voice in 4, 3, 2, 1. I think that turns people to stone, and you don't want to aim it on your friends. Also, let's see if we can armies Payon to get rid of his petrification. We can't. Okay, the tank's petrified, and he can't do anything. Oh, and I'm petrified now as well. Shit. Oh, we're nearly all petrified. I think we've wiped on this one. Fuck, I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, no, it's just boring. It's maybe there's a good story there. An exile, let me guess there's a path too. I mean, yeah, kind of. The world was always interesting to me. The setting was always interesting. What you guys have got to understand as well is I played that when I have a video. If you type WoodenPotatoes Path of Exile into YouTube, I have a video on it. It's me and Matt showcasing it because it was on stale on Steam from like 2011 or something. I linked it in Discord the other day. You know, I played it when it was 3 acts a couple of times, and then they updated it to the 4th act, and I played it, and then they updated it to 10 acts, and I played it, and then I played it again like a couple of years ago. I've probably done like 5 playthroughs of it, each time on a different build or class. But I've never done the end game, so I really have no idea how it feels to like really play it. I've just done like casual campaign playthroughs, and it always is the case that I start fresh on it, I try to pay attention to the story, it ends up boring me, and then the gameplay ends up boring me as well, because I go very slow. I think the idea is that on PoE, you're supposed to like just fucking spam through it like a zoomer, and get out really quickly, but instead I'll spend like 40 hours on the campaign, and I'm just spamming one skill, and I don't have any real items to upgrade, or anything. I'm just like spam, 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 spam. And I kind of want to get into the buildcraft, but I kind of can't, because I don't have any cool uniques or anything. Or gems, and you have to level the gems, and... So I just end up having one button, basically, no matter what I'm playing. And spam, 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 spam. And then slowly the combat's just getting more and more boring, and the gameplay's getting more boring. And I get to end game, and it's like, oh, no, you can do all this cool stuff, but it's really convoluted. There's no good tutorials for it. I don't just want to read guides online, so I end up stop playing. Every single time I've ever played that game, that's how it's gone for me. Every time. I'm surprised we're still going here. We're managing to get through it somehow. We might wipe though. Oh god. Yeah, the tank's getting raised. We're really just being carried by the level 70 here with a lot of this. He's been petrified. So I hope PoE 2... One of the reasons I'm excited about PoE 2 is 1, the story looks immediately better, but 2, they explicitly said that like you don't have to level skill gems anymore, and like drops and things to like get fun gear and cool gear is available quicker and more comfortably, so you can customize more as you're playing through. So hopefully they've fixed these issues that I've always had with it. I've always liked it, and I've gone back to it many times, so that should tell you that I like it, but I've just never got deep into it due to aforementioned reasons. I wonder if PoE 2 will end up as a flash simulator when you run throughout. Apparently not. Again, that's the other thing as well. Like, I get that when you play that game, it conditions you to love the high speed. You love killing things instantly and running through rooms quickly. Like, that's where all the dopamine is, because you've built the character and it's like, go faster, faster, faster. That's what the game's about. It's about making you feel good going faster. So I understand why everyone loves it, but from an outside perspective, looking the actual resulting gameplay in PoE 1 of that, where you're just spamming really fast and then you get like 1 second of latency and you die or whatever, it just looks fucking stupid. It looks dumb. I get that you get conditioned to like it, but I think it looks ridiculous. And like, you may as well just play like a bullet hell game or something. Like, it's not gameplay that I'm interested in at all. But again, with PoE 2, they've explicitly said they've made that game to be slower because they think it's dumb as well. I think that they like did a league once where they tried to slow things down, and all the incumbent players shit themselves. They all hated it because they tried to slow it down. So essentially what they're saying was, look, we'll do both games in tandem. People that want the really fast stuff, here you go, you got PoE 1. But we're going to try and make something a little bit different with PoE 2. It's going to be slower. And that speaks to me. I'm an outsider, I'm not a huge fanatic of the game, and to me, the slower pace looks better. So yeah, the sequel just looks good to me. I'm excited about it. This is my understanding of it all, which is probably really ignorant and dumb, and don't get too mad at me, guys, if I'm wrong about it or whatever. I'll just play it and see how it goes. Our healer appears to be missing. Okay, Xmolify said they're going to swap to a stronger tank as well. She interrupts a lot. Look for the cone debuff. It will petrify people. Yeah, face the cone away. I don't know if I fucked that up. I'd really rather us not struggle through every fight, guys, because there's a lot of story to do, so. We're half the party as well, right, than we could be. So, like, I have the cone, right, and I want to face away. It's funny, with less players as well, there's less chance I'll randomly hit someone. There, see, but the mage just petrified 2 people. I just saw it happen. The healer. The Astro, sorry. Alright, now they're back. They're back in the action. I don't know whether the petrification lasts longer the more times you do it. It's on me again now. Hopefully there's no punishment to shooting it out there. Do I need to petrify the ads? Is that a thing? Or petrify the main boss, maybe? Oh shit, I got petrified there. Was that a look away? Was there an eyeball and I just didn't quite spot it? Oh shit, yeah, okay, I got petrified by the ninja there. And it did a lot of damage as well. Boss is nearly dead though. Damage up, 3 stacks. Yeah, in chat someone says I doubt it will be changing much. Because veteran content creators currently say the game is similar to what it always was. Yeah, I did read that on Discord the other day. Oh my god, man. What? How am I supposed to avoid this one? I guess it's just look away, right? You petrify the ad, and then the person with the circle marker goes and hides behind the ad. Oh, I see! It's like Ecliptic Meteor. Oh, I gotcha. Ah, that's cool. So you create your safe spot by petrifying the ad. Fucking hell. She's up to +8 damage up here. The person needs to be standing behind the petrified ad outside of the hitbox. So the circle, there's an eyeball there. I'm going to get hit by that. The boss just stopped taking damage a while ago, right? Like, cool. I think I've been cleansed. So I'll try and petrify the ad there. Here. Well, that other guy got it, so that's good. So I'm just going to hide behind this. Here we go, petrification. Yeah, and we're alright. Nice. And I hope I can actually shoot through the ad as well. Oh, circle of flame. Yeah, these fire balls are just blowing me up real quick. The ad's dead. Cursed Shriek. Are we trying to stall this by not attacking? Or, like, what? Is it just the petrification? We can't do any damage? That's damage up, not defense up, right? I'm dying. I can't do anything here. I just spawn and then just die to the fire. There's nothing I can do. They just need to kill it. Oh, there you go. I think they were stalling. Maybe? Every time the boss gets hits with a petrify, it gets the big damage buff. I see, and that's why the fireballs are just owning. Yeah, that makes sense. So we've petrified it 16 times here. That's funny. Ta-da! Thank you, Farwin, for explaining. So she was like a Naga kind of snake lady. They are a race that we meet in later expansion. Which is kind of amazing, actually. Did they just reuse this boss's model? Was this a unique boss's model for the time? It's kind of awesome. Alright, let's get out of here. Or maybe I should have rezzed first. Oh no, that doesn't change anything. Okay, cool. So, turn 3 now. Your party activates the coil's lift-like mechanism and at a depth of 3,256 arrives within the interior of the intermittent Hulk proper. The great cavern where the elder Primal Bahamut dreams is yet many thousands of Yalms distant. Explore the labyrinthine passages and secure a route to the lowest levels of the Hulk. Now, when it says labyrinthine passages, oh, so someone wants to swap to Paladin and someone else is still on the duty. There's one of these where there's like loads of hallways and loads of like jump pads and teleporters and doors and things that open up. You watched my Coil playthrough last week and you wondered the exact same thing 3 years ago. Really? Hold on. Wait, what did I wonder? Oh my god, the thing about the snakes, really? That is cool, isn't it? That is weird. That's very curious. Oh, he said let me swap to Paladin, but he's still on a Dark Knight. Someone just swapped there. Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright, let's go. The Snake Lady, it was right after I played Stormblood. Yeah, I guess it would... To be fair to me, before, I must have been a bit more on my mind, right? Because I would have just done Stormblood. The Central Decks, 3256, Yalms deep. All the music's here in here is pretty intense. I'm reminded of the passages between Castrum Oxidans. We must have travelled quite some distance below the surface. More of the same tunnels. 12 be good. Surely they cannot continue all the way down from the upper floors. It is difficult to see inside, but I have a terrible feeling those corridors house more of the dreadful guardians you have already faced. It's said that the Allegans excelled in the creation of chimerical beasts, and that the Red Moon teemed with 1,000 fantastical monstrosities, all to prevent the enemies of the ancient empire from releasing the Elder Primal. I wonder, the creatures that prowl these halls, could they be the beloved children of which Nael spoke? Well, this is yet another mystery to ponder upon our return. Shall we continue onwards? So, if Bahamut is the god, who are the beloved children? Well, I can tell you it's related, I think anyway, to the question of prayer, which Alisaie just has a weird generic theory about, but I think there's a much better theory. So yeah, I think this is the one, right? There's like loads of stairs up and loads of stairs down. I've done this a few times on the roulette. I believe the way through this... Oh, no, not that. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, whoa, we were just getting attacked. Oh, God. Basically, I think you go to the very end of the hall and then up on the left. I'm pretty sure that was it. Because, again, this sometimes comes up, like, on my Wondrous Tales or whatever. And I'll do this for Wondrous Tales. So, like, I think it's this. I might be wrong, but I think you come up on this way. And then you go just straight through. You'll be on the upper floor up here. By the way, I noticed the minimap updating when you move a floor like that. That's like the 1.0 thing, right? And then it's like... yeah, try in this bulkhead, maybe? But all of these are doors and random rooms that all basically just have mobs in them. Let me check through here. Oh, I'm still in combat. Sorry, I didn't realize things had spawned. And another surveillance module there. Oh, I see. The module spawns, does like a big lightning strike, disappears, and then things appear out of it. Alright, let's go. Yeah, nice. I'm surprised I got that. Are the children Bahamut's brood? Good question. But the thing is, remember, this Bahamut is just a Primal. It's not the real Bahamut. It's not Nidhogg's real brother. It's a Primal. It's a resummoned version of it, just like Shiva, right? Lady Iceheart resummoning Shiva, but it's not the real Shiva. So would the Primal have a brood? The real Bahamut died in Mericidia a long time ago. I'm not sure when all that story is really talked about. I feel like it hasn't been yet in this playthrough, right? They will go into it, for sure. I think I skipped some of those finer details when we were recapping the Allagan story from Eorzea Encyclopedia back in base 2.0. So yeah, this thing's called the Avatar. I probably shouldn't stand in front of it because that beam was incredibly deadly. I don't know what all these tethers are doing. Looks like there's some towers. Maybe we have to stand in those. There's some mechanic here or there, maybe. They're powering him up, I guess. I just feel like if I touch that electricity, I'm going to get one shot. Oh, the ninja did it. Oh, and it summoned a mob. Shall I go in this one? I'm languishing, but it's turned the towers off. So he's not getting, like, buffed now, I guess? Oh, I've been bound. Oh, God, I'm getting missiled. Ah! Oh my god, me and the healer got fucking nuked. Well, we have no reses. These ones are definitely a lot harder than the original ones, right? Yeah, I guess I just have to recall, right? There's nothing else for it. Heaven's Ward goes over more of that? Oh, okay, that makes sense. So let's take the shortcut. I wonder what we messed up there to get one shot by that. Hello, Fraggle. Yeah, I like coils. It's a shame, really, because it doesn't appear in the roulettes often. Can they survive without a healer? Yeah, I couldn't move for the mechanic either, exactly, yeah. What I would say to those of you guys fighting it, just try and kill it, because again, we'll be here for hours otherwise. If every fight is a struggle, it's going to get really tedious and not a watchable video. You hate that missile attack because the snapshot isn't synced to the markers. Oh, is it not? Oh, I guess what we need to do is cleanse. The mechanic requires exactly 3 people, my 2. Oh, it looks like we've wiped again. Yeah. Alright, well, let's try that again. We've got to wait for the tank to get back here, though, so not too quickly. 3 people need to stack. So we need to cleanse the immobe, and then we all need to stack together, right? This song's called Calamity Unbound, by the way. Alright, let's go. So I'm going to try and close the towers down really quickly this time. Since that's what I assume we need to do. How many times have I pressed this goddamn button and it's just not triggering? So annoying. Alright, so I'll go into this one, I guess. So Languishing is just a vuln, really. Increases my damage taken from life drain. Oh, but the tower's still on, it looks like. Huh. Now I have 2 stacks. It didn't seem to help in any way that I went over there. Oh, well, it's disappeared there. So one of them applies like a vulnerability debuff, the other one spawns an ad, I guess? Sing our song, Armies Pay On. So that one triggered quickly. So homing missile. I just got hit by one, but that's not the one we can avoid, right? I think they might have just tanked one of them there. Okay, the Dreadnought's up. Refresh my 2 poisons. Okay, so like I've got a tether here. What is this? A magic field is converting damage when taken into an explosion, which will trigger when the effect ends or you are KO'd. It's converting damage taken into an explosion. So the more damage I take during this, it's going to hit me again, right? I just died. Critical surge, I died. Alright, good luck, guys. Oh, we're getting res. He's low. We just need to unsync the towers. I'm just going to try to not stand... Look, the healer is getting nuked there. Oh, no, not the same thing. So by messing with the towers, we've disabled that mechanic that one-shot us earlier. Is that what happened? Oh, critical surge again. Excuse me. Well, nicely done, guys. You just about got it there. Wow. This thing's quite an interesting model. I don't know where I've seen this in any of the other games. It wouldn't surprise me if something like that is in 13, since everything you fight in 13 is a robot of some description. Just robots everywhere. Pass. Oh yeah, and I guess we can just leave the duty, right? I'm not missing cutscenes by doing... No, it would trigger. Awesome, guys. Amazing. There we go. So this is the end of patch 2 now, with the final coil. Sorry, So yeah, by the way, so they did... So you know how I said that these are, like, difficult, but, like, they only had the one difficulty mode? They did eventually add Savage for this storyline. But weirdly, they only added Savage for the second coil. Not the third, with the really epic story stuff. Not the first, where you might have thought that they'd begin with it. They only did it for the second coil, which is really weird. But it might be explained by this. This final fight here, look at that image. Now, do you guys recognize that screenshot? It appeared in our 1.0 coverage. That is the Riven Road trial. That's the Riven Road, right there. That was what it looked like on the art for the picture before. So 1.0 players will have looked at this and been really excited about this. At a depth of 6,329 Yalms, your exhausted yet determined fellowship enters the Hulk's operations deck. An impossible scene unfolds before you. The surreal landscape bathed in a crimson glare and holding the promise of epic conflict. So Twintania was the final boss before. This time, and you can guess, we're going to do Nael. This is the Riven Road back, basically, but it's not a trial, and it's really epic. The visuals are crazy on this. This one is hard, I think. You actually need to play a certain mechanic. Even if you unsync and you do, like, a million damage and have infinite healing, there's a mechanic you have to play well here. It's something about there's, like, golems, and you kill them, and they create, like, safe places, and you've got to hide from like meteors falling and stuff. We'll see it, and I bet we wipe. We're almost definitely going to wipe. You got to play it in a very specific order, and you have to do this mechanic, whatever it is. But yeah, look at how cool this is. You come down this elevator. Look at this thing. Dalamud's there in the sky. So let's just say the Aether has messed this place up. I don't know. I mean, these fractured, crazy, floating, surreal landscapes are always, you know, you just hand wave it. It is a bit like the Fractal Observatory. I don't know if anyone in chat wants to give us a preemptive explanation as to what this was, but it's something about killing golems in the right order or dragging them to the right spots. Alisaie is remarking on the environment. Surely that cannot be Dalamud. How? Where are we? Yes, it's kind of the inside of Kralkatorrik, yeah. The final resting place of Nael van Darnus. It says Nael Deus Darnus. See, and when I've played this in the past, I didn't really know who this character was. To be honest, I always remember this as being a Livia fight. It's obviously not, right? This is a grave for the undeserving. And for the crime of trespassing upon my god's sanctuary, this place shall serve as your grave too. So clearly the coils can create visions of some kind. I'm thinking Louis Soir isn't really alive, guys. No! Damn. Oh yeah, Alisaie's feisty as hell, by the way. Oh yeah, okay, and the helmet comes off, and it's a woman. So that's the story there. It's even right up here into the Coil story. They were referring to him as a man, but no, it was a woman all along. Haha. So it's not really a retcon. People call this a retcon, but it's not really a retcon, is it? They'd never revealed. It's like the Mandalorian being a girl. It's like Samus, I guess. I don't know. In his hour of failure, Nael van Darnus felt the currents of Aether. Unless the original Nael was a man and this recreation is a woman. Maybe. In the hour of his failure, Nael van Darnus felt the currents of Aether begin to bear away his essence. But before oblivion could claim the last of him, a divine will reached out, and I was born. Then did the words of my God resound in mine ears. He's got the third eye as well. Bring unto mine enemies crushing defeat, that they might know despair without end, and claim thee thus victory which thou wert once denied. So I guess it's just Bahamut made a lady version. At first Podmore went woke, now they're making Nael a woman. Shaking my head. Dude, that's so cool. Holy shit. It's this crazy lich thing. I forgot this design. Which had seen that little remain of Nael's essence when Bahamut plucked him from the brink of oblivion, and the result was this strange simulacrum. Nevertheless, her aura bespeaks great power. She channels the rage of the Elder Primal himself. Lord Bahamut, thy wish is my command. None shall escape thine unquenchable fury. Come, ye dull, unthinking beasts, spare your teeth. This is cool. I'm glad to play this and have the context of it now. They will avail not for the calamity to come. Okay, and Tremor stands in the way. What? She doesn't even fight with us? She's just walking back. Did this Nael get created by... Oh my god, the music. Okay, now this is very cinematic. and very hard. The song is called Tempest. Right, let's just see what we got here. Ready? Sorry I'm not doing countdowns, by the way. Hopefully everyone's alright with that. Man, I love this area. Look, there's the stairs and everything. What's this? The book Encyclopedia Eorzea would later reveal that Nael, who appeared in the game, has always been female, having actually been his sister, Eula, who assumed her brother's identity after his death years earlier. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, this. Okay, look. This is going to drop meteors. Is that guy encased by one already? And then we hide behind them. Oh, see, I died. I think if you overlap the meteors next to one another, then they break one another, and the golems. Okay, the golems when they come together grow big, and basically when you get a giant golem, that's it. The fight's over. I think you're just fucked. So the game is to you want to drop the meteors and overlap some of them so that they break, so that the ads can't spawn, so that the big guy doesn't appear. It's something like that. Okay, let's try that again and let's see. That's amazing. Encyclopedia Eorzea added some more details there. So Encyclopedia Eorzea revealed that Nael, who we met in 1.0, the man, actually was female. And it's because it was his sister. He had died earlier, and his sister was just pretending to be him the whole time. That is a similar story to something else in the game, yes, which we'll deal with later, I guess. That is cool. Yeah, what she said a few minutes ago in this cutscene did not suggest she'd been his sister all along. Yeah. It's like, so what are you guys saying? That the book retconned it? Okay, so like, for example, there's already one meteor there. So if I stand on it, I think I break this. And I think, by the way, oh, not all of them. I don't think we want to do it with all of them. And then you have to run away or you die. You can't be near it. Oh, for fuck's sake. I walked back towards it. I didn't realize it was on a time bomb. I mean, maybe doing it with all of them is a good idea there at the start, but later it's not. And there's something about their color as well, I think. Oh, God, that pun of getting a new lease on life. That's unreal. Has the Guardian Empire had civil wars? It has, yeah. There was a war of succession going on in 2.0. If you watch this Let's Play, there was one going on. And it ended during the patches, which is why they're looking at Eorzea again now. See, so this guy's got a red marker. He's dropping the first one, I think. Yeah. Bloodlair, that's cool. That looks a lot like Jump that Dragoon gets. So I'll stand on this, and I don't know if you two stand on each other or something. I think we want it to be that once this is all said and done. I second-winded too quick. There's only one golem. I think that's what we want it to be. Wait, why am I dead now? What happened that time? Oh, God. Well, I don't know if we can kill the big one. The big one is the real problem. Also, I think we're in a fat transition right now where Nael's going to kill us in a second. Look, the number one job is don't let the big one spawn. And I think, guys, we can either try to spread all of the meteors out as much as possible and one-shot them, or we can like overlap them. Yeah, if they combine, we lose. Yes. Okay, we can try to overlap and run away. If anyone has any advice in chat, let us know. Varys mentioned a power struggle with his uncle. Well, yeah, there was a whole cutscene where we saw them standing over the corpse of the original Emperor. Like this first meteor, I think the real puzzle is later, where you need to leave a meteor up or something. Like I have a red marker above me there, so I don't know. Yeah, do that maybe. Wait, why am I dead? What? Did I walk out of the arena and it auto killed me? And we have to kill the spawns. And just like not let them get next to each other. No, they just merged. Yeah, I went out of bounds. The blue ring's bad. Yeah, whoopsie. Okay, well, let's just all go out of bounds now and kill ourselves, because... Okay, guys, let's try and overlap all 4 of them. And then just sprint away. Something like that, maybe? So let's, whoever drops the first one, put it somewhere accessible, like maybe in the very middle. If you put the first one in the very middle, we can all run to the edge for safety, if it's proximity based. He's not moving into the middle. I don't think he sees he has it on him. Or maybe he does. No, he just stood there. Alright, so we're going to all overlap on this then. And then run to, like, the far side of the arena. Just sprint away or whatever. I've precast sprint. Oh, shit. Why did I die? I don't know why I died. If we do that, shouldn't all the boulders break and then there's no golem? Get away from the boulders, though. Don't just stand next to them. They're going to blow up and kill you. Yeah. Right, see, so this time we only have 1 golem. I think that gets us through this phase, but not later. I think, well, maybe we need to finish this with 1 rock up. Oh, you used your invuln, fair enough. Okay, so now there's another rock drop in. I think we need to hide behind that one or something. Oh god, no, they're different colours. Oh shit, there's one there as well. I don't know how this works. I don't know what is happening. There's going to be a million golems here now, aren't there? We got to just blow the minions up if we can. No, these two are going to merge. Yep. We've got to run out of bounds. If you get a big golem, you just got to kill yourselves, or it's just time wasting. There's nothing we can do. You don't have to stand in the fire. You can just run into the edge of the arena and it will kill you. Alright, let's try again. If anyone has any ideas, let me know. The golems eat the rocks. Is that what? No, but they're merging when they get together. Normally, each one takes 1 golem. If you are 3, and let each eat 2 stones, and then you kill them. 1 player, 1 golem. If one is finished sooner, he helps the other. It's important that they are as far from another as possible. That's from Reddit. Normally, each one... What does 1 mean? Each player... Let's assume that that means player. Normally, each player takes 1 golem. If you are 3, and then let each eat 2 stones. Each what? Each golem eat 2 stones? But they come from the stones. Alright, let's keep them spread out, I guess, then. Just spread them out, and then we'll just each try to get aggro. Each player eats 2 stones. Right, and I'm going to stay away from... No, I just die in this... I don't know what... I die. Both me and the ninja at level 50, we just both die straight away. Can we reset when there's a big golem? If that's okay, so we can try another pull. What I would say is probably the original meteor that's really the red meteor. We probably have to deal with that. We probably have to break, because I think that's a giant explosion that is killing us, is wiping us. So I think we have to deal with that. We have to put 1 meteor on top of the one in the middle. If you stack the meteors, they all explode 1 at a time, leaving only 1 or 2 at the end for the golems to eat. And 1 exploding at a time is easily healable. That, or you can just sit the boss to about 113 for enrage and burn her. No, let's not do that. Okay, if you stack the meteors, they'll all explode 1 at a time, leaving only 1 or 2 at the end for the golems to eat. And 1 exploding at a time is easily healable. Okay, so we'll stack them again. What? Okay, let's stack them again then and try that. So we stack them and then step away from them and then just try to heal through. And then once the golems are up, just keep them apart from one another. And remember, there was 2 waves. So why are we planting it over there? Like, we just put it on the edge. Did we intend to do that? Oh, I'm dead. I don't know what this Raven Ascent thing is either. But I died on the rock, which is good. Okay, stack them. No, what are we doing? I thought we were stacking them together. They've both just put them far away. So now there's 2 golems. We might be able to survive this. Just try and... Dude, I'm just... Look at this. I'm just dead the entire time. I just spawn and die. That's it. That's the whole fight. Alright, well, there you go. They've done that one. So, again, though, now there's going to be another wave of meteors. And I think you 2 have to stack them. So get together. There you go. And then heal through that. And then when the golems spawn... I see, so the golems don't come from the meteors, it's true. No, the golems come from the green ones, don't they? I'm dead again. My total time alive, this fight, has been probably about 3 seconds. Alright, there you go. Now kill the golems and keep them apart. Just as much as you can, keep them apart. So they don't merge. Okay, thank God that was close. Yeah, just hammer a golem as much as you can. Alright, so now that they're dead, I think this will be the transitions over. This looks really cool in a second here, guys. Because this arena is like how it starts, but it's not how it ends. And this is how a lot of boss fights go. So you see, look, he's casting Mega Flare. Don't we need one boulder alive at the end of this? I feel like this is the problem, right? There's got to be one boulder alive at the end. Because don't we just get nuked by this? It's not one shot on the whole team. No? Oh, like, look at this. Look at how cool this is. Okay, so this is phase 2. And again, I've experienced a lot of wipes here in phase 2. Fucking hell. Yeah, okay, there you got to be near the middle or arm's length or whatever. Alright, well, that's... Unless the tank can solo the whole thing, but I don't think he can. Yeah, that's the first scary thing. One of those weird things comes down from Dalamud and knocks you back, and if you hit the edge, then you die. Yeah, so just run out of bounds, I guess, and let's do it again. Or try to solo the whole fight, I guess. The thing, sorry, reading chat, the thing feels very random. What did it do to the story? Yeah, it's a good question, really. Okay, so yeah, let's try that again. But even that's not the only wipe in that last phase. I think you have to do the boulder thing again. Okay, I'm going to try not to stand in front of the boss, because that's obvious. So, there's the first meteor. Okay, we put it kind of central this time. Okay, so we'll just all stand on top of each other. Hopefully this isn't in front. Oh, shit. Oh, the lag's going to get me on that one. Oh, no, we're okay. Holy fuck, he Raven's clawed again. Okay, and I'm going to run away from this, though, because I really do think its proximity damage is going to get me killed. Oof. Oh, see, I died anyway. That debris burst, it's mental. Yeah, so don't worry about rezzing yet. Just kill the golem as quick as possible. Okay, never mind, he's rezzing. Just kill the golem as fast as possible. Oh, mind you, we only have one golem this time. Because we really don't want those golems merging. That's the only thing that will truly wipe us. Since the other guys can just survive. I'm not sure what the, you know, if everyone's level 50, what the synced idea is on this one. Oh. Okay, there's more boulders and they're not putting them together this time. They've spread them all out, which is horrifying. Everyone try and grab one, I guess. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, and we've had a DC in game. Okay, well let's just So if someone DCs, how does this work? Do you have to reset the whole instance? Oh, and someone's in the link show and they say they want to play with us. Okay, look, let's leave then, guys, because we've had a DC. And I'll invite Peku. Peku wants to play. Yeah, no worries. You're more than welcome. I don't have an invite option for them. Right? Maybe they're already in a party or something? I don't know how old that message is either. Oh, you can wait for them to reconnect. Oh, shit. Well. Oh, I need to swap to a normal party. How do I do that? Do I have to disband the whole party? Oh, he's here. Invite to party. There we go. We got him. We got him. All right. In we go again. And it's okay if you're level 80 on this. It doesn't matter because the mechanic, regardless... Oh, is that a blue mage, by the way? Did I just see that? Yeah, skip the cutscene. Well, the Riven Road It's really... Look, wait, it's like we failed a lockout there, guys. Okay. So, I'm going to just stack them together. And I'm going to run away because, again, I really think... I think it's proximity. Or maybe... Okay, Debris Burst didn't do any damage to me that time. Did somebody just give me a fat shield? Oh, they did. I think Peku gave me a ridiculous shield. Look at the barrier. Oh, my God. Holy shit. What? My entire health bar is barrier. I have more barrier, I think, than normal health. Holy crap. Is that a Blue Mage skill then, is it? How did you do that? That's very cool. What do we do now? Put them on top of one. This is insane. That's insane. Okay, well, hold on. We might have fucked this up, though. Look at all the boulders everywhere. Oh, the green ones, I guess? Stack them? Oh, no. Debris Burst got me. It's alright. We're in the right position, though. Oh, okay, sorry. It's not the Blue Mage. It's just our healer, who's now in level 80. Level 90 gear. Fucking hell. Debris Burst. I don't know what this is. Time for some blue cheese. Love me that blue cheese. Oh, thank you for the raise. Right, we've got Mega Flare. So remember, when we do the transition, you want to be in the middle, but not in the very middle. I don't know whether this triangle on the floor is actually going to... I don't know if that actually relates to the size of the thing. But basically, I'm just going to arm's length, like now. And I'm going to be sort of near the middle, but not in the very middle. Oh, I'm dead anyway. Fucking hell. Good luck, guys. Don't stand in the very center, because it will kill you. Yeah, the tank died. Yeah, my positioning was okay if I didn't get Debris Bursted. Well, good luck, you two. I think you have one more, like, a golem moment to do. Oh my god, look, the dragons. This is like Twintania. By the way, do you guys think that this is like... Oh, this is Cartano, isn't it? There's a really cool thing with the trials later where you kind of siege Cartano again. Oh, shit. Oh, that is it. It's over. Okay, amazing. This looks like it's probably a really cool fight. But again, I bet it's like Twintania where it's really brutal and it takes a really long time. So there you go. So that's Nael's return. And it is weird that Eorzea Encyclopedia adds all that extra detail. They didn't need to, really, did they? There you have it. The second Coil of Bahamut complete. And it's a cool little room here at the end. If I return to the starting point, what does it look like now? Because obviously the whole environment's changed. Oh no, it's just like this. It's badass. Oh, so there's actually 3 modes. There's the Riven Road, then there's the Flats of Cartano, and then there's this, which is what the room actually looked like, I guess. The trial's a very intentional reference to that, if you remember what happens here. Farwind just got back. Oh, it was a struggle. It was a real struggle. But we got through it. Alright, she's straggling forwards. Oh, you'll get spoiled otherwise? Will it be spoiling if you're just watching along with it? Poor creature, would that you had never been born. You had surrendered your physical form and collapsed into Aether, but Bahamut denied you your death and imprisoned what little was left of you in an ethereal shell resembling what, I wonder? Images from your memory, perhaps? Oh, I see. Okay, so when you die, you return to the Aetherite. But since this thing... The Aetherite, so you get it? But since Bahamut's Aether can't be allowed to return to the life stream, neither can anyone else that dies here. So you're just kind of you're just kind of stuck. Yeah, it looks like Cart knows Dalamud was falling in the background. Exactly, it did, yeah. But now that shell is broken and your primal deity seems disinclined to sustain your existence. My primal deity? I kneel to no icon. What need have I to beg the favour of such filth? I am Nael Vandarnus, legatus of the 7th Legion. No. A moment, my thoughts are clouded and his body is not mine own. Could it be that you spoke the truth? Was I ensorcelled by the Lesser Moon's ancient prisoner? That will not happen again. Well, no, because you're saying bye-bye. You speak as if Bahamut has no longer controlled you. But that's impossible. Once a Primal ensnares a mind, it can't be freed. Unless Bahamut simply relinquished his claim. What need has he of a broken spirit bound for the ethereal realm? Oh, I don't know what's going on here. Bahamut relinquished his claim? Oh, that I should fall prey to the very influence I sought to purge from the land. The irony is galling. But do not assume that all of my actions were chosen for me. It was my will that Meteor Project be resurrected. Mine and none others. None other. Yet it seems that my grand designs were destined to fail. Even the ungentle release of death was denied me. Nael, please, you must tell us more of the calamity. I must know the truth of what's befallen this world. And what became of my grandfather, Archon Louis Soir? You are Louis Soir's grandchild? Ah, the fates are generous with their cruelty. Continue on if you would have your answers. They await you at the terminus of your path. But know that this path leads only to despair. The light of truth was ever harsh and unforgiving. Why do you say this? Grandfather will be freed once we put a stop to Bahamut's restoration, will he not? What are you not telling us? Well, Alisaie's being a bit silly here, really. Steel yourself, child. Only unbending resolve and merciless strength can conquer what lies ahead. The weak can do naught but weep under the pall of their own misery, as did the frail child I once was. Holy shit, she just got fucking nuked. Silence, chattering raven. Your wretched wings are broken, and you shall soar no more. This is obviously the evil, crazy ghost Louis Soir. My crimson moon, your brilliance sears mine eyes. Oh, she sees another vision of Dalamud there. Whoa. Which we know, of course, doesn't exist. I recognise that voice tremor, but never would he say such words. Come, let us finish what we came to do. All will be put all right when the final Hulk lies dormant. Grandfather will be himself again, I'm sure of it. It's funny, it's called the Binding Coils, and they are coils, I guess, but it's also the Hulks, you know. You're fighting a Hulk in each wing, really? Or breaking one. So here we're back in the main room. I guess we've skipped a bit here where we've been asked to go all the way back to the original place. Like, this is far away, right? Oh, wow, look, he looks totally different, doesn't... Well, not totally different, but he's definitely regenerating more. Bahamut regenerates more swiftly than I had anticipated. Let us hope that disabling this coil will serve to slow the process. The display seems different, but the controls appear to mimic the mechanism we found in the Noscean Hulk. It shouldn't pose a problem. Oh no, it's not far away. We're just viewing the same thing from another angle, I guess, right? Tremor, forgive me. The moment I beheld Nael's transformation, hope wilted in my heart. I did not believe you could stand against the manifestation of Bahamut's power. Yeah, we struggled. For all your fabled strength and skill, I felt certain then I was going to lose you. Just as I lost my grandfather, even he, a man for whom naught seemed impossible, was humbled before Bahamut's might. And yet, look how far we've come. It is incredible the feats of which we're capable, our boundless potential. 'Twas this capacity for greatness, I believe, that grandfather so dearly wished to protect. With all that has occurred, I have come to understand that much, at least. And off it goes. No more power. 'Tis done. Shall we make our way back to the surface and gather our thoughts? We have seen much that will benefit from Urianger's learned perspective. Oh, here he is. Look. Oh. Oh shit, she just gets thwacked. Not a happy moment. Louis Soir, bad boy, bad. Grandfather, it is you, then why? Abandon this quest, Alisaie. I will not countenance further sabotage of the coils. Sabotage? But we must disable the coils if we're to prevent Bahamut's revival. Your defiance seals your fate. Like, his music is there. It's just very quiet back there, right? Have I been frozen? No. No, you're not who I thought you were. My grandfather would never. Foolish girl. How could the White Raven allow herself to be bested by such a snivelling opponents? Listen well, we all exist in the pleasure of one divine will, and the word of Lord Bahamut is absolute. He's got the tempered red eyes. Scurry back into your holes, vermin. You have been granted this one reprieve, but should you be so foolish as to crawl into my lord's domain again, I will crush the life from you myself. That light in grandfather's eyes, he has suffered the same fate as Nael. Well, what do you know? What a shock, Alisaie. Probably. Oh, she's crying. My grandsire is no more. That was naught but a phantom that profanes his noble memory. This mockery must be expunged. I will not rest until I free grandfather's soul from Bahamut's tyranny. Do you hear me, Bahamut? Your time is at an end. Eorzea and my family will be avenged. I love the way that, like, just the body is looming there through so much of this story, you know. Just intimidating and scary looking. So, yeah, wait, we broke one Hulk. What about the there's two more still going, right? We only broke one so far. Isn't that right? But there's only one more wing. Maybe the first encounter we break it, and then in the last one we break it again. Well, there you go, guys. So that is turn 4 of the second coil. There's only one more coil to go now. 3 more instances. As far as I know, none of them are hard. Especially if we have a couple of people at, you know, high level. So it should be nice, smooth sailing here for the end of the story. Truly, it is wonderful to escape that stifling air and return to Northern Thanalan again, it would appear. I must thank you, Trevor. Were it not for your bravery, I strongly doubt that I'd be standing here now. Ah, but you need not tarry on my account. The danger's past. Go on. Apprise Urianger of all that's occurred. I'll join you anon. My thoughts are yet unruly, and I would rest here a while. I wonder if Urianger has any good details for us here. Oh, it's dawning on me now, guys, that we're at the last bit of content in the 2.0 era. It's so much, isn't it? It's so much that even me saying it's so much has become so much, you know? I just think it's great that in this game, when they do like a trial or an alliance raid or a raid, when these things come out, there's whole stories attached to them, you know? It's not just like a very brief little thing where you hit some UI and you're in an arena. There's a lot surrounding it all, you know? The triumphant hero doth return. Thine eyes speak of the dread task's completion. The second coil now lieth dormant. Yet I sense the tidings thou bearest are not altogether glad. Pray tell me, what ill hath cast a shadow which now fallen across thy brow? I'll explain, Urianger. It looks like it's not the real Louis Soir after all. Looks like we've got a bit of a problem here. I guess all the stuff about the dragons is now in the third coil. An old foe and an old friend. So 'twas but the ethereal shadow of Master Louis Soir that Lady Alisaie beheld, an unnatural conjuration in a thrall to the elder Primal. That the fiend should deign to choose him of all men, even in full knowledge of the shade's true nature, would be hard-pressed to weather such a confrontation. Yet what agonies must the young mistress have endured? Such torment did she never deserve. Mayhap 'twere better if Lady Alisaie did absent herself from the future forays into the coils. I have come too far to surrender to grief, Urianger, she says. I like how I'm taller than all of them. My lady, I am resolved to defeat these fiends, and naught shall sway me from my path. Now, let us peer more deeply into the well of our discoveries. As you wish. By your leave, I would speak first of the Coil's late guardian, Nael. Vandarnus was a legatus of the Garlean Empire who strove to bring about Eorzea's final destruction, only to fall even as the sixth sun did set. If thou hast heard tales of the White Raven, then it is of he of whom they speak. Aye, he, I say, for Nael was certainly no maid. The noble house of Vandarnus, as we discovered all too late, had long safeguarded the wisdom of ancient Alag. 'Twas thus that the legatus came to learn the true nature of Dalamud, and to seek to employ the Red Moon as a weapon against Eorzea. But the Crystal Tower, and the mechanisms required to command the satellite, yet lay hidden beneath the ground, compelling Nael to construct a far less subtle mechanism. That was the Castrum, right? And in his first faltering attempts to communicate with Dalamud, likely did he rouse the satellite's slumbering prisoner. Oh, this is really cool. They didn't have the Crystal Tower, so they kind of did it in a fucked up way, and then woke Bahamut up, and he realised he had an opportunity. Thenceforth did the White Raven's soul belong to Bahamut. He was fortunate indeed to acquire so powerful a thrall by chance. 'Tis little wonder he was so loath to part with him. Why let a simple thing like death deprive one of so useful a pawn? Though we may accuse him of bungling Vandarnus' resurrection, I dare say Bahamut was as content to have a handmaiden as a manservant. What, really? I only hope that the two thralls we encountered were the extent of his flock. Yet I cannot help but dwell on Nael's words, these beloved children of whom he spoke. I assumed at first that he referred to the moon's beastly guardians, but should Bahamut have enslaved other mortals, we must needs remove this source of worship. Otherwise our efforts to disable the coils shall be for naught. Forgive me mine indelicacy, my lady. Thou art wise indeed to speak of expunging the Primal's thralls, but can thou truly pursue a course which would give thee cost thee thine own grandsire? So, like, Louis Soir is praying. My heart and mind are as one on this matter. Grandfather's salvation can be won, but by a single method, the destruction of Bahamut, and aught that might serve to sustain him. Tremor, while Urianger and I endeavour to ascertain the existence of any further thralls, I suggest you grant yourself a moment's respite. Rest assured that I will contact you the moment I have found I need your inimitable talents. That we have achieved so much I owe to you. I fear, however, that our trials have barely begun. Though time had dulled the pain of thy passing, I find that I am wounded afresh. Master Louis Soir, what good shall come of this unending search for knowledge and truth? Long have I believed the pursuit of such treasures to be the duty of every true Charlian. Yet, when each new revelation serveth only to heap further anguish upon those who would fain protect, must we truly reach for more? Okay, Urianger. And Alphino was listening in the whole time? Wow. So, you have found your resolve, dear sister. Will you now find a use for the secret? For the key that only you and I hold? What? Given our familial propensity for curiosity, you would do well to remember that keys may serve to seal doors as well as unlock them, and Bahamut is a most unwelcome guest to whom the door should never have been opened. What is he talking about? I don't remember that bit. So there we go. Primal... not that one. Fragments of Truth, I guess it is. Yeah. The final quest. Urianger would speak with you regarding your mission to prevent Bahamut's return. Man is wont to cast light wherever secrets lie hid in darkness, though that which he illuminateth seldom bring him joy. So it is with such unhappy truths as Bahamut's immense shadow doth conceal. Yet ever onward forgeth Mistress Alisaie, undeterred by the burden of knowledge that weigheth heavy on her heart. 'Tis a perilous path that she hath chosen, and a painful one. I prithee, Tremor, remain by her side as a valiant blade, that she might see her quest to its conclusion. Tremor, it is well that you're here. My lady, how might I serve you to this day? I have met with some difficulty in my mission, Urianger, and I should be grateful for your counsel. As you know, Bahamut's physical form is regenerating beneath the Cartano Flats, even as we speak. If we're to prevent his return, we must needs disable the 2 remaining Internment hulks that sustain him. Every moment our mission is delayed, the realm is pushed closer to the brink of destruction. Alas, though I have determined the locations of the fragments of Dalamud leading to the husks, I've been unable to find a way to enter them. So again, we're going to find some random NPC and find a way in, right? When last thou descended into Bahamut's subterranean fastness, thou didst discover, know that the dread Primal had bound the shade of Nael van Darnus to his will, and thou didst consign the fallen Legatus to blessed oblivion. Thou mayest recall that the piteous wretch was not alone. Doubt not but that Bahamut's other thralls still seek to enter thy passage. You can say his name, Urianger. I have not forgotten that my grandfather is waiting for us. My lady, I would remind you that, as I must often remind myself, that the man whom we both loved and revered is no more. What remaineth is but a shade which defileth his memory. The vile verbiage that spilleth from his lips must not be heeded, for it comes not from your grandsire, but from Bahamut itself. You need not worry, Urianger. Come what may, I will not stray from the course. I will not let grandfather's sacrifice be in vain. You know what I've only just realised? When the text box is like smooth and circular, it's their speaking. When it's spiky, they're like shouting, or there's like energy behind it. My lady, I might suggest that you visit the fragments again in Tremor's company? Certainly we can. So the start of these patches is always just like very loose recap. Alright, let's go to the Burning Wall in Eastern Thanlan. Let's go. See you later, Urianger. That might be it now. Oh, well, we'll probably go back to him, actually, at the end of the story. Off to Camp Drybone. This will be the entrance, and then we might zigzag back here again in order to, you know, confirm it and actually access the duties. Of the actual encounters in this... Oh, so, again, just as a reminder... Oh, my God, it's nice to be outside, isn't it? I'll tell you what, the mountains look a bit better. In the distance there, a bit more detail on them. On the left, under the party there. So they did Savage for the stuff we just did. So the Riven Road has a Savage version, which is kind of nice, you know. As for this last thing, I honestly don't even remember who the third boss is. I remember Twintania fighting it on the hand of Bahamut. I remember that. I remember Nael and the weird boulder mechanic, which we just did. Hey, the Burning Wall looks pretty good, actually, doesn't it? Did it always look this good? But I don't remember what this final stuff is here. I really don't. What are we about to get into here? Also, of all the like mini instances, we've done all the ones I remember. The one I found for the Mogstones, the labyrinthinish one, the one on the elevator. Oh my God, you look like a Hildebrand NPC. It's Alisaie's assistant. I say, you are not Master Dubois, my lady's most faithful companion. Sinis, sir, at your service, and may I say what an honor it is to meet you. So she has all these, like, assistants just around. How goes the survey, Dex? My lady, it shames me to say that I have found no path to the fragment. Oh dear. Though it stands there before our very eyes, the way thither has thus far been proven impassable. When the fragment fell and pierced the land, it caused a prodigious amount of aether to spew forth. 'Twas this that gave rise to the land's twisted lay, which seems destined to thwart our efforts. Well, the colours are so nice out here. Even were an opening to exist, I fear that we would struggle to reach it. We cannot give up. Keep trying. So near and yet so far. Well, it avails us not to stand here and stare at the thing. Let us away to Mordona and try the other fragment. Perhaps Sinis has fared better. Ah, upon that note, my lady, there is something I must tell you. I'm sorry to report that I lost contact with my brother just over a bell ago. As you know, the Singing Shards are home to many fell creatures, ogres among them. While I do not wish to cause you undue alarm, I fear something unspeakable might have happened to Dex. What? Why didn't you... God, give me strength. We must hurry to my assistant's aid, Tremor. Oh, so there is actually going to be a little busy work quest in the middle of this, is there? Like, god damn, man. I didn't see any screenshots of a comparison of this place. Look at it. So good. So wait, where do you want me to go? The Singing Shards. In Mordona. Oh my god. This area here is where it feels like, oh, I guess this is an appropriate entrance. When I think about the final cutscene and the party everyone was having at Silvertear Lake, I always, and then you hear the roar and they look back over the cliffs. It feels like it's over in this area, doesn't it? Would be cool if they'd updated the Agrias/Midgårdsholm asset for the update. I don't know, for some reason it just seems very small in this edition of the game. Holy shit, look at this place. So multicolored. Oh, here he is, he's injured here. Oh, we're getting attacked. These things are actually level 50, or near enough to level 50, that this will feel like normal combat. Nice triple shot there. Dex and Sinis. Dexter and Sinister. A bit on the nose for right and left hand. Oh my god, that's cool. I didn't notice that. That is cool. Thanks, adventurer. For a moment there, I feared my bones were to be ground up and used to bake bread. I am relieved to see that you're unharmed. It was wrong of me to press such a dangerous task upon you. My lady, your worries are wasted on me. 'Twas nothing at all, I assure you. If it please you, I shall report on my findings. As you can see, though the tip of the fragment is exposed, the rest is encased in rock and crystal, rendering it impossible to enter the structure. We might try excavating the area around the fragment, but that is likely to take time, and there really is no telling how deep we may need to dig before we find a suitable point of ingress. As such, I'm forced to conclude that gaining entry to this fragment is unrealistic. Forgive me, my lady. Oh dear. Confound it, we're losing time! What are we to do now? Oh, we get a link pearl conversation. 'Tis I, Uriange. Glad tidings I have for thee and my lady. For a blessing. A way hath been found by which thou mayest enter the remaining fragments of Dalamud. Pray escort Mistress Alisaie to the ceruleum processing plant in northern Thanlan. There all shall be made clear. Weird. So we explain that to her. Uriange has found a way? Then we must go to him at once. This is a very odd bit of the story, isn't it? Like, I don't think this ties into any greater mystery or conversation. It's just bounce around to some spots. I don't know. The perspective that we're not getting here. I guess we're doing this all in one day here, by the way. The perspective we're not getting is people waited, you know, like 4 months between each of these. So the little recap at the start feels more meaningful when it's been so long. And maybe a little bit of busy work here. Maybe people appreciated it, you know, at the start. Imagine digging through that much corrupted crystal. Your own right and left hands would probably be made of stone or burning plasma by the time you're through. Yeah, when I see that crystal, it always makes me think, man, that would be so good if you're like a crafter or whatever. But the point is it's corrupted, right? So it's just bad. It's not useful for anything or anyone. Mine apologies for summoning you thus far, from afar, my lady, but 'tis here that your journey may finally begin. I did wonder. To my knowledge, there are no fragments in northern Thanlan. Nor are you mistaken, my lady. Yet a pathway doth exist, one which you yourself have made use of in the past. At the conclusion of your several forays into the Binding Coil, 'twas at the crystal formation which lieth to the north of this place that you did emerge, was it not? Yeah, an ethereal stream bore us back to the surface. That much I'd surmised. Are you suggesting we can use it to return underground? And even if that were possible, would it not simply bear us back to those places we've already explored? It need not, my lady. Pray allow me to explain. Upon the evidence of your experience, it seemeth plain that 2 internment hulks may share the self-same ethereal egress. From this, we did infer that others may be connected, and likewise. Thus did we labour long to verify the existence of further tributaries to the self-same stream, in which task we were at length successful. 'Twas then but a matter of arriving at a solution to the problem of travelling to an unattuned destination. That one we might reach we may call the headwater. We propose to employ a modified aetherite, which serveth to amplify such ripples as do originate from said source. By focusing one's essence upon these ripples, it should be possible to make the journey. Yet be warned, my lady, with all untried modes of ethereal travel, this method entaileth considerable danger. Merely to attempt the voyage could cost you your life. I'm getting deja vu here. We've seen a story like this at least twice already in the story. That's a risk I'm willing to take. Let's do it, Urianger. But I'm curious, did you have assistance in this plan? I couldn't help but noticing your repeated use of the word we, unless you've taken to using the majestic plural in our absence. Ah, nay, my lady, as you have correctly surmised, I was not alone in the endeavour. Meaning there are others aware of our mission. And he shakes his head. Wait, what? Well, it cannot be helped now. Preventing Bahamut's return is what matters. If some secrecy must be sacrificed to achieve our goal, then so be it. Okay. We speak to Alisaie slightly to the north. So who was it that helped? I was thinking it would be like Ishtola or something, because she's been a part of the Aetherite transportation-y stuff quite often. But maybe not. Oh, I never told you guys. You remember I spilled that drink on my keyboard? It's a goner. I gotta buy a new one. It's doing that thing where the keys don't like click in nicely anymore, but they're smooth because there's clearly like liquid there. It's just awful. Thankfully, it's only over on like some keys that I don't need to press much while playing. But I either pull all the keys out and painstakingly like try and clean it all off with the added worry that I might accidentally get water somewhere I shouldn't and it breaks, or I can spend like £7 on a new keyboard. So I bought a new one. It's not arrived yet though. So that must be the modified aetherite. But what are the immortal flames doing here? Those men may be sworn flames of Uldar, but they're first and foremost faithful retainers of House Levier. Aha, of course, it's Alphino. So here's a scene where they're together. Alphino! So it was you who was helping Urianger. Who else, dear sister? Lest you worry, I have no intention of making the details of your venture public. Like you, I'd prefer to avoid causing a panic. But given that which is at stake, namely the survival of the realm, one must be willing to accept help when it's offered. Would you not agree? At the very least, do not be cross with Urianger. Was it my behest that he kept silent? Ha! We will speak later. So she's a lone wolf, but she just wants to get away from him, right? She wants to succeed without him. Pray forgive me, my lady, but knowing full well your intent, I judged it meet that Master Alphino be informed. And you know what's great about this as well? She ends up saving him with the Crystal Brave stuff soon. Though your grandsire hath become Bahamut's thrall, his noble blood courseth yet through both your veins, and if he must needs be struck down. Do you hear that, Alphino? I mean to strike down grandfather, and when I have done so, I shall banish Bahamut to the Aether. Nothing will sway me from my course. I will protect Eorzea, and I will uphold grandfather's legacy. Grandfather's legacy? So you still do not know what you yourself desire? Your actions are still driven by borrowed resolve. Borrowed resolve? What does that have to do with anything? Protecting Eorzea was grandfather's goal, and we made it ours. Both of us. That's why we came here, unless you've forgotten. God forbid I should ever forget, Alisaie, but you misunderstand. I do not question your resolve, only whence it came. If it were your own, would you be able to tell me precisely why you desire so fervently to protect Eorzea? Yet you cannot, for it's not your resolve, it's grandfather's. You may struggle to see the difference, but borrowed resolve shall never be as strong as that which springs from within. Sorry, who is Alphino to lecture her about this? She's right, they both just fucking agreed to do it because they were influenced by him. And also, who gives a fuck about where you get your resolve from? Yeah, they were influenced by him. It's a noble cause or whatever. If they think so, then fine. Everyone gets their motivation and ambition from somewhere. I don't really understand. It's like they're trying to give me an emotional beat here that I don't really understand. But let us speak of this another time. For now, preventing Bahamut's return is all that matters. To be plain, I have no objection to striking down whatever's left of your grandfather, and I know, however, that I will be accompanying you this time. As the son of House Levier, I'll be present for those final moments. Very well, you may join us on one condition. I make the decisions. Sure. You're the leader, Alisaie. If it please, my lady, the name's Ekenrad. Our preparations are just about complete. Oh my god, look at all these characters. When you're ready to embark on your mission, just give me the word. Is it because originally you needed an NPC to speak to initiate these missions? Was that the thing? Pray no heed to my brother. You can rely on me. We've come this far together, and we'll see our journey to its end. All right, here we go. Thank you for everyone in the party. Thank you so much for waiting. That was quite a lot of cutscene stuff there. Oh, even this though, we got to run over here. But we're ready to enter now. I've been waiting for you, Master Dubois. I'm pleased to say that the Aetheryte's primed and ready. As you know, the remaining intermittent hulks are connected to the fragments in Eastern Thanlan and Mordona. It's to the former that we'll be sending you first. Now, you'll be starting inside the hulk, meaning you won't have to cover so much ground. The drawback being you'll be fighting for your life from the moment you get there. Best be prepared for anything. I use a Logitech keyboard. I do. I buy very cheap Logitech keyboards, like the K120 or something. I don't know. Just like the most basic keyboard you could imagine getting in any, any office or college or school or whatever. Alisaie is resolved to go through with her quest to vanquish Bahamut, though it means confronting her beloved grandfather, whom the Elder Primal has made his thrall. With Althanos cooperation, an ethereal pathway has been established, which will take your party to one of 2 internment hulks that remain to be disabled. Your foray begins in northern Thanlan at the set of Dalamud's Talons, situated in Rabon's Push. Spare no preparation and expect fierce resistance. I love the way that this actually takes us to each one of the big fragments we've seen littered around the world as we've been playing. It's really cool. So the final part, Coil of Bahamut. Turn 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's get in on turn 1. You vaguely remember because you think I mentioned it years ago and we use the same keyboard? Yeah, I mean, I think this is like to my mind, it's like the most generic keyboard you could get. Oh, wow, look at this place. No memory of this. I might not have played this for a long time, guys. I might not have played this since the Twitch episode. So, this is how it looks on the inside. This internment hulk still functions. The teleportation was a success. We are come to the right place. There's no telling how much further Bahamut has regenerated since we last beheld him. Let us make haste to the main bridge and deactivate the coil. There were receptacles similar to these in the previous hulk. Those held chimerical beasts, but only the Allagans know what other abominations may be sleeping with. They may well be part of Dalamud's internal defenses. We must stay on our guard at all times. Okay, I do remember actually. Yeah, are these a part of its defenses? Oh god, I totally forgot these two are together in this story at the end. Dude, is one of you guys dressed like a Crystal Brave as well? Is that what I just saw? Oh no, I guess it's just a blue magey kind of thing. Yeah, so what might be in these guys? Oh, we're locked in here because someone's still watching the cutscene. You put your team in Vuln on... Wait, team in Vuln? Hopefully you don't press it by accident. Team in Vuln? Clockwork spiders, dark matter slime. Holy shit, they hit hard. Wow. Ow. Alright, turn it down a little bit while we're in the action. What happened there? People are chatting? Wrong way. Really? This is the wrong way? No, they went the wrong way. Oh, it's not in Vuln, it's about... Yeah, a team in Vuln would be fucking crazy. I think the closest you can get to that is tank LB3, right? And even that's only like 90% less damage, or 99 or whatever, I don't know. It's funny to think that in the fights where you need to use that, if you do it unsynced, do you still die? Or can you just survive without the tank LB? I guess you could, right? Wow, look at this place. Bioweapon Sector 12. This is cool. All the random things wandering around, patrolling. Jesus. And it just all looks so different to the base game as well, you know. The Heaven's Ward raid has a really, really powerful vibe as well. Not too dissimilar to this, but somewhat. Oh my god, we go real far there. Oh, it looks like we're at the boss already. Ready, everyone? This is like Guild Wars gliding to the platform, but not quite the same, really. Less clunky in terms of you might fall off and die. So here's the boss intro cutscene. Oh, look, we can see inside the pipes now. And look, you can see they have wings. They look draconic. Oh, shit. Is this Tiamat? Is this... Oh, no. Wow, this thing looks weird. It's called the Imdgud. The more modern raids lack this kind of scale because all the fights are just that one room. Oh, do they really? Well, but you still get to see off into the distance, right? But you can still see it's a big... I've seen a tiny bit of footage of one of the new raids fights, I think, anyway. And aren't you on like a skyscraper, like looking out across like a massive, beautiful vista? Everything I've played so far in this game, they've managed to maintain that sense of scale in all the content. Critical rip. So I'm getting tethered by the paladin there, but it's a good thing, right? It's just I've been covered. Okay, so he's gone invulnerable. We've probably got to kill his friends. Oh my god. Cackle Hiss, that was called. Oh. Dodge that. So, I'm really taking it for granted how much free movement I have here. It's so nice. These are quick cones, and they're going out fast. So he has static charge. He has 3 static charges on him. That looks a little bit scary. There's electric burst. Oh, I didn't get one shot. I didn't take any damage. I think someone just put an amazing barrier on me, so thank you for that. I like that I'm not the only level 50 here. He's invulnerable again. Another phase. Oh man, that icon looks a bit like Dalamud, right? Like little spinning red ball above my head. And these tubes are pretty big as well, guys. I mean, look at these. Look at how massive they are. Also, they're actual 3D models on the inside. They looked a bit flat before, but now I realise as I move that they are all 3D models. Oh, he's still invulnerable. Oh, I wonder how many phases there are to this. I have no memory of this at all. Not even a vague sense of a recollection of this. That there was a Kural boss that goes invulnerable regularly. He now has 4 charges. So it'll hit a bit harder, I guess. Dun dun dun. Well, here it is. Here it comes. Alright, it was 2k damage. It wasn't too bad. Heat lightning. Oh shit, I'm dead. Cyclonic chaos. I'm not sure what that was that hit me. Everyone else is fine. Did I walk into something? Oh, well, there you go. He died. We didn't quite catch the death animation because I was dead. And the screen went black. You just notice different spells of different colours. Yeah, it's an add-on. It is an add-on, yeah. The colours are all consistent with the base game, though. So, like, green is physical. Bluey, purple is magical. No, sorry. Green is, like, true damage. Green is, like, you can't mitigate it in any way. It's like, you know, armor ignoring or typeless. That's what green is. Blue is physical. And green, and then the bluey purple is magic. And none of those colours make sense to me, to be honest. I mean, maybe bluey purple is magic. Sort of makes sense a little bit, but not really. It's just simple tweaks, that's all that there is. Ah, look, we get a leaving cutscene here. I was just going to say, what do these guys think of these things? It would be weird to leave the coil without them talking about the dragons in the tubes. So this is I love this revelation here. I think is awesome. So they've explained how where the Aether came from. And then Alisaie says, by the 12, dragons, and so many. We were aware that the Allagans possessed the means to control the creatures. But to imprison them thus is barbaric. I would not such wish a fate upon my worst enemy. So basically the story is, the Allagan Empire started conquering everywhere. They went to Mericidia and went to war with the dragons and basically won the war. They kill the real Bahamut in the process of that. But what they do is they capture these dragons and they, like Bahamut himself, like the Primal Bahamut, who is trapped and he's fueling his own trap or whatever. They also, the question is, okay, you need Aether and you need prayer. So what do? They imprison all the dragons as well. These dragons still love Bahamut and pray to Bahamut and want Bahamut. So against their own will, they're just kept here in stasis. Allagans just used merciless, unethical, horrible technology at every level to just manufacture all this. And they set it in the sky, and there you go, then they had their power. I would not wish such a fate upon my worst enemy. Well, we don't know how cognizant they are of what's going on. 'Tis plain that no love was lost between the Allagans and the dragons, but was it truly necessary to keep so great a number here? Oh, I don't think Alisaie's worked it out yet. Dalamud did not want for defences. This we have experienced firsthand. Such guardians as the Allagans created, both living and unliving, were surely no less capable of repelling intruders than these poor creatures. I guess Alphino's figured it out. Tell me something, Alisaie. Have you not managed to determine by whose will Bahamut exists? No, I haven't. At first I assumed Bahamut had no people of his own, that the Allagans had perhaps discovered a way to simulate prayer. However, Nael's words gave me cause to reconsider, specifically the Shade's mention of Bahamut's beloved children. From that I inferred the Primal was given form by the will of worshippers whom we have yet to... It's these are the beloved children. Oh, she says. God strike me down for a blind fool. Bahamut's beloved children right here before my very eyes. How could I be so stupid? Who else but the dragons of Eld would summon Bahamut? Who else but they could sustain him? And to think I wondered why the Allagans kept them imprisoned here. Even should the flame of Bahamut's life go out, his faithful children could summon him back. For this reason, the Allagan Empire kept an army of dragons here in a perpetual state of duress, okay, it is torture, that they might sustain the Primal's existence. Truly, the Allagans' ingenuity knew no bounds, and neither did their cruelty. Small wonder that Bahamut was so enraged. Let no one deny it was man who sowed the seeds of the calamity. I just think the Allagans are so badass and fucking evil and manipulative. Look at this. The people did this. Will you now turn your hatred towards our own kind, dear sister? Do not patronize me, Alphino. I merely acknowledge our guilt. Lest you be in any doubt. Well, you're not guilty, though, because you're not of that generation. Don't be so stupid. I have no intention of allowing Bahamut to lay the world to waste, regardless of the atrocities of the Allagans committed against his kind. We have no choice but to eliminate all who worship him, be they children or thralls. So this is really sad as well. Like, we have to actually depower these and turn these off. It seems reasonable to assume that the system responsible for the Primal's regeneration is also responsible for the sustaining of the captive dragons. If we disable it, they'll all perish. Let us press on. Yeah, it's ingenious, isn't it? And I think it's ingenious again. Like, in world, it's ingenious, and it's also ingenious that the writers thought of all this. You know, the writers had this idea for the world and the logic of primal summoning and everything, and they came up with just this crazy, cool, convoluted madness, you know. Alright, 3 turns to go, guys. At a depth of 6,835, you and your companions are greeted by a breathtaking sight. A colossal replica of Dalamud, believed to be the device which regulates Bahamut's regeneration. The structure swarms with legions of the Lesser Moon's internal defences, but through it you must go if you are to reach the main bridge. I was wondering if if Dalamud had the capacity to rebuild itself or something, you know? Like in Halo when you go to the Ark and they're making Installation 04 again. It's Installation 04, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. So Bahamut can't fully die because his children are praying to him. Exactly. and the children can't die because there are machines keeping them alive. Those machines are being powered by Bahamut. They're just like locked in this, you know, coil. You know, they're coiled up against one another. It is cool. It's very circular and fun. Wow, what the fuck? This is crazy. What the hell? This is like Square said, okay, we want a scene where we actually see Dalamud in space and we go to it. So here we go. This is it. Look at this. Fucking hell. The floor's so like, I like the textures and everything on the floor, by the way. Okay, so left or right? I guess right this time. We went left last time. Whoa. I have a very vague memory of this a little bit. Fucking hell, this is crazy. But this is a miniature version of the moon, right? Didn't they say just now? In the duty finder? More of these nodes to fight. Here I'm getting a little impression of how cool it is to like do raids when the... Oh, look at the visuals here. Do raids when the raids are tied to the main story. So good. I mean, we want to talk about sense of scale. I mean, it is here in bounds. Bounds? What's the phrase I'm trying to use? Down that thing goes. Do we all have to stand on this to disable it? Holy shit, I think we just did a puzzle there and I have no idea what it was or how it was. Alright, let's go left. The music is pretty extra. This is the lesser moon, yeah. We get a nice sense of its scale. It's funny, the Crystal Tower seems so small in comparison to this part. But the Crystal Tower is pretty fucking epic too in its own way. May Grahatia tend to it and keep it safe for us until such a day as people have the same technological power as the Alligans. So I'm pretty sure if you guys go from this video to my old Heaven's World series, you'll hear me talking about this stuff. So we're all on it and it beep, 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 beeped. And now we leave. Do we have to go to the other side now and trigger the other one? Oh, I guess we do. We go all the way around the ring, maybe? Oh, no. We jump back and then jump back and then, yeah, we go. Oh, do we need to split up? Well, how would we... Did we have to split up? How do we get back? Oh, shit. I don't know. I don't know how we solved the first puzzle. Oh shit, these things are coming through here. Maybe if we kill the mobs, it will somehow bring the barrier down? No, I can imagine though that we'd have to split up. Someone would go in the other direction. Oh, we can kill ourselves on this. And hopefully that pad stays the same. That's weird though. Yeah, I guess we did it slightly wrong. We could take the shortcut through the first bit on the outside of the moon. This set of instances makes you wonder how big the planet's core is. Hollow Earth theory. I mean, I like the Hollow Earth theory from a fantasy perspective. Wait, so is it left or right now? I guess... Shit, where did everyone else go? Is everyone even here yet? Oh, I don't know. I'm just going to go left. I'm going to take the shortcut and go left. But, you know, the Earth is huge. You know, it's like they say if you scale the Earth to the size of... If you shrunk the Earth down to the size of a golf ball, it would be as smooth as a snooker ball. Like, entire mountains and stuff on Earth. When you look at the full width of it, it's just nothing, you know. Earth is incredibly smooth. Despite the fact, you know, we're talking about the difference between the Mariana Trench and a mountain, and yet it's as smooth as that. Or, you know, it's just like when you look at a map of, like, you know, you read about the Nutty Putty Cave disaster or whatever we were talking about in stream the other day, and you see just like a cross section of the, you know, the mantle and whatever listed out on the Earth. The actual bit that we live on, the crust, the tiny little bit we're on the very edge, is tiny. So, yeah, there could be some massive fucking rooms beneath us, and you could see them, but it still wouldn't be anywhere near what you'd need for the hollow Earth, like a truly hollow Earth. Like, I think it's just hard to imagine because we're so small and so insignificant on the scale of the whole planet. And indeed, the solar system. And indeed, the galaxy. And indeed, all the galaxies and superclusters. But it's pretty cool that we know about all that stuff that's so much bigger than us. So here we go, let's stand on this. Or at least know a bit about it. There we go, the barrier's down, nice. We appear to be missing 2 people. I don't know if they're stuck somewhere or a shortcut. Hopefully they can make their way here. IRL Underdark, let's go. Yeah, look, I love in fantasy settings. I love underground kingdoms and underground empires, and just I think that stuff's awesome. If you're gonna have a fantasy setting, you got to do something like that, right? You got to. Guild Wars doesn't play with it enough with the depth, so certainly not in Guild Wars 2, which is a shame since the depths were mostly introduced in Eye of the North, which was the setup to Guild Wars 2. So I'm a big believer in a depths mini X-Pack. I think that shit would be amazing. I'd be so up for it. And, World of Warcraft just had its new expansion and proved that that setting can be done justice. This game doesn't do Underground too well either, actually. I know that seems a bit silly, considering we're here in the depths of the coils right now, but... Alright, awesome, there you go. The tank and the healer are here. So this boss is the Kalia. What the hell is the final boss? I assume it's something Bahamut related. But I just don't remember, guys. I really don't. Barrowfield. I like keeping the camera low like this. Oh, I just overwrote my fucking song. Sorry about that, guys. Holy shit, he just put a lot of vulns. Oh my god, a bunch of people are dead. Oh, wow, we've wiped. Essentially. I guess being in the middle is not a good idea on this fight. Alright, I'm jumping off. Oh, I can't even jump off. Oh, I could eat this, though. Oh. Oh no, we're rezzing. Oh, shit, actually, we're surviving. Sorry, okay. I thought it was it, but no, we're able to sustain. We gotta kill these nodes, though, and not let them be near each other, I think. Look at all the buffs they get. This is quite interesting about these raids. There are so many effects and mouse over tooltip moments. They don't really do stuff like that anymore, I don't think. But look at this. Look at all this shit this weapons node's got. Object 199 it's using. Oh god, I'm getting raised. I don't know whether I should have accepted that, because to be honest, I'm not just going to get one-shot by another one of these pulses. Energy field down. Oh, oh. I'm so going to die. Oh, the Transcendence is ended now. It's invulnerable. I wonder what we do to stop it being invulnerable. Alright, I just ran into the middle and died. Let's just do that again without all of us getting one shot so we can kill the weapons node. May as well just run into the middle of the arena, guys, and die, and then we'll just redo it. BG3 had a really cool underground sort of scenario as well, didn't it? I forget specifically. Is that called the Underdark? I can't remember specifically what the realm was called. Well, the fight's still going. Who's alive in there? Alright, there we go. Yeah, it is called the Underdark. Yeah, I had such a cool moment in BG3 where I was doing, I can't remember where exactly I was, but I was in the middle of like some big long quest, and there was a moment where there was like a bottomless pit near me, like near a boss room or something, and I was thinking, oh, I can't go down there. If I fall down there, I'll die. I'll get knocked in or something. And I did, and I was just like, okay, well, that's obviously game over. But it wasn't game over. I just suddenly was in the Underdark, and it was a whole other place. That was just the best moment for me. I was like, oh my god, this game's very cool. Like, I just couldn't believe that such a huge thing was there ready for me to explore. And like the original thing just like went on hold for ages. Actually, I think I might have ended up reloading. How do we kill it? Oh god, nerve gas. Oh, I'm dead. Fucking hell. I feel like I reacted quite quickly to that telegraph. But I didn't have very long to hide. Alright, he's going in the middle, so we don't want to be in the middle because we'll die. And I think we just got to blow these nodes up really quickly so that they don't... Alright, that one's invulnerable. Because they're giving themselves buffs or something. That one's invulnerable as well now. I'm going to use Big Shot. Tag them both. Okay, but the electrical node back there is not invulnerable. As long as we can kill the weapons node. No, see, the weapons node's eating it now, so it's invulnerable. So we failed again. Oh, no, it's not invulnerable. It took some damage. Someone's able to hit it. Is it just invulnerable to me for some reason? It totally took some damage there, didn't it? I swear I saw that. Oh. What's the point in rezzing, right? No. Someone's managing to do tiny little bits of damage. Oh, it's magic damage only. Oh, so why isn't it dead then? Why don't we just cast some magic damage on it and kill it? Oh, I guess that's what we're doing, slowly. I see, magic vulnerability down. Wait, magic damage taken is reduced. Like, vulnerability down means it's defending from magic damage. It has 3 stacks of both, magic and fizz. And it has 2 times HP boost. All attacks are doing critical damage. Damage up. Oh, here you go. Energy field, invulnerable to ranged attacks. I see. So I think ranged attacks could kill one, and magic attacks can kill the other. And I think on top of that, we've also failed or done slowly a mechanic, which means that they're very, very resistant. So like we're working hard on it, but it's going to take a long time to kill. So we're doing like 0.1% per spell, I think. In fact, he just healed. He's healing. Well, why did I accept that raise? Why are we wasting time? I'm gonna die. I shouldn't have accepted that. I can't even... I'm not even breaking Transcendence here. Alright, 0.2, 0.1. We completely brute forced our way through this. Alright, the boss is back. Ah, the boss died. What on earth? Wait, was the main boss taking damage as well as we were hitting those? You know what this reminds me of? This boss reminds me of the Hydra, like Major Numerous in the X2 Creature Creator. You need to separate them or they combine and get super buffed. So 2 tanks need to provoke each node away. Yeah, but we only have the one here. Only my missile spell did damage because it does 50% of the remaining health. Ah. Well, there you go, guys. Nicely done. There's nothing in the environment in the story in this one. I wonder what these two will talk about this time. Was this number 2 or number 3? Are we about to see the final boss? I think it was number 3, wasn't it? Oh, shit. Why, this looks like... ... A model of Dalamud, yes. I like how it's like they're only just becoming aware of that. For millennia, Bahamut must have gazed at this unchanging view. There's that thing, though, right, where if you deprive someone of all sensory information, their brain... There's something about our brains that... like shuts down and adapts. Our perception of time totally changes. Like, I think they've done experiments where if you put someone in like complete isolation and they just have to sit. You know, like people will put hypotheticals online. Would you, if you got paid 10 grand, would you sit for a week in a room doing absolutely nothing, like literally in the darkness in a room for 1 week? And like, but when people go through experiences like that, their brain like shuts down in a weird way. So it will be 7 days, and you'll go speak to them, and they'll say, "Oh, I thought it was only 3 or something." Or like, you know that story about that guy? There's an amazing video online of like an Australian or New Zealand, like, or is it British? I don't know actually. But a scuba diver that goes, there's a wreck of a boat. It falls, some ship sinks. It goes under the ocean or under the sea or whatever, and it capsizes. So there's an air pocket, and a man is alive in a room with limited air, pitch black, just water and wreckage and flotsam floating around him, underwater in a boat with limited air, running out of oxygen, just sitting there. He's just sitting there. And there's a video online of like a scuba diver who goes underwater and finds him and like surfaces in this air pocket, and it's like, holy fuck, there's a guy here and he's alive. And they talk to each other and they get him out, and the man survives. But anyway, he's sitting there in the pitch black for days, just waiting to die, just, you know, sitting there in the water under the ocean, and he gets found. So it's a lovely story, really, until you consider all the people who don't get found and get in a situation like that. But he's sitting there in complete sensory deprivation, and he was reported when he got out, he thought he'd only been there for like 12 hours or something. So anyway, what I'm saying is this was fine for Bahamut. Bahamut probably had a brilliant time. He loved it in here. Look at this. Sometimes the lights change a bit. Oh, amazing. Oh, he survived by drinking Coke, did he? I guess, yeah, because he needed water from somewhere. Trapped inside a prison that was scarcely large enough to contain him, unable to move, denied the release of death, how his hatred for man must have burned. And all that hatred found an ideal vessel in Nael van Darnus. Oh, this is good. In many ways, Bahamut is to be pitied, not loathed. But knowing the true extent of his fury, I'm more concerned than ever the necessity for our endeavour. Yeah, there's no coming back from this. You can't find peace with him over this. Not to mention the fact it's a Primal, which doesn't really... They don't seem the most persuadable entities in the first place. Think about all this rage, by the way, and wonder whether Nidhogg feels a similar rage over a different story, but still. Besides, he's not the only soul that cries out for vengeance. Yeah. Also, I'd love to see what Midgårdsormr thinks of all this. But technically, I guess in the storyline, you don't have Midgårdsormr yet. We got Midgårdsormr in 2.5, and this is only 2.4, so we don't get to see him reflect on this. Oh no, that was turn 2. Okay. At 8,872 Yalms below the surface, your party arrives within Bahamut's cavernous regeneration chamber. As Alisaie moves to disable the Internment Hulk, she finds her way barred by her grandsire, the Archon Louisoix. The man once gave his life that the realm might be spared. If you would honor his legacy, you must now strike him down. Wait, is Louisoix the penultimate boss? Holy shit, what are we about to see here? Oh god, my gear's breaking. I should repair that soon. +1 if needed. Oh! How do I turn this off? Somebody else wants to join. We might just... Okay, look, with that +1, you can join for the final fight, I guess? The more the merrier. I'm totally happy to see more and more people play. Someone might be AFK, though. So this might fail. It says checking member status. Here, I'm over at the Merchant and Mender. This might be a blessing in disguise, weirdly. I might be able to repair gear. Oh, it's all fully broken. Alright, there you go. Nice and clean now. WP, have you not done this before? I've explained how many times that I have done this before, but I don't have full memory of it. I really feel like I've said that a lot of times. Whoever is waiting, just cancel it. Okay, yeah, we can invite someone here. Wait, what do I do? We right click. I can't invite this person to the party. Oh, sorry, it's because they're already in the... No, that's Peku. Oh, but Peku's not on my friends list. That's what it probably is. Shizu, if you want to play with us, I think you need to be here physically. think that's the thing. I don't think I can invite you unless you're physically here because we're a cross-world party and I don't have the... Oh, no, there you go. Invite to party. I got it. Ta-da! Brilliant. All right, let me go. This is 8 kilometers below the surface. 5 miles down. What is the depth of the deepest cave, IRL, guys? Does anyone know? That'd be quite interesting to find out, wouldn't it?
Gods, he is almost whole again.
Oh my god, voice acting? Really? Wow. In fact, this is... Okay, that's Alisaie. This is very rare, guys. Oh, this is kind of cool to think about. 2.0 had Alisaie in it, and she had like 1 word, right? There was like 1 sentence in those scenes. That was like it. She barely said anything. I don't know who did the voice acting, but she barely said anything. I guess they got her back for like whatever this dialogue is, but then she's going to go away because of the voice acting cast. So enjoy. This is a rare glimpse into OG Alisaie voice. Holy shit, the deepest cave IRL is really deep. 7,000?
His size is staggering. I can scarce imagine how Grandfather stood against such a monstrosity.
Oh, here we go. This is going to be the last Alphino voice we get.
This cannot be allowed to proceed any further. Let us disable the coil and move on.
It's a cave in a disputed region of Georgia. It's 7,000 foot deep. Wow.
Grandfather? No, that man is dead. I will not dishonor my beloved grandsire's memory by calling you such.
It's weird, isn't it? She's quite posh, actually.
You
Memory.
are but his twisted shape, the thrall of a mad primal.
You were foolish to disregard my warning, child. Are you so convinced of your own righteousness?
'Tis the rightness of our path that led us to return. Eorzea will never be safe whilst Bahamut remains to threaten all we hold dear. What of the hero who gave his life in defense of the realm? Do you truly dispute the justice of our cause?
My poor, ignorant grandchildren. Your world is shaped by naught but recent conflict. Listen, and I will speak to you of justice.
Oh, this is quite cool. By the way, I've gone on and on and on about the fact that there's a Primal in this storyline, and it's... Oh, I think I remember the bosses. And its name begins with P. We're finally there, guys. The last Primal of 2.0.
'Twas in the twilight of the third astral era. The southern land of Mericidia suffered invasion at the hands of the Allagan Empire. With no atrocity too depraved for their purpose, the forces of Alec were unstoppable in their advance.
Look at these guys, destroying the dragons. I love how this whole story starts with the Battle of Silvertear Skies, in which dragons destroy the Garleans. And yet here in the history books, the reverse had happened. Humans did eventually reach a point where they eclipsed dragons.
Desperate for salvation, the dragons prayed to one of their first brood, to their ancestor Bahamut. Infused by the power of their fervent supplications, Bahamut arose from the abyss of death and took wing as the Mericidians' newborn god.
So it doesn't really talk there about the fact that... So, it says the dragons prayed to one of the first brood, to their ancestor Bahamut. What I think is kind of glossed over there is the Allagans killed Bahamut. The original Bahamut's dead. He's gone. What this always has been about is just the primal reimagining of him.
Yet this great miracle would only serve to further the maniacal designs of the dragon's Imperial conquerors. The cruel fetters which bind my lord stand testament to the Allagan's boundless greed and hubris.
This guy's voice actor is Jiraiya from Naruto. Really now? I haven't watched Naruto. Not really. I've seen episode 1. That's it.
I once summoned the 12 in an attempt to forestall the advent of the 7th Umbral Era.
I love the way he's speaking in first person, and I love his name, by the way. He's got that really good gravelly texture there when he says era.
What then did the dragons of Mericidia do that I did not? Wherefore are they accursed and I exalted?
Yeah, it's the same thing, right?
'Tis man's overweening belief in his own primacy that blinds him to the commonness of his condition and the truth of his own tyranny.
I really love the idea that this is Podley with his with amnesia, and here I am older, back in front of Louis Soir listening to this and listening intently.
As long as man is suffered to remain, the dragons shall never be at peace. Only when the plague of people has been expunged shall the children of Lord Bahamut be free. Then shall the world know true justice.
So people should be gone. Remember really early on when we heard about the Calamity stuff, there was a suggestion that it was only after people appeared, calamities started? Remember that?
Stop it! Grandfather would never say such things. His belief that people were worth saving never faltered. He had faith in their strength, that they could stand together and push back against the darkness seeking to shape them.
A false hope. 'Tis folly to place one's faith in so flawed a race. Stand together? Huh. They would first need to agree on which direction to face. If history teaches us anything, it is that man cannot find common ground between his own 2 feet. Even you, twins whose veins run with the same blood, struggle to fathom each other's reasoning. You hide your differing agendas behind the convenient banner of Eorzea's salvation. Given your obvious self-interest, can you truly claim no kinship with the Allagan?
I see how they remind us of their squabbles at the start of the patch so that they can talk about it here.
And though I hope they might bring you closer, 'twould seem that the twin grimoires I bestowed upon you were a wasted gesture.
This is awesome. I love the way he speaks about it. He's using first person, and here he's even talking about a very specific memory. So remember when we read the short story, we read about the books, right? You needed both books to be able to translate or understand it or whatever. And there they are talking about it. That's great. So when you're tempered, you're kind of still you with your memories,
there may well
but
be truth in your judgment of Alisaie and me, but such a one-sided tirade bemoaning the evils of man rings false, coming from the lips of Archon Louis Soir. Tell me, do you champion the cause of dragons because Bahamut compels you as...
Oh, what happened? Oh, that's ruined it. What happened there? Let's try that again. We gotta leave there. That was ridiculous. Oh, I'm gonna have to let everybody leave now as well. Why would that randomly start like that and kick you out of the cutscene after a certain amount of time? How do I know who's in the instance still or who's not? Alright, let's try this again. I'll just click join and see who might be there. No, somebody's still in the instance. Shizu's in the instance. So we have to wait however long for people to leave. Maybe like after X amount of time there's a kick out of the cutscene, and because I didn't click each dialogue box instantly, Wait, was it in this cutscene I went on that rant about the guy underwater? No, that was the end of the previous instance. It's a failsafe. Yeah, I guess so, right? Alright, well, look, we can just click through nice and quickly here.
Gods.
Okay, here we go. He's almost whole again. We can skip the dialogue, but the camera movements we will have to watch through. Sorry about that, guys. I wonder if that happened last time. His size is staggering. There's Louis Soir. Grandfather?
No.
There was technically a bit of a spoiler on screen there. If you looked very closely, very quickly, you would have seen what the next boss is. Oh, it is a long cutscene, actually. This whole thing with his eyes is being tempered. It's amazing how quickly I get into it, though, when they're voice acting for me and I'm not just reading out loud.
'Twas in the Dest. Yet this I once saw. What then? 'Tis.
And that's Tremor listening.
Only.
Even you.
Stop it!
Stop
He
it!
had faith.
He had faith in the
A
people.
foe. Stand together.
No
Even
common
you.
ground between your own feet. Even you.
And though.
Alright. We're around back to where we were now.
There may well be truth in your judgment of Alisaie and me, but such a one-sided tirade bemoaning the evils of man rings false, coming from the lips of Archon Louis Soir. Tell me, do you champion the cause of dragons because Bahamut compels you as his thrall?
Can I just say, by the way, this story, you know, when we're talking about when does the story get good, when does the game improve, I feel like you can see traces of it in this storyline. Like this cutscene in particular, it immediately, like, it feels a bit more like the modern Final Fantasy story, you know, like where it's really starting to, I don't know, maybe because I find it a bit more gripping.
Or is it because you yourself have transcended the limits of man's existence?
Ah, so the possibility did not escape your notice. What I prayed for, and what I have become. These are the keys that unlock the truth behind Eorzea's rebirth.
Really? The key, that theme of keys here.
If you would have them, then you must needs take them by force. Come, rend this divine form asunder and claim your answers.
Not sure if you've said this or not, but this isn't 1.0, it's 2.0. Yeah, I know. Well, there you go.
But I thought... No. He has become a primal?
It is difficult, I know, but you must accept it. That entity is no phantom or imposter. It is our beloved grandsire.
Please, for his sake and for ours, you must defeat our grandfather.
So to be honest, guys, I don't understand this at all. How is he a primal? I guess they'll explain. I don't what. So is he tempered by Bahamut or not? If he's a primal, then surely he's not tempered by another one. Also, how does he become a primal? But yeah, this is Phoenix. Obviously another big classic FF summon and a big idea. And I do remember now, yeah, this is this boss. I don't remember what the final boss is. But yeah, this is Phoenix, and this is the, technically speaking, I guess, the last primal for us to be introduced to here in 2.0. Doesn't get its own trial or whatever, it appears as a boss within the Raid series, but yeah. Not sure what the mechanics are here. I've got a green thing, Chain of Purgatory. Marked by the brand of Purgatory, damage is taken from the Flame of Unforgiveness is increased. The music here is wild. From the Ashes, this is called. To be honest, actually, this music sounds like it's about to kick into something big. Constantly, and then it doesn't. I don't know what this blue fire is here. Cold blue flames are severely reducing damage dealt and HB restored via actions. Holy shit, what is this? I would quite like to do this, actually do this fully synced one day. It looks like there are a lot of core mechanics going on here. But probably more worthwhile doing when we've like got an actual Savage group going, you know, that's comfortable doing all this stuff. So far, what I really want to do with this Let's Play is the extremes, and we've done all of them so far. I mean the main story extremes as well, by the way. So, like, each expansion really only has 3 of those. So these Phoenixes, I kind of just aggroed onto the team there a little bit. Sorry about that, guys. Flames of Rebirth here. He has a buff as well, Rise of the Phoenix. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting looking fight. This OSC's a banger. It's a perpetual edging. That's a good description, yeah. That is how I felt listening to it. Okay, so Louisoire / Phoenix is... I know there's one thing. Like, so Phoenix is usually associated... If you watched my 6 playthrough very recently, it's usually associated with Resurrection, right? Just like Phoenix Downs and so on. So, you know, Louisoire is back alive, Bahamut is alive here, and all this. I think there's some connection here that they'll explain. But the specifics of all this, I don't really... How can a person become a primal? Like, properly. Not like Lady Iceheart summoning Shiva. This is straight up be a primal. So one more cutscene and the final boss to explain it all. Phoenix is major in 16. Yeah, I have heard that, yeah.
Grandfather is truly gone this time. But better it end this way than the alternative.
So, and yeah, this thing that it really was him, I guess it adds a bit more meaning to their fight.
I am yet here, Alisaie, my dear, sweet granddaughter.
Okay, so yeah, it adds a bit more meaning that even if it really is him, she has to slay him to find her own way in the world or whatever, I don't know. Okay, now he sounds like he's being normal. His eyes aren't red, and he said, my dear sweet granddaughter.
Grandfather?
I must thank you, warrior of light. Without your valor, I might never have broken free of Bahamut's control. These last few moments are mine, to live as the man I once was.
So, he is a shade, turned primal, and he was tempered the whole time.
This is all that I wanted. Yet, now that it is happening, I find myself struggling to believe it. Is it really you?
So, like, how can one primal temper another primal? If primals can't temper each other's tempered, then surely they can't temper each other. And what does this mean? Is there a person at the heart of every primal? A bit like a faith at the heart of every summon in 10?
Grandfather, pray forgive me my insolence. It was not my intent to demean you.
Forgive you? I am proud of you, child. You were wise enough to deduce the manner of creature I had become.
It's funny, now that I'm in this scene, it blows my mind that I ever forgot Alisaie and Alphinaud were together. Because, yeah, this scene, he talks to his 2 grandkids. They're all on screen together.
Alphinaud, Alisaie, If any here should beg forgiveness, it is I.
Grandfather, I must ask, will you not tell us what befell during the calamity?
Is it me, or does the font look a
Yes,
bit
of
different here?
course. You have come far to hear the truth.
Does the font not look a bit different in the text box here? Am I going crazy?
Let us then begin the tale at the Battle of Cartano, where clashed the forces of the Garlean Empire and the Eorzean Alliance.
Yeah, please, do tell me.
'Twas there in the sky above the surging armies that the elder Primal Bahamut broke free of the Red Moon Dalamud. In an effort to contain this avatar of destruction, I called upon the 12 to aid me in the creation of a prison of ether.
I am crazy, okay, yeah.
But Bahamut would not be caged by such feeble bars. Too vast was his might, too fierce his rage.
And we saw that in the CGI, didn't we? They should splice the CGI into this.
Little choice remained to me. I used the last of my strength to entrust our hope unto the future, and prepared to meet my end.
Oh, in chat, Kazdim says, some primals can be made up of people. Most are just Aether prayers, though. Oh, really? Zeppo said, do you plan to do all the extremes up to Endwalker during the story? Yes, that's exactly the plan. That is 100%. And I thought that was clear through the ARR playthrough. But by the way, look at this, guys. This is why I call this the epilogue to 1.0, right? Like... Oh, he closes his eyes. Oh, they do the CGI, right? Because I just said that, and I was thinking... Yeah, here you go. They do. This is a very rare thing for them to ever do this. Obviously, it's normal for regular Final Fantasy games. This is awesome. And it's a shame, because so many of the CGI trailers in their expansions are really good. Hold on, this isn't just... Is this from the trailer? Holy fuck. It's our axe. Man, I love that with the earth. Holy shit, see, he fucks Bahamut up. So obviously, yeah, this isn't the trailer. This is all unique CGI. Was this made for this quest then, or is there a whole... Is there an expanded trailer I've never watched? Even through this whole project, is there an expanded trailer I've never seen? Like, look at this. This is epic. Or was this custom made for this story? This is crazy, because that's the only time I've ever seen this game do this. A CGI scene for this thing. This was made just for this dungeon. Wow. So he just fucking killed Bahamut there. Exclusive to this. Wow, that is so cool. That is so cool. And they don't ever do that again, right? They don't do a even
As
in...
you have no doubt surmised, I did not perish. When the cage built from the essences of the 12 was destroyed, the sky was filled with a colossal cloud of ether. This drifting energy responded to the prayers of those fighting below, and to my own desperate wish that the dying realm be saved by infusing me with the power of a Primal.
Yeah, so all that prayer, people were praying for him now. And it kind of turned him into one.
I became the immortal Phoenix, ancient symbol of rebirth. Rising into the sky, I struck Bahamut with all my newfound strength. The blow shattered his earthly form, and a shower of ether rained down upon the land.
So here we're finally getting details about what happens in that gap.
Thus began the rejuvenation of Eorzea.
But remember, Primals eat Aether, so Phoenix himself was eating Aether. Right?
Believing the deed done, I relinquished my hold on that staggering energy, desirous that it should be returned to the realm without delay. But I had not reckoned on Bahamut's tenacious will. Even as he teetered upon the cusp of oblivion, the dragon reached out to claim me. Alas, within my fast fading form, enough remained of the Phoenix's energy to offer Bahamut a hold, and he dragged me along in his wake.
And thus began your existence as the Elder Primal's thrall.
I cannot help but wonder at his will to survive. Though he was all but obliterated, Bahamut found a way to seize the power you surrendered.
So I guess it just is straight up true that one Primal can enthrall another.
That would explain why part of his physical form survived to be entombed underground.
It would also explain why Eorzea was so terribly warped. Even as the land sought to restore itself, the returning flow of ether was cut off.
I love that description as well. That all the fucked up hills and mountains and corrupted crystals everywhere are a result of Bahamut's will still down there.
Ah, very good. When his grip on existence was once again secured, Bahamut did not cease his feast until he had consumed every last mote of ether that yet floated in the air.
See, it's so cool. It's like they rebooted the whole game. They revived the whole game or whatever, so they tied it to the story of Phoenix. It's really cool.
And still he was not fully restored.
It's like the Phoenix Primal basically allowed them to avoid this calamity. You know, all the other calamities caused these huge dark ages or whatever, but in a way, Louisoix as Phoenix sort of managed to help this.
You must remember that by this time, much of the freed ether had already returned to the land. That which remained was not sufficient to reconstruct so massive a form in its entirety.
It's so crazy. It's very convoluted. You think about the entire scope of this story. All the Allegan stuff and all the stuff about the prison and then all the stuff about Louisoix and then just general Primal rules as well and the fact that he becomes Phoenix.
But there did not need to be. Not for a being sustained by the marvels of Allegan technology. As long as some piece of Bahamut persists, the coils will seek it out and continue their regenerative task. The fragments of Dalamud appear motionless from the surface, but deep beneath the ground they had been searching, tunneling through rock and soil towards their escaped prisoner. And, as you have observed for yourselves, they found his heart. Warrior of Light, heed me. You must put a stop to Bahamut's regeneration.
This is a moment, really. Actual, lucid, real Louisoix talking to us. I wonder if I was a 1.0 character here, there'd be a little tweak in this cutscene. I love to believe that there would be. That he'd say hello again or something? I don't know.
Whether it be for man or for dragonkind, the question of justice is irrelevant. The Elder Primal will leave naught but a smoldering wasteland for both his children and ours. I beg you to defend Eorzea and guide its people to the future they yet struggle to find.
There you go, that's the husk done. One final husk and one final instance. Is he going to TP us straight to it?
This portal will take you to the final internment hulk. 'Tis time for the tale of Bahamut and his part in the calamity to come to an end.
Did I just say husk? I mean Hulk. You like the way he doesn't sound crazy like Urianger? Yeah, he's very easy listening, isn't he?
Alvino, Alisaie, pray, come closer.
This to me almost feels better than the Ultimate Weapon Gaia stuff at the end of the 2.0. Do you know what I mean? It really feels like it's a two-pronged ending. The Praetorium stuff, but this stuff's
Your
like...
hopes and dreams must no longer be an extension of mine. You must needs find your own reason to fight for this realm, your own meaning in this sea of chaos. Will you do that for me?
Of course, Grandfather. I have already made it my mission to see this newborn Eorzea survive and flourish.
Alisaie, while I was yet enthralled to Bahamut, you spoke of my faith in man's strength. Know that your words reached me, imprisoned though my soul still was. So forceful was your conviction. I wonder if that belief has not become your own. Perhaps, after all your anger and sorrow was spent, you found something greater within you.
What about me?
See this fight to its culmination. 'Tis also your strength, in which I have faith.
We're just the hired muscle, really. You just do the fighting. Don't analyze Tremor's motivation. His motivation is he's good at hitting things.
Thank you for everything. Pray, take your rest, Grandfather. You deserve it.
There are records of an art that allowed one to summon the power of a primal from the essence of its demise. And though I am no true primal, all that I have left, I give to you. Alvino, Alisaie, my darling grandchildren. May light's blessings ever keep and protect you.
Farewell, Louis Soir. Louis Soir's spirit. It's good, but you kind of need the context from what happened in 1.0, otherwise this is kind of random. It's funny you say that. I've played this twice before. Once on my own, and then once on New Game Plus with Twitch a couple of years ago, and now here. On those previous two, I didn't know the 1.0 stuff. I only right now, today, here, have this experience with 1.0. I've enjoyed it every time.
Of light, our task remains undone.
I think it is cooler having seen 1.0 now, but it was cool anyway, I think. Like, they do a lot of, like, recappy moments, right? Okay. So the entry point, one final entry point. Enter the final Coil of Bahamut. Turn 4. Restored to his senses in defeat, Louis Soir uses his final moments to send your party to the main bridge of the... By the way, this is such a huge revelation that you can turn someone into a primal just if you pray enough. Could they not do that to us? If I want to be Phoenix, I can be Phoenix as long as enough people believe me to, right? And I have the power around me. Louis Soir uses his... Anyone could be supersonic. Louis Soir uses his final moments to send your party to the main bridge of the final Internment Hulk. There to banish Bahamut once and for all. Yeah, it's kind of nice that we don't have to do a whole, like, wing to do the last Hulk. You know, they just bundled the two together like this. And it's kind of, you know, it's non-standard, you know, it's not just an obvious pattern. There to banish Bahamut once and for all. Yet though the end of your arduous journey is in sight, doubt not but that the cornered Primal will lash out with his unbridled rage. If you're to overcome this terrible foe, you and yours must have one purpose. Join now your hearts and minds and sally forth! That's good, that's my word of the day. To bring the 7th Umbral era to its true conclusion for the future of Eorzea. I have no memory of what this fight looks like. I know that, like, you're not actually fighting the full Bahamut, but you're not just hitting a static head, are you? What is this fight? Probably doesn't bode well. It's not a good sign that I've forgotten what the final boss fight looks like, is it? Is he like a mini Bahamut? Twintania sized, let's say, I guess. Also, he was awake and listening that whole time, I wonder. If we pray to Yoshi P enough for Blitzball, he will at it. Oh. I am so excited about that idea. Only on the grounds that they'd go all out with it and they could do it like a proper good like football sim type thing. Having seen how well they do all the old source and stuff.
Road, but at last we reach its end.
Oh, and don't I feel this sentence here? A long and arduous road could describe the whole series.
Farewell, Bahamut. I banish you back to the ether.
Blitzball isn't worth adding to the game, full stop. Jesus. In your opinion. You can't just declare that. You're not in the position.
He is not yet whole. I did not think him capable.
Alisaie! Alisaie!
Yeah, no memory of any of this, them getting injured or anything.
I had thought it finally over. Will not survive another blast. No. Is this how I honor my promise to Grandfather?
You must needs find your own reason to fight for this realm. Your own meaning in this sea of chaos. Will you do that for me?
I'm concerned and trying to click quickly here.
I will, Grandfather. In fact, I believe I already have.
Because I'm scared of the 5-minute lockout again.
That reason has been with me all along, guiding me. Eorzea's blade of light, shearing through endless shrouds of darkness. I have been shown the miraculous feats of which we are all capable, of which I am capable. Bahamut, you have wreaked enough havoc.
That's true, we could autoplay.
Let your wrathful fires consume all that we know and love.
Funny that she's never actually with us in the fights, though. They could have it as a mechanic where you defend her and stuff, but no. Yeah, it is rough VA there. I was thinking the same. I didn't want to give voice to the criticism, but yeah.
How long I have waited to hear you say that. You have found your resolve at last.
Bit
Let me
hammy.
join my strength to yours. In this place, in this moment, our purpose has become one.
Very cheesy. The cheese is... Oh, it really smells very strong. It's ponging.
For the future of Eorzea!
Oh my god, it's so cheesy. Oh my god. That's the cheesiest thing I've ever seen.
Yours, warrior of light. You must destroy Bahamut's crystal core.
The air is thick with the smell. So is that it? Is that the last we see of their books? Seriously? I didn't cringe too much at the game, but I do cringe at... This is horribly judgmental and mean of me. It really is. I don't cringe at the scene, but I do cringe at the thought of players being moved by it. That's so horrible of me, isn't it? But imagining someone, like, breathing heavy or crying or something over it, I just think, ugh, that's cringy to me. The game earnestly trying to deliver a scene is whatever, you know. It's just that some people's standards are on a level where it's the best thing ever. What the hell is this? Right, I'm going to stop being such a judgmental prick. So I guess it's a mini Bahamut. I can't remember this fight, guys. I can't remember the music. I can't remember the arena. I can't remember the boss design. Bahamut Prime. Now, that's a staple of the anthology as well. Very often, you won't just have Bahamut. You'll have, like, Bahamut Zero and Bahamut this and Bahamut whatever. So I guess it's natural that they do this. And fighting the real Bahamut, the absolutely giant one that was trapped in a moon, is just not realistic, I guess. I mean, it's the same thing that was going on with Guild Wars for years, right? Like, how do you do the Elder Dragon? Oh, shit. What? Mega Flare killed me. Was I supposed to run away from that? Oh, he's got Giga Flare as well. So Mega Flare is, like, his big iconic thing. I don't think there's a mechanic where he draws an Aether and eventually Mega Flares. I guess he just spams that. I will say, by the way, on the note of multiple versions of Bahamut, and this isn't a spoiler, but right before Endwalker, there's Flare Star. That skill, it was a new Dawn Trail skill that players can use now. Oh shit, they're using this song, Answers. Oh, that's very nice, isn't it? The callbacks, going full circle with Answers as the song. Suffocated will, overwhelmed by sheer spiritual might of the Dreadworm. Damage taken by certain attacks is increased. Oh god, don't be in that. Is that one going to charge as well? Oh, that's Twintania! That was Twintania there, right? Oh, I got Mega Flared, but someone give me a shield, thank you. Yeah, this isn't a spoiler, but right before Endwalker, basically the last thing I did in the main story on the Twitch run, the last thing, it was a dungeon, and the final boss of the dungeon, right before Endwalker, was called Lunar Bahamut. And that's not like a spoiler or anything, because there was no lore about it, no information whatsoever. But I'm really fascinated by that, and I wonder if eventually it does get explained in any way. But that's like another form of Bahamut, and we'll see that like way later. But yeah, Lunar Bahamut. And the summoner in Dawn Trail gets a summoner thing for Bahamut? That's cool. Man, this is a very slow, very soft version of the song, isn't it? The Sin of Mericidia. You think Prime means it's the soul of the Primal? Oh god, what's going on here? Oh god, oh god! Oh god! Oh, I think that was Twintania there. I think I baited with the green there. I gotta say, doing this synced, blind to the story and everything when you're really into it would be pretty epic, right? This is such a cool final moment. And I think already you can see how far ahead the game came from 1.0 here. You know, we're on 2.4 at this point, so sort of midway, late stage 2.0 really, right? And look how far it's come, you know, since the Riven Road and all of that. I think this will have been one of those moments for players who are really into this game and doing a lot. This would have been one of those moments it's like, oh, there's going to be good shit coming. You know, that they figured it out to a certain degree. One of them was called the Guts of Mericidia there. This is a bit like Fear Not This Night, right? Being used. Imagine if Fear Not This Night was being used in... Imagine if Guild Wars 2 finally redone. I say finally like it's anticipated. It's not. It's just what I would like. But whatever. Imagine if one day Guild Wars 2 redid the Zaitan fight, and in that final phase in the tower, at the point of interest in the tower, they add it, and they put "Fear Not This Night" on as the song in the tower, right? The parallels to that are actually kind of really mad and really good, because it's sort of like, you know, this is a love letter to 1.0 and saying, look, we fixed it. Do you have faith in us again, kind of thing. And a remake of Zaitan would be a similar thing. Oh my god, look at that. Holy shit. Holy fuck. This is Terror Flare. Jesus. And hopefully we're okay. Oh my god, the whole place is burning now. Of course, that transition phase we kind of went through very quickly there. How did I forget this? This is amazing. Oh look, Akmorn. Oh shit, it's a different kind of Akmorn though. I don't think I want to stand in that. Oh my god, the visuals in this are insane. How did I forget this? Oh, and the music's kicking up now. Is it possible last time we did this, we just one-shot it? Oh my god, we get full-on lyrics. Oh shit. Oh no, I cast Desperado and he's like coming at me now. Tempest Wing. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh, good job, guys, not just one-shotting this and letting us see the animations. This is insane. This is easily the best fight ARR has to offer. Yeah, visually, for sure. Out of a bind. Wow. At release, this was one of the big moments that assured everyone the new team was cooking something diabolically good. Yeah, well phrased there. Very well written there. I can only imagine. I wonder how many players have cleared Bahamut? Like the real, like not unsynced. They really should rework it and make it part of Raid Roulette. Yeah, because I do a lot of roulettes, but this I'm just totally unfamiliar with because it doesn't appear in roulettes. I totally agree with that. Or at least figure out the loot and stuff. I mean, hold on. Did they ever do an ultimate about this? They did, didn't they? There is an ultimate version of this, so I assume you see some of these visuals there. Holy shit, what is that ultimate story? Because that's like an alternate history, isn't it? That's really exciting to think about. I wonder what that is. Guys, thank you to everyone who played in game with me today. Thank you so much. You made this possible. Oh my god. Because seriously, Tremor wouldn't have... I mean, we would have had to have done it on Macon or whatever, and it wouldn't have been so good. That was really cool. Yeah, UCOB, that's what it is. Yeah, the ultimate Coils of Bahamut. Is Ultimate Coils of Bahamut a retelling of the story or an alternate story? Right, here we go. Final cutscene, I guess. There might be another one of the Waking Sands, though. I'm sure we'll have to report to Urianger. They have it. Phoenix, Bahamut. The question of what Dalamud was. Nail's in this. It's all there. There should be an Answers lyric analysis at some point in the series. Really? Answers is like the song, right? Like they use it again way later, don't they? Remind me when we get there. Well, two people just contradicted each other in chat there. It's a what if, and the other person says it's a retelling. Most ultimates are the bard exaggerating everything for dramatic effect. I know that, but like...
But one task remains.
It's not just exaggerating. Like, I know that DSR is very different. The story that they're telling there. Like, basic elements of the story are different. So that's what I'm asking. Is it a retelling, or is it a reimagining? I will know, don't worry. Okay. Let's turn it off. Bye-bye, Bahamut. They kind of hand-wave the specifics of where we fought prime and all that, I guess, but yeah.
With this last coil disabled, there shall be naught left to bind Bahamut to this world. His beloved children will finally know peace.
Press Alt F4 to turn off Bahamut. I was just thinking to myself how horrible it would be if this crashed in the middle or something of one of these great cutscenes. So seriously, do the kids not get their books back now? Is that it? I know that they get, like, I know Alisaie gets a specific class later. Oh, here we go. Ukob, Uru, and T are mostly exaggerated retellings. DSR and Top Bandy, and I think Fru are more reimaginings. I see. So cool. So if I did Ukob one day, I would get all this, all these visuals, all this emotion, all these cool things, but with really good gameplay and modern gameplay as well, right? Because when did Ukob get added? Ultimates have only been initiative for a few years, right? And Ukob's the first one. When did it come out? Like 2020?
'Tis done. He is truly gone.
Because if they're doing like 2 a year, and there's only like 5 or 6 of them out already, right? Goodbye, Bahamut. And now the land can heal.
You knew, didn't you? You knew what Grandfather had become.
No.
I was not certain, but from all I had gleaned, it seemed a distinct possibility.
Ukob was during Stormblood. It seems like Stormblood really took the hammer to this game. Stormblood seemed to have removed a lot of mechanics and really figured out endgame stuff.
The scene people describe of the Battle of Cartano was one of unimaginable devastation, and 'tis through the combined prayers of the desperate and an abundant source of ether that primals are born. I merely put 2 and 2 together.
And you consider that a sufficient explanation? Well, however you stumbled across your theory, 'twas this revelation that made you wary of my attachment to Grandfather.
See, there's all this stuff in this early story. Wish fulfillment.
You feared that in my obsession, I would fall under his primal sway. Is that why you decided to join us? To pull me back should I show signs of wavering?
Pray forgive me, sister. I wished only to protect you. Yet I see now that I needn't have doubted the strength of your conviction. May I ask you a question? What do you now intend to do with the truth you have uncovered?
Yeah, I remember this. They hide the Phoenix thing because if people realize they can just bring Phoenix back...
Which particular truth was that, brother? The fact that desperate prayer gave rise to the primal Phoenix? That this new god was responsible for setting Eorzea on the path to rebirth?
I think they essentially say, keep it quiet, because if people keep summoning Phoenix, thinking they're going to fix the world, but Phoenix will just eat the Aether instead, and it's not going to be a good thing.
Should such a tale become common knowledge, people would soon offer up their prayers in earnest. They would beseech Phoenix to complete the healing that was begun.
Yet as you and I know all too well, the very act of calling forth this savior would do more harm to the land than good. We cannot encourage such worship for this very reason. Were Grandfather forced to return as an ether-draining primal, it would undo all that he had worked to protect. Your abiding love for him was the key that unlocked the truth of the calamity. But keys may also serve to seal doors that were best left unopened.
There's a lot that kind of wishy-washy and hand-wavy here, like... So, did we create a primal now? Like, can you just pray to anything and make it, like... I still don't understand, like, what a primal is before it's been summoned, right? Is Phoenix truly new now? Is that... Do you get what I mean? Like, and so... So what does it take to truly make a new primal? an acutely desperate situation like Cartano? Like, why not pray to anything? Why not summon anything?
Let your love now guide
With enough
your
people.
actions, and lock away deep inside the fate of both Grandfather and Bahamut.
And we talked about this a little bit earlier in the project when, you know, with the Ifrit stuff. Ifrit suggested he existed even when he was in the Aether. And all you're doing is bringing him forth by giving him Aether and prayer. It will all be explained in Endwalker during a Blitzball match. Oh, God. It's weird to hear the ARR VAs again. Well, enjoy it because...
Fear not, Alfino. I understand what must be done.
I'm pretty sure in a matter of seconds this cutscene will be over and they'll be gone for good.
The realm need not know the truth for it to be saved. That the Elder Primal is banished, to return no more. That is enough.
And look, they got this theme of secrets as well in this story. A lot of these questions do get answered in future content. Oh, good.
Let us make our way back to the surface. Poor Oriange must be beside himself with worry.
Oriange's like stone cold though. Like, the only time I've seen him been moved emotionally on any level was with Moonbreeder. Rip. Where he felt awkward about their flirting. Yeah, goodbye, Alphanod. Oh my god. In spite of your presence, I must confess there were moments when I feared the worst. But in the end, you plucked us from the flames and bore us safe unto victory, just as you always have. As for Alisaie, I've never been more proud to call her my sister. Alisaie would bring the tale of the 7th Umbral Calamity to a close. And here we are again. After that descent into darkness, the desolation of Northern Thanland seems paradisial. As promised, I shan't reveal the truth of the calamity to a single soul, not even Oriange. However, the nations of Eorzea will require certain assurances that the threat of a new primal's gone. Kept in the dark over long, 'tis only a matter of time before they seek answers of their own accord. Let us recommend the fragments of Dalamud are sealed off, that the truth may rest undisturbed. Well, people will figure it out in the end. You look at a character like Teleji Adeleji, sniffing around for the Omega weapon. But first, we must go and report to Oriange. It would not do to keep him in suspense. I dare say we shall find him pacing up and down the cerulean processing plant. I'm not even at the Waking Sands. Yeah, what's funny about this as well is we don't do any busy work in this story at all. You know, they could have had me digging my way in, and they could have had me hauling rocks over to the entrances, but they just don't, you know. It's all action. Hello, Oriange. Ah, the warrior of light returneth, undimmed from the depths of darkness. By thy triumph... Look, and they did voice acting in this raid story. They did a CGI cutscene in this raid story. In many ways, it's better than some of the later ones. I take it thou hast succeeded in thy mission, and yet thou art alone. Mistake me not, dear friend. Full glad am I of thy safe return. But where, pray, are Master Alphino and Mistress Alisaie? They're bonding, brother and sister, lagging behind. Here, my friend, forgive us our lateness. We took the scenic route. Bahamut's no more. The realm is safe. And look, they're all dinged up. By the heavens, look at you. Oh, look, he is emotional. Oh, I feel like Oriange's kind of a bit like their dad in a way. Like, now that Louis Soir's not in the picture and these two liked each other so much. What horrors your young eyes must have seen. What suffering your young bodies must have borne. Pray tell me, like, he must feel responsible for them. That's all I'm trying to say. Where are you hurt? Your wounds must needs be cleansed and dressed at once. I shall make you a poultice, which draweth out... Be at ease, my friend. We're hale and whole, I assure you. We took a few tumbles, but the worst of all hurts are healed. I believe we have Grandfather to thank for that. Master Louis Soir, then you met with him once more? But wherefore should Bahamut's thralls seek to ease your suffering? I promise to reveal all to you in due course, dear friend, but first, there is a matter which requires our immediate attention. Now that Bahamut's dead, we deem it best to bar entry to all the fragments of Dalamud. To this end, we will convince the nation's leaders that danger is past and invite their cooperation in ensuring the fragments are never again disturbed. Come, let us depart and seek an audience with them forthwith. A moment, sister. You need not burden yourself with this task. Oriange and I will more than suffice. Might you not take this opportunity to rest? The gods know you've earned it. But I'm fine, brother. Besides, you've been through as much as I have. Oh, I see now. You'd rather play your game of diplomacy and wish me out of the way. No. Not could be further from the truth, Alisaie. No, I think she's right. I think he does. I think he's like, this is my territory. My lady, 'tis mine earnest belief that your brother hath your best interest at heart. You have done more than your part, and he desireth but to relieve you of a burden he might easily bear alone. Yeah, just don't ask me to do it. Again. I have some experience in treating with dignitaries, you must allow. And as you never fail to remind me of my fondness for diplomacy, I feel it only right that I remind you of your aversion to it. Then it is settled, Uriage. Pray for make for arrangements for Chocobo carriage. The ride should give us ample time to prepare our story. I like this song. But they've used it a lot in this storyline, but it is a good one. You can't wait for my Endwalker playthrough. You'll enjoy the reaction so much. I can't wait for it as well. I've enjoyed all of this, but doing it blind is just a whole other level of fun, you know. Alphino! And I can't wait till I'm blind again. Though our paths are different, we share the same goal, do we not? But of course, dear sister, that which we just achieved together stands as testament to that fact. Whatever path we choose to take, our hearts shall ever lead us to the same end. Of that I'm certain. Thank you. So what's quite interesting here now, what's quite sad, obviously, so Alphino leaves here, and we know what's going to happen. There's a place that I would visit. Might I ask you to accompany me? Alphino and I are going to get banished, basically, off to Ishgard. Everyone's fucked and ruined and destroyed. But where's Alisaie? What does she end up doing? First, I believe a change of garments is in order. Oh, do we see her new clothes already? Oh, it's day suddenly. We have a little bit of 1.0. Endwalker in 2 to 3 months at this current rate? Well, because it's been 20 episodes or so for ARR. ARR by far has been the longest leg of this. ARR itself is longer than the expansions. Just the base to get to the first credits is longer. Then the post patches for ARR are also longer. I mean, kind of. Then there's this whole 1.0 bit we've done. Then there was all the delivery Moogle stuff that I did, and all the Hildebrand stuff that I did. The expansions are unquestionably shorter. Way shorter. Way shorter. The landscape's the same, of course. There's no reason it would be. However, with all that said, I don't plan on immediately running into Heavensward. Obviously, we've got PoE tomorrow. So I don't know what the timing will be like, really. You might be bang on with that. The landscape's the same. Of course, there's no reason it would be otherwise. Yeah, ARR is just massive. It's massive and it's lower quality than all the rest, so it is more unpalatable to Let's Play. So I'll just say, anyone here who's watched this, if you've got all the way through both of these, the 1.0 and the 2.0 playlists, I mean, fuck me, good on you. You're the best fans I could ask for. I mean, you've really sat through a lot of stuff here with this. Though it would be poetic for the fragments to... Like, I've got a thing at the moment with the channel where I'm putting a lot of stuff out, but it's all impenetrably long, and I think a lot of people don't have the time for it. So, I value everyone who has managed to drop in over the weeks. Though it would be poetic for the fragments to magically disappear, I'm well aware that they shall remain long after you and I are gone. Oh, if all the crystals disappeared? I like to think that's the writers, or the studio, basically saying, it'd be nice to change the world over this, but we can't. So she is in a different outfit there, but that's just like the cotton early game stuff. She'll be in a more nicely tailored thing later as we go forwards. The world may change irrevocably, but life shall ever go on. Let's take a closer look, shall we? I have no doubt that Alphino will do an admirable job concealing the truth of the calamity. This is nice. We're getting this cutscene with the 7.1 patch, right? This cutscene is improved compared to... I mean, look at the waterfalls there. They look really good. And such truths were revealed in those dark depths we will never see the light of day. I myself agreed that it must be so. course, my flickery depth of field ain't the greatest, but you know. But the thought of the people of Eorzea shall forever remain ignorant of their saviour, of your deeds. The injustice of it is almost too much for me to bear. No, it's okay, we're like Batman, with the hero they deserve but need, or whatever the... What is the quote? How typical of you, Tremor, ever the hero. Even so, I cannot deny I feel better for your reassurance. But I want you to know that I will never forget you're the one who freed Grandfather's soul and saved Eorzea from Bahamut's wrath. And though these great deeds will never be remembered in song, their consequences will be felt forevermore by every soul who calls this realm home. It's kind of like this story has three big bosses, Twintania, Nael, and Bahamut Prime. I guess Phoenix too. A lot of the other fights are just kind of against generic mobs, right? In the Allegan sphere things. You completely skipped this whole story when you played through the game. You're glad you got to see it here with the added context of 1.0 as well. Oh, Cyberdark, that's awesome, thank you. That is music to my ears. That's exactly what I like to hear. I like to hear that you got a bit of value out of these videos that you wouldn't have had otherwise. Thank you, that's very cool. I'm glad someone got that. I'm getting this weird impression, some of the comments, I'm getting this impression that people are only watching fragments, so... But hey, if somebody really did get through these 4 episodes... For Grandfather, Nael, and the Dragons of Mericidia, for all those that were taken by the Calamity. Guess which bosses make up 99% of UCOB? Those 4, I guess, right? Is it in that order as well? She lays the flower down. Didn't we hear that those are very expensive flowers in that other quest? Back in... That's one of those 1.0 flowers, actually, isn't it? At long last, our struggle with Bahamut is over. The realm, given new life through the prayers and sacrifices of countless souls, may look to a brighter tomorrow. I'm quite glad I did this in 1 day as well instead of 3. I feel like it works all in one. When the dust of our adventure is settled, I shall embark on a journey. I mean to find my own reason to fight for Eorzea. So here you go. So what does she do? She's going to go on a journey? She's been missing through all of 2.0, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4. She's not doing anything in the main story ever, and she leaves again now. And I guess a lot of players would have had the impression that she's just going to be like a raid NPC. Like, you might have thought that she'd come back after Heaven's Ward. Just to do the raid stuff, but I'll tell you, that's not the case. She's not just in raids. I have no doubt, but that you will continue to help those in need and grow ever stronger in so doing. I shall endeavour to do the same, and if the 12 are kind, I hope one day to become Eorzea's sword in the darkness, as you are. Yeah, I know. Well, technically, I was just thinking that, yeah. Come what may, you may rest assured that I will not be outdone by Alphino. It's funny, because I'm kind of a big Alphino fanboy, really. I know in 2.0 here, he's really smarmy, and, you know, you're not really meant to like him, and he fails massively with the Crystal Braves. So he's not likable here, but generally speaking, I like Alphino a lot. I'm kind of a big Alphino fanboy. But when all is said and done, it is kind of, I don't know, man. I mean, I think a lot of people like Alisaie a lot more than him. When next we meet, I promise I will not disappoint you. Till that day, fare you well, my friend, and thank you from the bottom of my heart. It is wild, right, how little she is in the game at first. She's in so little. But there will come a time where we're playing it and you just can't imagine her ever not being there. She becomes such a main character. We've seen a good chunk of the main characters now. Not all in their capacity as main characters, but we've seen a good few of them. It goes Twintania, Nael, Bahamut. Nael and Twintania together. Golden Bahamut. Oh, and Phoenix is a bit of a guest appearance. Wow, that sounds cool. The ultimates do sound cool. Your headcanon is that Alisaie's your girlfriend after Endwalker? Really now? Wow, oh my god, so we don't go back to the Waking Sands. Oh my god, we're ending at Camp Blue Fog, sort of. Just in time for some more cobalt mining. I don't know what to say, guys. This is it. This is the end of the series. I've probably said it more than enough now, maybe. Thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed. I've enjoyed my look at 1.0 and 1.0's epilogue here today. That's it from me and Midgasoma. The next time you see Tremor, Oh, it's really weird. Here we are. This is the end. Next time you see Tremor will be in Heaven's Ward. There'll be a bit of a break before Heaven's Ward because, yeah, I'm really excited about Path of Exile 2. Someone in chat just now asked how long are we doing it for. I don't know. I'm going to play it and have fun with it, and I hope to see you guys all there with it. I think it'll be really cool. I'll give a shot at the buildcraft and the lore. I think it'll be really fun. Thank you to everybody who made it to the parties in these, people who watched in live and all that. Thank you very much for watching. I will just say, this feels tacky, I guess, but to anyone who's watched this, please do consider becoming a member here on YouTube or checking out my Patreon, which is in the description. You know, I don't get much ad revenue. The audience is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking over the course of this project. Not to be too much of a downer, but I've lost subs every week. Just hundreds of subs. I'm just losing subs all over the place. So if you like this stuff, if you want to support this project, I mean, I am a real person in the real world. I do need money to live and to do this. So if on any level you want to support that, please do consider joining my Patreon or here on YouTube, where I'll continue to try and give you guys exclusive content. And yeah, I'll see you for the next one very soon, guys. Thank you very much for watching. Tremor will be back. And I hope you enjoyed. I've asked about 1,000 questions over this 1.0 stuff. If anyone watching this video has any thoughts in terms of, like, comments or whatever, please, if you've got any thoughts on any of it, just drop your answers. Give me any encouragement you like. And it'll be nice to see messages on this. This is a bit of an experiment, really, because I tend to find when I make a video but I do it live initially, I don't get many comments on it, and it feels like it's dead, and it feels like it wasn't worth the time, or it doesn't stand the test of time or something. So if anyone's watching this, let me know in the future. Oh, I had some memberships there. Thank you, guys. Oh, that's very nice of you all. Thank you. And yeah, Heaven's Ward will be a shorter project, so and I'll probably do a bit of a recap as well. What I'm going to do with this whole thing of losing subs and all that, I need to do... one of the things I've been looking into this week is making live highlights for myself to do highlight videos and regular content that points people to this sort of stuff. And like notifications and stuff in Discord. I will do better with that stuff as we go forward. So you'll see more of that in Heaven's Ward. I'm going to treat Heaven's Ward as a bit of a reset, I think, to some degree, where everyone can... You know, I'll give people some time to watch all of this. And then when we get to Heaven's Ward, I'll say, hey, everyone, and we'll try to capture some new audience. And we'll tell everyone, hey, this will be fun. And I'll do a bit of a recap on the 1.0 and all of that. So, yeah, hopefully that'll be good. And, you know, we'll find something that sticks. In general, I'm not in a particular rush to just rush through all of the Final Fantasy XIV stuff. Because I like covering this, and I'll continue to cover it as the months go by. We'll get to, you know, Endwalker, and we'll do that. And we'll do Dawn Trail. And, yeah, we'll just keep going with it. So thank you, guys. And yeah, PoE too. I will see how the servers and stuff are, but very likely tomorrow. And you guys come and visit along for that playlist. A new adventure, a new game. We can chat with each other about how it goes. Hopefully get some cool drops and level and find cool items and things. It'll be cool. So join me for that next time, for everybody who's here for that. And we'll just see how it goes. So yeah, in all, to be more precise here, Derveg, thank you. Gifted 10 memberships. That's lovely of you. Secube with 20 BGN, thank you very much. Rocker with the 10 memberships, thank you. Marmil as well with a membership. Thank you, guys. That's very generous of you all. If you do go to Patreon, for what it's worth, Patreon only takes a 5% cut of anything. YouTube takes 30%. So it is the best place to support me, really. But yeah, thank you, guys. That's it. And I'll see you on the next one very soon. That's not even all of 2.0. I mean, Jesus. We could do the legend. The other big storyline you didn't see is I didn't do the relic weapon crafting, which features like this drunk, bald, shirtless guy. I can't remember his name, but he's in the game a lot. And more about Rowena, and there's all cutscenes with that. And they also talk about the Warriors of Light being called Zodiac Braves in there. And then there's all the storylines for all the crafting disciplines and classes. It's just a mountain of shit. It's crazy. Join me next time for the fate of Alphino and what happened to the Scions, guys. Where's Minfilia? Where's Ishtola? Where's Ida? Where's Papalimo? Where's Thancred? Where's everyone? And are they okay? Well, Heaven's Ward has some sad answers to some of those questions. I'll see you guys for that next time. Take care. Bye-bye.